their expectations.
We have to prove them all wrong. It's time to win.
GG bro!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff?
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp?
Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharge with Clear.
Enemy alert! Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier.
For cooling power, supercharge with Clear.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos?
Kailangan ko bang magpalit ng strategist?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko.
Will I be able to meet their expectations? We have to prove them all wrong. It's time to win.
GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to
ka ba? Handa sa laban, sanda ka sa aking kamay. Watch with my click, maybe fire in the eyes. Yeah, I walk with my head held high. Ano ba yung takot kung tore ang aking gabay? Remind you kung anong na-obtain. Palaging first place, lakayo sa PH. I'm here cause I got God, my team is super fast. Eyes on the prize, finesse, cause it's our time. Palag na to, me again, you already know. Automatic ka na ng Pilipino. Pwede sa mo steal the show. Automatic ka na ng Pilipino. Lakas ng Pinas.
The 17th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the official gaming phone partner, the power behind every madlang gamer. Smart, the simply reliable connectivity partner of the MPL. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. And our strategic partners, TT Racing, Theory, and SIP. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Catch the MPL PH Season 17 playoffs live at the San Juan Arena. Grab your tickets now via the official MPL PH website, Palag Na To. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Face ng ating best of 5 ngayong araw na ito para sa ating upper bracket finals. Wala pa namang malalaglag ngayong hapon ito, pero makikita na natin kung sino ang aangat patungo sa grand finals.
Ng ONIC at mukhang hindi nakakakayanin pa. Team Liquid Philippines will take game 1.
Natin ang ating regular season standoffs between these two teams. Lahat nakapabor sa TLPH. Medyo mahirap ang tatahakin ng ONIC Philippines.
Team Liquid Philippines is now on match point.
At isa na lang ang kailangan ng Team Liquid Philippines. Isang laro na ipapanalo para mabook ang ticket all the way to Esports World Cup in Paris.
Philippines! Bubuhos na talaga sila sa base. Bisikat na naman. Literal na bitaw. Kung bitaw, walang pagdidepend na magmumula sa Team Falcons. At pilit na depensa ang dalawang miyembro. Ngunit may mga minions na kasama. At maaari nga nilang madaliin itong Game 1. Ito ng bahagya pero si Nelly ang tumatrapaw. At siya daw pala ang naatasan na kumitil sa buhay ni Supermark. Nagiging enough. Team Falcons tuloy sa pagbitaw. Lahat na pwedeng ibigay ay kanilang ibinibigay. May mga minions pa naman silang kasama. Pilit dumedepensa ang barangay pero mukhang hindi magiging sapat. Pagkatapos hanapin ang kanilang mga sarili, sila pa rin pala ang mananaig. Loyang lipad ng Team Falcons, punching their ticket to a rematch against ONIC Philippines. At patutunghayan natin yan bukas, ang huling ticket patungo sa Panis.
What's up, MPL?
Mga sinubukan, bigat lang sa inisip, dala ko. Kahit silaw sa araw, mas liwanag pa. Tuwing kumikina sa iyong mga mata, sa aking alaala. O masakit na malimutan ka, hirap ako tumatakbo. O at dala pa rin kita, o kahit saan man magpunta, hilo ako tumatakbo. Mga sinubukan, paulit-ulit lang tumatakbo sa isip ko, walang nagbago. Kahit ikaw ay mahahanap pa rin kita, sa bituin kumikina sa iyong mga mata, sa aking alaala. O masakit na malimutan ka, hirap ako tumatakbo. O at dala pa rin kita, o kahit saan man magpunta, hilo ako tumatakbo. Kay sarap sa pakiramdam na kasama ka. O kay sarap sa pakiramdam na kasama ka. Kay sarap sa pakiramdam na kasama ka. Okay, sarap sa pakiramdam na. Ooh. O masakit na malimutan ka, hirap ako tumatakbo. Oh, at dala pa rin kita, o kahit saan man magpunta, hilo ako tumatakbo. Thank you. What's up, MPL? Make some noise, everybody. Coming up palang off to Neverland, I just want to introduce the band real quick. Ako nga pala si Tim. This is Vince. To my left, bass, Mikey. Drums, Ian. Again, we are off to Neverland. Follow nyo pa Facebook page namin, Off to Neverland or Off to Neverland Music. Nasa Spotify na rin po kami. Thank you so much for inviting us. Super excited kami para sa MPL, guys. Sana excited din kayo. Excited ba kayo lahat? Yeah! This next song is our latest release. It's called Boombox. Hope you love it. Let's go! I don't care if you wanna dance, come over here. Now don't be scared, I'll lead the way. And if you wanna take me back by tomorrow noon, I'll be waiting here, cause waiting ain't a lot to do. I'll be waiting with my heart in my hand, with the boombox on my shoulders. Let's dance. Come on down, you can talk to me, you can open up your heart, we can see where we can be. Come on down, got the door for me, so you can see what's in my heart. Just tell me when and then I start. Yeah. If you can't hear me, I'm feeling lonely, I'm feeling down, down, down. But I don't worry, cause when you're with me, I feel like I'm 2 feet off the ground. Me back by tomorrow noon, I'll be waiting here, cause waiting ain't a lot to do. I'll be waiting with my heart in my hand, with the boombox on my shoulders. Let's dance. Come on down, you can talk to me, you can open up your heart. We can see where we can be. Come on down, got the door for me, so you can see what's in my heart. Just tell me when and then I'll stop. Come on down, you can talk to me, or you can open up your heart. We can see where we can be. Come on down, got the door for me, so you can see what's in my heart. Just tell me when and then I'll stop. Woo! Thank you, MPL. Good night.
MPL Superfans, our performers brought us to Neverland. Give it up for Off to Neverland! Welcome to the Champions Arena. I got so hyped. I love the music that they played today. Hello! Hello, welcome to the Champions Arena. Please introduce yourselves again.
Hi, we're Off to Neverland. We're a band from Marikina. I'm Vince, this is Tim, Ian, and si Mike.
Okay, they're from Marikina. It's nice having you here. We enjoyed your music so much, but I want to know, kamusta naman? How does it feel to be here in San Juan Arena for the playoffs?
Saya kasi hindi namin naakalain na makakapag-play kami sa isang esports event. Bago siya sa amin.
Wow. And ako bilang ML player din, it's nice to be here. Dati nanonood lang ako ng live stream, so finally I can watch the live event.
And speaking of guys, how does it feel that you're one of the few artists who gets to experience na kayo ang nag-join ng world of esports and music here in one stage?
We feel so honored. Ang pinaka nagustuhan ko rin sa gaming community is how games bring people together like all of us here tonight. Sa OPM din, ganun. So it's a nice feeling na napagsama rin yung OPM pati yung gaming industry.
It's nice to have you here, guys. Alam niyo, nakakatuwa lang din, katulad ng sinabi niyo. And si Ian na naglalaro ng ML, ano ba yung main hero mo?
Angela?
Angela!
Joy!
Drummer na Angela, man. So, where can we find your music? Saan ba namin pwedeng pakinggan ang pinlay niyong music and yung mga nirelease niyo pa?
Yeah, so pwede niyo kami i-follow sa internet, Off to Neverland Music, Off to Neverland Music PH. Marami na kami na-release, especially yung latest single namin, Boombox, sa lahat ng music streaming platforms. And stay tuned lang kayo sa page namin for any gigs and updates.
I love it. I love their music. Boombox, new music. Ladies and gentlemen, Off to Neverland! Show them some love, MPL Superfans. Maraming salamat muli. If you guys enjoyed their performance, I'm sure you're gonna enjoy what's in store for the playoffs day 4.
At kung hindi pa kayo nanonood live here at the San Juan Arena, then this is your sign.
And today, we will also find out which legacy will endure in the lower bracket finals sa pagitan ng ONIC Philippines at Team Falcons. Who will be the last grand finalist? Mamaya lahat ng yan, ako po si Denise.
This is your host, Thea.
And this is your very own Odin. Samahan niyo kami dito lamang sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas. Ito ang MPL Philippines Season 17, the playoffs. Up to Neverland. When I say lakas ng Pinas, you say Palag Na To. Lakas ng Pinas, Palag Na To!
Magandang hapon sa inyo lahat. Welcome. It's the lower bracket finals here. We're ready to kick it off. Thank you so much. We had an amazing night last night. Over here on the English stream, it's going to be me, Naisu, Brigida, and Midnight. And over on the Tagalog desk later, we'll have...
Uwami pa rin kasama si Hans and Joshi and Naisu. Magandang hapon din sa iyo.
Thank you. Salamat. Okay, also, before we talk about the matchup, MPL Philippines, of course, is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Thank you so much for that. Now, also, if you guys want to join us, as you heard, we've got a special discount for you guys going on right now. If you've been waiting to sign up for the MPL playoffs live, we've got massive discounts. You can secure your day 3 tickets, Brigida.
Yep, for an absolute steal at only 150 pesos down from 300 pesos initially. And for the Epic Day 4 lower bracket finals, tickets are down to 350 from 500 pesos.
Yep, big matchups, biggest savings. Score those seats right now by heading over to ph-mpl.com/tickets. Kita gets Dito.
Hey, you know what? I'm never going to live it down. I hear your voice from yesterday. We were sharing the desk yesterday.
Yep.
I know you guys felt the same over there. What a day yesterday was. I mean, it almost felt like a final day already yesterday.
Man, it was an emotional roller coaster yesterday. Ang dami nating nakitang bukod sa malulupit na action, ang dami na nating nakitang nawala. Nagsisiiyakan ng mga tao kagabi, ang dami din naghihiyawan. But man, looking at the players right now, half of the people are gone dito sa ating graphic dito.
Yeah, when you think about it, this is crazy. There's a 4-time hopeful, of course, one of the leaders, yung Team Liquid Philippines nakarating na dun sa Grand Finals. And I'm just wondering kung sino pa dun sa 2-time, 1-time, and 3-time hopeful sa mawawala after today.
And for this series, Falcons versus ONIC Philippines, isang tanong ang nangingibabaw eh. Sino ang pipigil sa rumaragasang Carl TZ na 6-time hopeful para dito sa MPL Philippines? Because this time, may isang tutungo ng Paris at may isang malalaglag.
Yep, and we have a best of 7 to finally decide that this time around. So medyo pwedeng mahaba-haba yung gabi natin, or I think that's what we are all hoping to see at least for tonight.
Yeah, ito yung magandang ito yung araw na magandang i-channel ang Inner Brigida curse na kung saan makakita tayo ng 7 games. Kasi ito lang yung series natin today bago tayo magtungo sa Grand Finals bukas na kung saan naghihintay ang final boss.
Yeah, the final boss, Team Liquid Philippines. I think for a lot of people too, there was 2 kind of clips going around after last night, man. You know, of course, we had the great interviews after the match.
Yep.
We also had history, I felt like, made with seeing the 5-man Dark Wave, the Sansan duo making things happen. Carl TZ going from somehow a 0 and 4-0 and 5 Lancelot into getting a Maniac. I mean, there was so many good things to catch yesterday. That's what's waiting for one of these 2 teams, either Team Falcons or ONIC. Can they surpass the legacy? Both of them have already been champions of the world at one point. They've accomplished so much. But now, they've got to make something new happen. They've got to surpass that legacy.
Oh yeah, definitely. And para sa mga manlalaro na makikita natin sa laban na ito, at tila ba'y naglalaro sila sa anino ng mga nauna sa kanila. And I think most mababanggit natin dito would be Savero dahil hindi naman natin mapagkakaila na yung pinalitan niya sa loob ng ONIC Philippines ay isa sa mga pinakabatikan na gold laner sa buong mundo.
I would say these 2 players na posible nating makita with Team Falcons having few in their recent roster ay mga foundations, hindi lang ng kani-kanilang kupunan, but also for the entirety of MPL Philippines. Champions in their own right, performance-wise, stats, nandun talaga sila sa taas.
Yeah, maganda yung binanggit ni Hans. Aside from the removal of the TZ mantle na kung saan gustong buuin ni Kyle at ni Flap yung kanilang storya, marami din talagang naging past history ang Team Falcons na kailangan nilang i-override ngayon, even on the side of ONIC Philippines. Pero ito, yung isang kailangan nilang override, men, yung pag-endure ng greatness.
Yeah, I think it's great that we mentioned the word endure or override rather, because I feel like there's a bit more redemption in terms of the story that you see when it comes to Team Falcons. Because ONIC definitely they have something to prove, but Falcons, it took them quite some time to get back to where they currently are. So I think this really matters to them. If they have this moment, they definitely want to prove themselves right here and now.
I'm saying we got to go back to the word great for M8 maybe. You know, better than great and then greater than ever is what we had. And both these players right here have been trying to show us that throughout the season. Of course, the main talking point, I feel like with ONIC Philippines coming into Season 17 was this import, right? Severo, what he's capable of doing on this kind of lineup, stepping into the shoes. And I think he's done it well. We look at the head-to-head stats here.
And kung babalikan din natin yung naging performance ng dalawang gold laners na to, Super Marco and Savero, somehow they share the same game style. Kumbaga, magpa-farm muna, nandun yung mga pagiging carries nila, Moskov, Claude, and ang pinaka-unique para dito kay Savero would be the YSS na hanggang ngayon ay 100% win rate pa din. This is the penultimate version ng Golden Royale.
Yeah. And I feel like one step closer sila doon sa mission na yun. It's again, overriding greatness. Kasi kung makikita natin doon sa final boss, sa grand final, si Carl Easy, yan yung lagi niyang ginagawa every season, overriding his prime. So I feel like for these two players, Savero and Super Marco, they have to go past the bulletproof. They have to go past being the gold standard.
Yeah, and going back doon sa huling beses na nagkita ang mga to, actually yung mga iilang beses na nagkita sila dito para sa Season 17 ay nakalamang ang Falcons sa regular season. Pero pagdating naman dito sa playoffs, parang bang nagbago, nagkaroon talaga ng 180 twist dahil hindi lamang sila natalo sa upper bracket semifinals. Tandaan natin, it wasn't just a loss, it was a sweep.
Yeah, it was devastating. I was very vocal about this on the English stream yesterday that I was viewing that game. I was a viewer that day, and I was surprised just with a lot of people on the watch party too that, hey, they got swept, and then you see them come back in a better form yesterday to fight to this point to get to the lower bracket final now. So, you know, I'm wondering again, what has Team Falcons prepared for this? Because even yesterday's games alone, there's been a meta shift in terms of some of the priority for heroes being picked up and the choices of even how the maps affect this.
Yeah, but I think we're all really looking forward to this because I believe the last time we saw Falcons actually really make it this far in the playoffs and even go up against ONIC in the playoffs was way back Season 14. And that was when they were still Fnatic ONIC, and they also made it to the upper bracket final. So they're in a completely different situation right now. The opposite, if you may say, because it's an elimination match that they're going to partake in.
You know what I feel like? For both Team Falcons and ONIC Philippines, they thrive when pressure is there. ONIC Philippines, during the play-ins, nakasalala yung buhay nila pero nanalo sila. Team Falcons, when they were in the lower brackets, when they were going up against Smart Omega, they were able to do it and take the victory. So I wonder what's going to happen.
Well, I hope we have a full series ahead of us here for the lower bracket final. We're going to throw it over to the on-ground panel to break it down further.
Thank you so much, casters. Welcome to the on-ground panel. Redmar and Wolf back here for this marquee matchup, the lower bracket finals, to fight for the last slot for the grand finals, and of course, MSC at EWC 26. I think we should just go ahead and straight to it. The tactics that they need to do, the Infinix cool tactics, our keys to victory.
For sure. Kailangan na tingnan yung Pakitoy natin that I feel like both teams will actually employ. We saw Ogwin as well as Brusco prioritize these heroes just recently, and the Pakito, I believe it will be contested for sure, either denied or picked. Now, let's focus on Falcons first. We know na kailangan nila protektahan yung kanilang jungle up against ONIC Philippines dahil mahusay at talagang nakakatakot ang ONIC Philippines kapag nakontrol yung first few minute jungling dahil dun sa orange gambit na nakita natin. Pati rin yung Kikong's gambit. At ito, feeling ko favorite mo to, Renmar. Winning the Golden Royale means a lot para sa Falcons because this time they can prove that Super Marco pwede rin siyang bumuhat dito. And of course, for ONIC, careful around narrow bushes. Nakita naman natin ito kahapon. Ingatan yung mga eskinita kung saan nag-excel ang Falcons dahil related dun sa kanilang magandang box type strategy. If we deny that away from Falcons, ONIC Philippines will have a much better time.
All right, so maybe to help sum it up a little bit, number one, take care of yourself in the river, most likely. Number two, for the picks, Pakito and Atlas, they do really well with messing up boxes for the two teams. You have to watch out for that. And I think, most importantly, for Falcons, you think they have to take better care of their long lanes, their far lanes away from the objectives?
100%. Because I think observable na may macro na priority yung ONIC recently. Parang yun nakita ko sa kanila, yun yung evolution ng napanood nating games from the regular season now na nag-aaral sila sa playoffs.
If there's one thing that you have to look out for in terms of a specific pick, is it really Pakito or Atlas? Or do you think that there's one we have to watch out for?
Wow. Apart from the Pakito and Atlas, dahil 100% maabangan natin yan, tingin ko yung palitan ng Leomord at Suyo.
Ah, yes, in the jungle, of course. Let's see what's gonna happen. You see here, behind us, the fans are coming in. So, I think it's time for us to feel the energy in San Juan Arena. Super fan Magingay! All right, Falcons Nest, make some noise! One last ticket to Paris at for MSC at EWC. One last ticket to meet Team Liquid Philippines in the grand finals. Let's welcome our teams.
They were brought down to earth, but now they have awoken. Tonight, they seek retribution against the ones who dropped them. At the center of this redemption arc is an all-star Team 1 awardee, the Bulletproof. Flex so hard, everybody wanna fight me. It's Super Marco and Team Falcons! One final obstacle stands between them and the ultimate rematch for the crown. Tonight, they look to ground this Falcon flight once again.
Bila ONIC pagkakandali, jangan semua harap dapat kas.
Under the spotlight, he shines twice as bright. The pressure is gonna prove that once more tonight. Press so hard, everybody want a piece of me. It's Severo and ONIC Philippines! To ensure the integrity of the game, please welcome our marshals Nico, Chico, Joshua G, and Luis. Our head referee is the Shout Master, Sent. Our head coaches are Coach Moody for Team Falcons and Coach Hayes for ONIC Philippines. Who will be the last grand finalist? Will this be Titans in Paris or rivals in Paris? Champions Arena, make some noise!
All right, it is electric here in the Champions Arena at San Juan, and let's go ahead and reintroduce Team Falcons.
Team Falcons, after losing 0-3 in their opening in the playoffs, have seemed to return yesterday with a much different form. That superior mastery on that box strategy that they've shown us yesterday is something I'll definitely be looking forward to. But just the same, we gotta be careful. ONIC, when activated, they don't let your jungler rest.
The pressure is definitely on in this matchup, especially with Severo from ONIC Philippines bringing the pressure up. This guy has been phenomenal on the gold lane. May it be a reference to Standardemas, to being the standard, the golden standard for ONIC Philippines. There's just one task. It's to ground Falcons once more.
Yep, they're gonna have to clip the wings if they want to, and we've seen shades of it before, like we mentioned. You know, their run through the regular season, Team Falcons beat them twice. Then they got swept by ONIC earlier into the playoffs. So, you know, when people were asking me, hey, Maisu, who do you think's gonna win this one? I was like, honestly, I don't know. It's kind of a 50-50 for this one. And to kind of get a glimpse at how the players are feeling, let's take a listen and a watch in on the Smart 5G ping test.
Team Gasoline para mahal na tayo. Jungle ako. Wala, talo na to. Ikaw ano masisama jungle o mid? Mas importante yata jungle, pare.
Sige, ako na magja-jungle.
Pa! Patayin mo yung blue! Patayin mo yung blue! Yeah! Ay, kampi ko yung blues!
Sa lahat ng fans namin, salamat sa pag-suporta. Sana patuloy nyo kami pag-supportan sa sa next season, sa playoffs ngayon. Thank you.
Ano the preparation natin sa ONIC, Mark? Preparation namin? Wala, ganun pa rin. Ako bigyan mo na tulog ng 5 AM. Talagang nagandaan namin yung ONIC. Hindi 5 AM, lagi 6 AM. 6 AM. Ngayon 6 AM kami guys, nagpuwet talaga kami, parang study namin laro nila.
And that is our Smart 5G ping test. We got a little glimpse at Neverland there, joining in on that one.
Hey.
Hey.
I beat them though.
You what? Wait, what? You played against them?
Yeah, I played against them earlier because they said they wanted to try a full game. And so they were looking for participants and I said, okay.
Who do you play?
I played as Brusco.
Yeah, sorry?
I played as Brusco.
Yeah, but what hero?
What hero?
Gato Kacha.
You played Rome. I thought you played XP.
Yeah, I thought you were playing XP too.
No, what?
Like
Why?
Paquito is so good in the meta. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Phobius, you know, maybe good
maybe
Dark
you
Wave
wanted
setup.
your own Dark Wave.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's just a good hero.
I just gotta say, I just gotta say,
What do you got to say?
What?
look at Super Prince.
Okay, let's look at Super Prince.
He feels different today. He has no glasses.
Yeah.
His aura in the player entrance felt like something.
It is good that you pointed it out because I think Super Prince, aside from the gold laner, this guy is going to be a big headache for Team Falcons today because we've all seen the Louis.
Yeah.
We've all seen the clip.
Louis.
Yep. Hey, you know what? Even I like that how people pointed this out, and I'm glad that there's also things going around now using the Infinix liquid cooling beast mode mic checks, right?
Nice.
Because they get the player cams also, and people were talking about this a lot online. Just one, how cool and calm and collected Carl TZ was on the Lancelot.
Yeah.
Even when he was doing like crazy Carl goat things. But then also for ONIC, when they had that team fight not go their way and they actually just lost a really good team fight, like they smiled. They were laughing, they were smiling about it because they just knew that TLPH just happened to play better in that team fight.
Yeah, they just accepted their fate, you know?
Yeah.
Like, what do you do against that? They played a hell of a game, but then Liquid happened. So they were just all smiles.
I hate the joke. I hate the joke about this, but
What?
I was laughing too when I saw it because like I was scrolling and I saw a diversion to the lower bracket. I was like, oh my goodness, who made this?
Nice
Oh my lord, who made this? Like, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. It's ONIC put up a hell of a fight, I will say. This one obviously is clutch for them because they've got to beat a team like Team Falcons, who clearly is on momentum. If we're talking about, from day-to-day momentum, Team Falcons has that right now. I think they also have a little chip on their shoulder because of what happened in the sweep when ONIC took them out like that because, that kind of did them dirty. So let's see how this draft pans out. We're going to jump into game one draft again. This is a best of 7 for the lower bracket finals. I'm so glad, by the way, that we have best of 7s for lower brackets now. It's not best of 5. Amen.
So if it's best of 7, then the map changes or randomizes.
Yeah.
It's going to be our first time seeing it this season.
Yeah, I can't actually remember what's the exact rules
So
with the map selection.
That's true.
Something,
and then
choice
game
selection,
7.
something random.
Yeah, something random, something selection, game 7.
Okay.
Yes, that's about as
And the grand finals.
as great as it comes here, right? So already bans coming through. We are gonna have Team Falcons on that blue side. We're going expanding rivers.
It's so funny. Falcons banned the Phobius. I thought it was ONIC. Because if I was ONIC, I'm for sure. Yeah, there you go. They're gonna want to remove the Paquito.
Yeah.
I think day 3 and day 4 hurt ONIC more than it hurt Falcons.
It always comes down to this, man, where it's like whatever team makes more errors, obviously, is going to lose. Like, that's the nature of most competitive sports, esports, everything else. And ONIC was making clear mistakes in some of those crucial moments yesterday, so I hope they've refined some of that.
It's interesting, though, because of that, you open the Kalea and potentially... No, the Marcel's banned. But yeah, the Kalea gets opened
Kalea Gord.
just because of that. And I don't think we've seen the Kalea at all yesterday.
I think it's first time
Or
overall.
for the past few. No, I saw it, I think, previously. Just yesterday, it was always a permaban.
Yeah. It's kind of like a Freya situation, It's very hard to give enemies the Kalea. Now, Gwyn is actually, by the way, open still for Team Falcons. This is a very common combo that we might see from Team Falcons. They pick up the Zushin and the Claude on ONIC. Pure comfort for Super Prince and Savero. Now, do you take up the Gwyn? That's the question. I think Gwyn and
Gord
and maybe Arlet or Gord is okay
Arlet,
here.
But then ONIC get to see that they are going for that same strategy they revealed in the regular season.
Yeah. And then they might just take up King Kong Suyo.
Yeah, that's true. But these are already big power picks, too, for ONIC. The Jushin usually gets banned out. That goes in the hands of Super Prince, who is just one of the best players on the Jushin. They're going to switch it forward. They'll grab the Suyo, like you mentioned. So Suyo's there. Now you've also got a Valentina.
Interesting. They prio the Suyo over the Gwyn. And ONIC, now, they don't get their hands on the Suyo. I think that's the main idea. Like, Falcons just want to deny the Suyo against ONIC. Because the thing is, I think Team Falcons were banking on the idea that when they get the Kalea, ONIC is forced to get the Guinevere.
Yeah.
But then now that they see this, okay, they don't take the Gwyn, we might as well just take the Suyo because it's free. And now ONIC, do you go Harley or do you go Gwyn? That is a question. I think it's still warranted to go Gwyn here over the Harley, because with the Harley pickup, we might see a lot of frontline tanks come out from Team Falcons.
Yeah, and at least together with the Claw, they'll just have easy ways to go in and out. Oh, but they prioritize the Gato Kacha first.
Huh. They just want to go ahead and then secure that. They'll wait on the jungle pick for King Kong. Maybe also just to take the Revitalize since they know there's a lot of regeneration coming in with the Kalea. So let's go ahead and throw it over to our on-ground panelists to break down our draft further.
Thank you so much, Caster. So we're now here in the second phase of drafting. For Team Falcons, gotta say, I love that they, number one, took away the Kalea for Brusco, one of their best picks, and of course, Ogwen, pretty efficient with it as well. Then they paired it up with a Valentina, but they already showed their role mid-trio, while ONIC still has a bit of room to adjust.
Yun nga lang na-reveal din ng ONIC yung kanilang gatot na sa the Jushin. So medyo alam mo na yung parang MO dito, which is dive ulit para dito sa ONIC of Philippines. Meanwhile, for Falcons, hindi pa natin totally sure. Kadalasan hindi pinag-combo ang Kalea plus na Valentina kasi naghahanap ka ng burst. Pero Falcons mahilig talaga sa combo na to. So with the combination of this Suyo, meron na agad silang kill potential with this Kalea.
Let's see if the playoffs allergy of Falcons towards the Moskov is cured, and they'll probably consider picking it up, unless ONIC decides to ban it, of course. But I wouldn't take it away from Falcons to maybe lean towards a little bit more of a late game marksman, like a carry over the Moskov. But at this point, considering that playing the map looks like will work out well for them as an option, they want to consider it, I think.
Yeah. With Leo Mord being banned, mauubusan ng mga options dito, itong si King Kong. Pero baka nagising siya ngayong araw, tapos nakita niya si Ryzen tsaka si Carl TZ kahapon at sabihin na, teka, ako nga rin magla-Lancelot ako. And I feel like Lancelot might fit in this last pick kung sakali. That means though that they will have to look for a good EXP laner na hindi magbibigay ng magandang ultimate sa isang Valentina. Although the Terizla would be really good para sa ONIC, parang hirap ibigay ng penalty zone. So baka mag-settle na lang sila dito with either Alice o kaya naman ng isang clue for ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, but the last time we saw Haji go up against a team with an Alice while he was using a Valentina, he ended up getting a highlight, and people realized then that he was the best Valentina in MPL PH Season 17. But no, I agree, because the pool of EXP lane heroes that don't have big ticket ultimates but still slots in well for the lineup of ONIC is close to non-existent. You really have to end up giving a good ultimate to Falcon. So, well, maybe the glue might be an option, but you mentioned the Lancelot for the jungle as ONIC rightfully so takes away the carry. I think there's still a world where instead of the Lancelot, ONIC might end up falling back on an old favorite and the Joy. It's just that with the presence of the Kalea and sure target lockdown, it's going to be a tough game for that Joy if ever.
Yeah, and I don't want to pair it up with a Claude. Usually, you want to pair it with a independent gold laner so that you will not have been too greedy. There's the Alice that we talk about. Now for Falcons, they'll be looking for their Shred. Moskov is still open and it seems like the best option here. At the same time, I wouldn't mind them going for a Bruno or a Clint even, because he'd combo that up with a Kalea and you have that synergy.
Speaking of an old combo with the Kalea, I'm wondering with all of the dashes, they might need more dashes. I was thinking maybe they take a page off of Severo's book and end up getting a Beatrix. But it covers the damage aspect, but because of the Alice being there, Moskov, as we suggested earlier, should just be the best pick. In terms of the EXP though, kind of tough with the Uranus gone. Oh wow,
they might go to Hilda, and Harriet also has that synergy with. They go Arlet. Even when there's no additional stun apart from the Kalea. So if you're ONIC, I think you're incentivized to actually go for the Lancelot here. Or maybe a Nolan so that it will be much faster. I believe that amongst all the choices that we've said, Nolan might be the best option for them.
We did see it earlier this season also. The Harley is
open.
Yep. They might end up settling for that if they just want to be able to match the damage that, of course, Falcons would want to go for. But I think it's unanimous. All the junglers we mentioned just have burst damage at one point. Yeah.
But the best thing about Harley is that it is really good at starting the fights and the good poke as well. And you're very strong in the early stages when it comes to your farming. That can also be said for the Nolan, for example, or Lancelot. But the Harley is just easy to execute. And imagine that's picking the Harley in this. In this stage in the MPL Season 17.
I bet they're wondering, how did we get away with that? I bet they were running down a list of junglers as well and thinking, wait, the Harley's open, and they get it. But for ONIC, I have to say, I think they ended up with a lineup that is a little bit more easier to pull off. if you missed it just now, you can go back just a little bit. We do have QR codes that you can scan for a chance to win 1,000 MLBB Diamonds. 74% is the Superfans prediction for this matchup. Personally, Wolf, I prefer the ONIC lineup. It looks more simple to execute.
I totally agree with you. This Jushin Gatot catch-up with the Harley, it has worked so many times before, and I'm sure that it can work up against the composition of Falcons.
This is the best of 7 lower bracket finals MPL Arena. I wanna hear you scream! Casters, let's go!
Here we go, the first game of the lower bracket finals, a best of 7, a ticket to the grand final, and then Paris for EWC on the line here between these two teams who have gone through it time and time again. Let's jump into it.
Yep, it's been weird to see the 9.1 rating for ONIC compared to Team Falcons with that, I think 4 point something rating. But I guess we get to really see that happen in-game because I think Falcons have gotten most of their signature combos as well.
Yeah.
And even heroes specifically for Haji.
I mean, if you look at the heroes of ONIC, like baseline-wise, all of their heroes does something really well with regards to their like aspects, right?
Yeah.
Like Alice is a big teamfight hero. Harley is a good pick-off hero. Zushin is a good zoner. Oh, hold that thought.
The Unbreakable missed! And that might be a punish, but Open still had the flicker! And instead it's Kyle who falls! Haji too! Almost!
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like, ONIC heroes are good at what they do. But meanwhile, on the side of Team Falcons, like you kind of have to farm up. You gotta need to get your items. You do specific things based on your timings, right? So ONIC, they might have a lot more easier access to like their kits compared to how Falcons will be able to play this game.
Yeah, and what did we say about be wary of your jungle? ONIC, after what happened in that first sequence, seem to have a much easier time now, just going for these annoying plays up against Team Falcons, but Kyle might find one here in mid. Super Friends will be okay though, had to use the Purify just to keep himself safe, however.
Yep, this is one of the things though too, is I am also going to share the sentiment with the on-ground panel, Renmar and Wolf, where it's like, wow, we're in a weird world where Harley's last pick comes through. You get a first blood on King Kong. You've got control of the objective now, this turtle. Does Falcons want to fight this out? Kyle's not level 40 yet too. He does hit it now. They might just have to give up this objective though.
Okay, Flap going in with the disruption, but then Kirk, look at how massive his zoning capabilities actually are as the Alice all alone. Flap will be the first to fall in this fight. Owen follows next with the knockup from the Lantern Flare, and Falcons might not want to fight, but they get to find Kyle, still knock him up, and they're just not allowing him to freely take this purple buff.
Yeah, here's the thing about Falcons lineup, right? Again, wait, Haji.
He's gonna be okay.
Yeah, he's A-okay, but again, Team Falcons, they need timings, they need items, they need for their comp to go online first. Meanwhile, on the side of ONIC, you just press buttons, and then your hero naturally does what it does best. King Kong with the damage on Harley, and then this Alice is sort of immortal, especially considering the fact that Falcons have no damage in the early game to take him down. So I feel like this Red 4 Alice pick from ONIC was so damn genius, especially when they banned the carry Uranus. Basically, there was one immortal hero left in this game, and they picked it up.
Yeah, they're able to grab it, they secure it. This enables them to have a really good team fight too, and I feel like that's a bit of what I'm worried for Team Falcons here. Just also the way, the nature of that start went for King Kong, because, you know, when you look at Team Falcons lineup, especially with the Clay on their side, they're looking to go ahead and just get one of those pickoffs if they can. But most likely, it's just going to result in at least a Purify going down.
And I feel like that applies not just to one player for ONIC, because even Super Friends, the way he just positions and goes for these plays on the Juicin, feels like he's just playing knowing that there's no threat of burst whatsoever.
Yeah, and then you add the problem for Team Falcons that they fight head-on with a commitment from the Zaman Force, the Tsunami Slam, while ONIC can just dance around with the Zushin, with the Claude, even with the Alice. And again, you go back to this Alice problem. You have to wait for the Stadium Sight, the Feather, the Sky Piercer from from the Suyo, and maybe some damage items on Haji. But as it stands right now, they have nothing against Kern.
Yeah, they don't have to worry too much. Also, part of this is the success for Team Falcons is what does Haji do here on the Valentina. We've seen it before where sometimes, that Valentina is providing more value than your actual mid lane pick, but most of the time. They can't even contest into these objectives, these turtles. Ogwin has to get out of there, burning the flicker too. So you're seeing what we're talking about here. They just can't really fight face-to-face against ONIC right now.
Yeah, I feel like if ever Haji does get an ultimate, hold on, maybe we talk about that later. ONIC are in their face. Yeah, they're going for the invades here in the orange buff, and they do find one with the Tsunami Slam, but Ogwin gets blasted. Brusco has the AOG, and he gets out to safety.
You know what? Ogwin used the Tsunami Slam first to catch Brusco, but he was the guy dying.
Yeah.
Because guess what? ONIC has so much damage, just even with the Alice alone, and then you add the Deadly Magic, even Savero helping out to, output some little bits of DPS from the Claude. It's just overall lackluster for Team Falcons. They severely need items right now.
Yeah, I was also supposed to say, Haji, one option might be the AOG, but it's more of like a secondary crowd control for Falcons, but I don't think they're able to find any openings right now, specifically because of what ONIC has constantly been doing on the map.
This is the thing, man. They know his flicker was burned earlier on. It's still on cooldown. You can just continue to go for Ogwin as he's easy pickings. His ultimate wasn't up either, so there's no way he's going to get away from the Lantern of Prince. Prince is already sitting on 3-0-2.
Oh, okay. Flap with the final slash, but again, ONIC, I feel like they can't just continuously pressure the game, and Team Falcons have to constantly look for trades because, again, as it stands right now, they don't have the damage. They don't have the Feather of Heaven yet on the Harriet, and then the Suyo decided to finish the Hunter Strike instead of the War Axe.
That's the crazy thing too. Severo just quite a bit ahead, 1,000 gold against Super Marco, and with the Claude here, that he's building up as fast as he can to that Trinity in terms of items, and then he's already going to be valuable. Well, like Brigitte mentioned, he's already pumping out a little bit of damage in some of these team fights, especially with the way the positioning has been.
Yeah.
Team Falcons, I don't know if this is, I think they just want to give this one up.
They always want to go for Ogwin, and now he used the flicker. Slap responds with a final slash, but will there be a follow-up? He gets bursted down instead. Fortunately, he had the flicker, and Falcons are now struggling to get into position. How do you find your entries up against this lineup? Super Marco using the Zaman Force, but will it be enough? ONIC are still gonna go for it. They're prepared to fight post-objective. Kyle has nowhere to go!
Haji, no other choice but to go out. Purify from Super Friends. ONIC, again, superior team fight. Massive sustain, massive heals from the Alice with a revitalize from Brusco. And again, you asked the question for Team Falcons, where is the damage?
Yeah. Man, Super Prince just wanted to go ahead and purify just because, he's been having a hell of a game. He's been controlling a lot of these fights, a lot of these paces, just because of the beacon that comes with the Jushin, the Lantern that you can keep dragging Falcons to the fight, to their death.
Yeah, and Kirk with a trigger as well, very quick on a Throne of Ruin when Flap trying to enter with a Vengeance. He did land the final slash, however, but there was no follow-up from Team Falcons because if they went in, they would have been stunned by the Alice, and it allowed Brusco and Savero to just peel for the Alice and the Harley while King Kong was focusing on the Turtle. And then when they saw the Zaman Force, you saw the commitment as well from ONIC. They were like, oh, wait, Falcons is fighting? Let's fight!
Yeah, and even when that was happening, right, Falcons were also behind in terms of levels between their junglers, so it also would have been that great of a situation to be in.
That's why I'm saying, even before that fight broke out, I'm like, I don't know if Team Falcons wants to fight this. I don't even know if they want to be near the turtle.
Exactly. It's the same scenario as their game against Omega yesterday. Like, just look for trades. But Falcons, they're forcing a lot of things right now. And then again, you see this Alice very immortalized in a team fight. And then you add the sustain from the Revitalize as well. King Kong.
Oh, AOG. They finally catch Super Marco.
Savero.
But Savero will be the one in charge of the back lines. Super Marco. Oh my goodness!
That was a cutoff right there. That's the real cool and beast moves that we're seeing from ONIC.
Yeah, it's a good map play from ONIC Philippines. They cut off the exit from Team Falcons because they know they have so much layers of engage. You have the Alice, you have the jump from the Gatot Kacha, and you have the mobility from the Harley and the Claude. Wherever Falcons is, they're gonna walk by if you're ONIC.
Oh man, Lord secured here for ONIC. They've controlled pretty much the game from the start. Prince just getting the Sky Piercer now. He's built up pretty solid, just statistically, damage-wise, and he's a big threat on why I'm saying Team Falcons. How do they follow through in these team fights?
Yeah, and let me pose another problem for you, ladies and gentlemen. There's a Sky Piercer on the Zushin. So again, Team Falcons, even though they have some scaling on their side, we're way past that point because ONIC Philippines, they have all the time in the world to scale up on Savero.
This is why I felt something different about that player entrance and him not wearing glasses.
There was something. It was the aura. You could feel the aura. Oh,
Whoa, that's aura! Kirk goes in with a thrown over with his follow-up AOG! It's a almost wipeout for Team Falcons, and it all just happened in the blink of an eye!
Oh, man, in that situation, you almost think, man, Falcons just go to the next game.
Yeah, I mean, they're not allowed to. The concede button, you cannot press in tournaments, but it feels like Falcons is looking for that button because look, you saw that combo, right? Falcons tried to go soar to the skies, but the Bruiser, he was like, let me chase you down.
Oh, man, he had, like, Kirk as well. You've been talking about Kirk in this Throne of Ruin from the Alice, man. Brusco.
Okay, Brusco will get traded here. Falcons finally find at least one kill on the board.
Okay, they've got plenty of work to go from here. They have so many miles to cover. Look at this setup between the turrets. That Throne of Ruin into the AOG was just chef's kiss. Looked perfect from ONIC.
How do you soar from this when the God of Kacha can chase you down and ground your flight? The combo, the layering as well, the communication from ONIC. I'm pretty sure they were counting down to the seconds of that fight because they went in at the same time.
Yatakacha needs a Superman skin or something, man. I don't know. Like this, I mean,
or a nicer skin.
That too. Like, what are Falcons to Yatakacha, right? This dude's an avatar, basically, a god. And I mean, the point is, there's too much to deal with it for Team Falcons. There's no way to get around it.
Yeah.
Win a crown for Savero, just to make it even worse.
The ultimate endgame item. We've seen this Claude for 4 days now. When he has the winner crown, he becomes another layer of engage. It doesn't feel like it's a marksman. It's actually a team fight starter. And if you look at ONIC, now 5 of them can start a fight.
Yeah, it's so tricky. I could not feel Falcons being able to find whatever box they've been able to show us yesterday in their series.
This is one of those.
Oh my lord.
Yeah. This is tough. Ogwen might not go down just yet. Oh, he had it. Of course he will. There's a Sky Piercer from Super Frizz and another AOG plus the Throne of Ruin. There's a response with the final slash. A Zaman Force 2 coming in from Super Marco. They might just find some, but the sustain is too much. And Savero with another blazing duet. Everyone's just going in. ONIC find a wipeout against Team Falcons.
A wipeout, and they're gonna take the game as well. They dominate Game 1 against Team Falcons.
The Super Family with a super gameplay, super engaged, super synchronized, and they take game number 1.
Oh man, that was clean. That's where you go. You nod and you say clean, because that's about what else. There was no moment of mistakes there for ONIC the way they executed this draft.
I'm so happy. I used the Gadot Kacha in a practice match using Brusco's name, and it happened in game number 1.
Oh, you blessed it.
Oh, is that
That's what happened?
That was foreshadowing.
That's a Brigade buff.
That's a Brigade buff.
Wait, I mean...
That's why.
Hey, you better make sure that whoever goes to the grand finals, you're not buffing the wrong. I'm joking.
Aww.
Oh man.
I'm so speechless, man. Like ONIC, something clicked within this team, and then they realized, guys, we can actually play team fights together. Because this is one of my issues with ONIC in the regular season. Like they play individually super good, especially on Super Friends, and now they layer their stuff with each other, and we get to see a super performance from the Super Family.
9-0-8, my guy, my dude, 100% KP. This is crazy because this is just that's why I was saying in the draft, like they got the Claude and the Jushin right off the bat. So it's already, you know, okay, these are honest picks. They're rocking with it. And the MVP performance shows that here throughout the game 1.
On who's the starter. Maybe he was also talking about who could stop this guy. Like the time fight right now, but unknowingly he's doing so much too. It's so started classic they just held out the Alice, and then the Alice became immortal in the team fight, especially with their lives from a boost score. The amount of sustain was crazy from a super family, and it allowed to with the amount of damage that he brings to the team fight, and it also allowed the Zushin to just be able to open up the map, especially with his Purify, and then he got enough items to the point that he could actually just rush the Sky Piercer, and that changed the overall tempo, the flow of the game, because now you have a hero that is almost unkillable, and then 4 people that can just move around the fights. If you get down to low end of HP, then you just get popped with a Sky Piercer. Also quite devastating to think that the only time we get to see the Kalea finally decisively picked up first, you don't really get to synergize with it
He
as
didn't
much.
get to play.
Even the panelists mentioned it. You don't really see a Kalea Valentina together that often. And so we probably saw the lack of hero synergy from Falcon.
Yeah, that's why, like in my mind, we were talking about this behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Why no Gwyn?
Yeah.
Why no go full combo? This is the duo that actually beat Liquid in the regular season, the Kalea and the Guinevere.
Guinevere, yeah.
So where was it? I think the steal, the deny against King Kong, yeah, it's cute, but King Kong has shown himself to be able to play heroes like Baxia, Fredrin. He's now willing to go past his prime of just Suyos and Leomorts.
And that's why I was expecting him to be picked up too, because you can't rely on Ogwyn just to be playing entirely that front to look for those picks. That's why the Guinevere works so well, because you can help go ahead and alleviate some of that pressure or that responsibility where you go and set things up with the spatial migration, you get the little knock up, and then Ogwyn, because this is completely Ogwyn, or it's Flap to get a final slash. But when the team had this kind of lead, brother, you don't want to final slash them into your team because that's just a death sentence, you know what I mean? So it's like your plan just falls apart.
Yeah, that happened actually bot side.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. It happened, right?
So, you know, Brusco went in, Kirk went in, they were like, okay, let's final slash under the tower, and they got Kirk almost down to I think 5% HP, and then the Revitalize kicked in. 3 people from Falcons tried to like finish the job and take down the Alice.
Yeah.
Guess what? 3 seconds later, he's back to half HP.
He's back to half HP, man. That's why I know we had our on-ground panel talking about picks, but I know Midnight, you were mentioning especially too, like the Alice pick was going to be clutch here for ONIC. It happened to be so, and it was just a really good draft. Again, when you look at situations like this, and there are certain games, because I know some people watching, they're like, man, it's so ONIC, it's so ONIC. Well, in this situation, especially with the draft and the way things were going, the chances of Team Falcons turning this game around are very, very slim because of the draft difference also, and just the way the game started. And that's why drafting is so important.
Yeah, and it's weird because like they saw the Uranus and Cariban, and if you've been watching the past 3 days of the playoffs, when a team does that, they're threatening the exchange between the Alice and the Uranus. And then they saw both Uranus and then Carry. If you're Team Falcons, there's a Alice coming red 4.
Yeah.
And then they bet Fredrin.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't, I don't agree with the Fredrin ban, but hey.
Yeah. No,
it's done.
Because honestly, even the Leomord ban was something I kind of figured out because they already had the Valentina in their hands anyway, and that would have made things very difficult for the Leomord to come up. So I guess there was a bit too, like, it's weird because I think the first time they went up against ONIC, a lot of their focus was on Savero. But this time it feels like it's a bit too much on King Kong this time.
Yeah, it's tough, but let's take a little breather from that one. MPL fans, we have a new beast on the Land of Dawn with the Infinix GT Watch 5 Pro on your wrist, the GT5 buds in your ears, and the GT50 Pro in your hands. You can now unleash the liquid cooling beast powered by the HydroFlow liquid cooling and 144 FPS MOBB certified performance, no lag, no heat. Pure cool, pure speed every game.
And as a gift for our MPL superfans, Infinix is launching an exclusive payday sale from May 27 to 31. That's during the entire playoffs with up to 30% off. So scan the QR code now and grab these sulit deals.
For those MPL fans here at the venue, enjoy the exclusive GT50 Pro pre-order with 11,999 pesos worth of freebies and discounts, including an Infinix MPL jacket. Plus, the first 10 pre-orders daily at the Infinix booth will get free Grand Finals tickets. So don't miss out and get your Infinix today.
Darn, the Grand Finals is already tomorrow, man. That's crazy.
So get today.
Get it today. You guys got to get it today. You also got to get this one right now because if you want to dominate the land of Dawn, you need a connection that never lets you down. From scouting rotations to tracking the pros, stay online and in that zone.
Power up with Smart Power All 99. Get 10 gigabytes of data for MLBB and your favorite apps, plus unlimited FB, calls, and texts. Share every GG moment with Smart, the simply reliable partner of the MPL.
There you go. I hope I get my hands, by the way, on the GT50 Pro because I got to try the liquid cooling, man, because also history's in the making. Just like it was last night, it's right now. Superfans, the first ever MCGG Crew Clash has officially kicked off and the competition is heating up.
That's right, your favorite KOLs are locking in their crews right now and are clashing head-on for ultimate bragging right.
And you too, by the way, can get in on the action. Scan the QR code right now to support your favorite KOLs and get a chance to score massive rewards. Let's go.
I love MCGG, by the way. I've gotten the chance to cast it a couple times, and I will say this, the effects in that game blew my mind. Also, by the way, if you guys didn't know, you play MCGG on your PC. Without an emulator or anything. They actually have a PC version that you can download and use. And when that happened, that changed my life. This is also going to change their life. Someone out there in the crowd. Smart power pose. Hey.
You gotta do the Super Friends pose.
Gotta do the Super Friends pose.
And you gotta match the aura.
I'm doing it. I hope my life changes. I'm doing it.
This is him right now without the smile, because when he's locked in the aura mode, he doesn't smile. Like, he's just locked in.
He's locked in, yeah.
Is that not a smile?
That is a smile. That's what I'm saying. You gotta take the smile away.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you're locked in.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
There it is.
He's focused. There you go.
Congratulations.
That's why you lock in.
He did the locked-in version.
He did the locked-in version, which is Super Prince right now. So congratulations right there. I've always wondered what's in those little goodie bags, by the way, from Smart. You know, Smart, baka naman.
Baka naman.
Baka naman.
Why not, right?
Say baka naman.
Yeah, baka naman. You
Why
know?
not?
Also, guys, this is a little cool down for all you. The super fans, did you know the men are 5 times more prone to dandruff? Don't let flakes ruin your focus.
Power up with Clear Men. Its triple cooling power gives you 100% dandruff-free hair for that ultimate fresh feeling. So it's supercharged now with Clear, just like what this guy's doing.
Good thing you're not a man, Brigida.
Why not?
Because you don't have to deal with this. You're not 5 times more prone to dandruff.
Oh, that's right. But at least I'll have Clear.
You what?
I'll have Clear.
Ah.
She has Clear, yeah. She has Clear for just in case, you know? Just in case.
Hey, why not? Why can't I have Clear?
You can have Clear.
You can if you want to.
Yeah.
You know, I'm
you can
sure.
be a Clear ambassador too.
Yeah, you know, she doesn't need to be.
Because she doesn't have dandruff?
Because she doesn't have dandruff, that's why.
No,
you know?
that's what makes you a Clear ambassador, right?
That's true.
Because if it's clear, then you're good.
That's true, that's true.
Why are we
Okay.
having debates?
Hey, you know what?
Okay.
You know why we're having debates? Because game 1 was a slaughter fest.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it.
Yeah.
Falcons got their wings clipped to game 1. That's okay. Hey, it's a best of 7. That's fine. Right? Bring it off.
It's fine.
Yeah. We're going to get 6 or 7 games, hopefully. 6 or 7, right? Grown man, by the way. Anyway, let's go ahead and throw it over to our hosts for a bit of action in the audience.
Ibang-ibang energy dito sa Champions Arena. Pero bago tayo bumalik sa kaba ng games na yon, we're here with a guest, Denise.
At kilala siya as Jensen Guino. He is from EMI Records, Philippines. Jensen, welcome to the Champions Arena. Kanina sabi mo mahihain ka. Kamusta? Napakaraming tao dito ngayon.
Hello po sa mga nanonood ngayon. Ayan.
Kamusta naman? Kasi balita ko, ikaw ay isang ML player at MPL fandom.
Sakto lang naman.
Sakto lang.
Opo.
Pero meron siyang binabanggit kanina na sinusuportahan. Sino ba yung sinusuportahan mo din?
Ayan, actually, yung mga friends ko na tumugtog kanina, yung Off to Neverland. And of course, naka-green ako ngayon, so ayan, Falcons.
Ooh, Falcons. At sino naman sa Falcons, specific player ang favorite mo?
Si Super Marco. Kasi rin ako marksman user
Marksman,
din po.
and specifically, anong hero yung lagi mong ginagamit?
Clint.
Clint.
Favorite ko yung Clint.
And I heard, Jensen, that this is your first time watching here live.
Opo. Madalas kasi sa online lang, sa YouTube lang po na.
So ano naman, kamusta ang experience na nararamdaman mo yung kaba?
Ayun, masaya. Tsaka maingay. Di ba?
Totoo, di ba? Super fans, maingay kayo. Di ba? Maingay nga talaga sila. Pero ito, since sinusuportahan mo ay Falcon, and they are, ONIC is up by 1. Anong message mo sa Green Falcons?
Ayun game 1 pa lang naman, so marami pang mangyayari. Diba? So, yan, good luck sa both players.
And you know, Jensen, since you're a singer-songwriter, susulitin na naman yung pagbisita mo here sa Champions Arena. Baka naman pwede kaming makahingi ng sample na song?
Ay, sige. So, anin ko na lang, kantayin ko na lang yung unreleased song ko. Pero soon, marirelease din siya. Title nun, Sweetheart. So, ito yung chorus niya. Sweetheart, lagi kang uwian, lagi kang tatabihan sa tuwing sasapit ang gabing kay lamig.
Palakpakan naman natin, Jensen Guino, ladies and gentlemen.
Ang lamig ng boses.
No, but it's true. Hindi ka na. Magaling talaga, magaling. Just like your friends kanina, no? All from UMG, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Denise, and magandang stream soon yung Sweetheart na music na yon. Siyempre, kapag may kaduo ka sa ML, it's the perfect Sweetheart moment. But maya-maya lang ay babalik na tayo sa aksyon sa game natin na best of 7 and we'll see if makakabawi ba ang Falcons or magpapatuloy ba ang Team ONIC. But meanwhile, ay babalik na natin to sa ating casters.
Abisado ko na. Parang parang naramdaman mo na hindi ko mangyayari
Nagulat ako doon. Ang lamig ha. May shoutout sa'yo, Coach Moody. Pero ito talaga, nako. Nagtataka kami doon sa panel bakit hindi napili ang Moscow. I like what the term that you used earlier, that Moscow allergy. And I think that most of the fans of Falcons are quite expecting this hero to be picked up in the last minute. Parang lahat ng signos nandun eh. And yung best Moscow player natin dito sa Pilipinas for a long time, hindi nakahawakan yung Moscow.
Well, I mean, you could see though what Falcons were thinking about with the R-Lot, with the Harris. Pero yun nga yung sinasabi namin, mas mahirap siya i-pull off. It's so much more demanding to make work. So let's see some clips that would maybe help supplement that, or at the same time get a good feel as to how ONIC Philippines took care of that really quickly.
So tinignan natin dito yung bandang 9-minute sentences. Although lamang naman yung ONIC Philippines at this point. Pero papakitaan nila tayo ng symphony of skills as Coach Kenji would say. Ayun no, napakagandang initiation. Coming out from Kirk, but the backup was even better. Kaso nga lang yung mga ganito play, hindi ito yung parang pwede natin sabihin na talagang matindi. Kasi parang ginalingan lang ng ONIC Philippines, but this one, somebody is stepping up once again. We talked about how the Golden Real needs to be won by Falcons, but this time, yung mga initiation na naman at syempre, yung blazing duet that eventually will come from Savero, yung timing talaga nitong ating import mula sa Indonesia, really impeccable at all times. There's really not much to explain on that, pero yung fact na stagger nila yung kanilang mga team fighting tools that allowed them to actually win against Team Falcon.
Yeah, and say what you will about drafts. At the end of the day, if the opposing team just look like they're performing better than you, they're executing better, and especially with how ONIC Philippines played that game number 1, there's only so much that you can say about going back and calling back to, oh, I wish they picked this, I wish they banned this instead. We have to acknowledge ONIC Philippines just look really great today.
Yeah. At Renmar, you mentioned to me earlier, off-cam mo naman ito nasabi, na yung lineup dito ng Team Falcons in the game number 1 was time composition, or they want to go for the burst, against the time composition. At ang ginawa ng Team ONIC Philippines, they staggered yung kanilang mga team fight. So parang imagine mo siya na parang imbes na bayaran nila ng buo yung kalaban nila, yung kanilang utang, installment nila. That allowed them actually to have even more tools as the team fight progressed. So yun yung naging advantage din ng ONIC Philippines.
I think for Falcons now, in this as we head into the draft. Oh wait, before we talk about Falcons, let's talk about these stats on screen right now. For King Kong, 1,067 GPM. The highest GPM in a game in MPL PH playoffs history was in the Season 14 upper bracket finals. Of course, also against then Falcons AP Ren. Game number 4. It was the Suyo. It was during the time right before Suyo got, before the little bit of changes to balance him out. This was when he still had the magic defense with his Immortal 4.
Oo, yung talagang masasabi nating OP na Suyo. Pag nahawakan ni King Kong, talagang nakakatakot. But at the same time, hindi pa ito yung updated na mapa. But of course, parang pwede nating expect na itatanggalin to ng Team Falcons away from them. That's probably why the priority on the Suyo was there for Team Falcons, despite them being a primarily Guinevere type of team.
Yeah. We have seen, though, earlier in the season as well, some great performances from Kyle on this Suyo. So it just makes a lot of sense. The Harley got through, though, in the end, and well, Super Friends, of course, the MVP from game number 1, just had a terrific game. Welcome back to the draft. This time we're, as we mentioned, going to Broken Walls, game number 2. I wouldn't be surprised if ONIC Philippines do end up in the blue side here. Yep, there they are.
Okay, so blue side. Ang mga priorities is going to be the Marcel still. Don't want to give it to team of Falcons. I wonder if Falcons are concerned about the Pakito once again, if they will pan it out.
Yeah.
Baka mag-sugal sila in a way na ibigay muna nila, i-open nila yung Pakito kasi meron ding naman chance na hindi ito priority ng Team ONIC.
Yeah. We did see some draft patterns from yesterday though. I think it was from the second series more of between Omega and Falcons. Wherein, and this is what we were talking about before the start of the day, with the Phobius banned out by blue side, Falcons banning out the Fray, of course, rightfully so. There's a chance of the Pakito showing up as the first pick on the blue. So that's still the possibility. ONIC, that might be where they're headed towards because they themselves banned out the Jushin as the first pick. Yeah,
that's right. So, ang ina-expect din natin dito is the Harley, but it wasn't. It was even last pick to the previous game. So baka pwede nating makita dito sa dating game na ulit deprioritized yung hero na yon. I can't seem to remember. There was the Pakito. It should be the Pakito as the last one, but we'll see if Falcons will open it up. So far, it's the Fanny. If I'm seeing that correctly, yes, it is the Fanny.
Yep.
Okay, so last ban. Expecting natin is Pakito, but many things can happen. It's the playoffs. It's a best of 7 nga pala. So may chance na mag-open pa yung mga teams natin.
Yeah, that's true. With the longer series, you have a chance to usually open things that you don't usually open. So yeah, they'd rather ban out the box show. Rightfully so. I think it's a well-warranted respect ban towards King Kong and ONIC Philippines as a whole team to take it out. And as expected, we were talking about it. There's the Pakito. Falcons though, let's see if they'll go for a faster roam. They'll get the Claude most likely.
Yep, and maybe the Kalea as well. Yep, Claude Kalea. So still no Moscow for Falcons, pero tingin ko yung mga first pick na Claude, understandable. I think I can pass. All right. So Falcons, ONIC, without the back shot, they can move back dun sa kanilang mga priorities earlier, pero wala kasing Jushin ngayon na available, so they might just go for a Gord or a Valentina. And what if i-prioritize din nila yung Atlas na ngayon ay pinangsasagot sa Kalea? So what if this is like Gord Atlas or Eve Atlas as the secondary picks wala sa ONIC?
I'm a little bit more towards the Gord here. And yes, the first time we saw Atlas this season was it was used by TNC. I think if I'm not mistaken, that was their match against Aurora in week 4, week 5. That was their response towards the Kalea. The Kalea has a hard time. But ONIC, they're giving themselves some time. Roman mid later. They want to see what Haji will end up with first. Now they pick up the Harith and the Lemon. Oh wait, no, yeah, I get why it's tough for them to pick up the
Harith.
The Atlas already is because the Valentina is still open.
Tama. Which is now going to be picked up by Falcons.
There we go, yeah.
So, it's still the combo, Kalea and the Valentina, but this time it's going to be the Claude. Pero mukhang mababan na sa kanila yung Suyu. I highly doubt that ONIC Philippines will let that through. And that's Atlas na sila ang magbaban. That's Team Falcons, I mean. Yeah.
That's kind of interesting to me. I thought that because now that they have the Valentina, they don't have to worry much about the Atlas. So.
Okay. Siguro kasi nire-respeto nila yung idea na Brusco pa rin to.
Yeah. And it is difficult to get mid-control and mid-priority if you're a Valentina going up against an Atlas. I understand.
Right. And I guess sa mga ganitong moments, ang ibaban is the Guinevere, probably from ONIC. Maybe the Suyo eventually.
Yeah.
Atlas and probably Hylos para sa Falcons na ban?
Yeah. That opens up most likely. I think they're going to end up with the Khalid. Usually teams who want to pick up the Khalid in the second phase, they want to take out the Guinevere. So that could be also one of their options. If they just want to like play fast, go for speed, it won't pack or revitalize. But with them most likely taking away either the Hylos or Gacha, one of those. Yeah, there.
That's the Gacha. Sa ngayon, ang ONIC, will they consider the Suyo ban or just the Fredrin this time? Understanding na parang may option kasi ang Falcons na kumuha ng utility kapag damage type yung XP ng kalaban. So that could be a consideration for ONIC.
Yeah, plus you get the passive from the Fred a bit more. Such a good ban by ONIC.
Alright. So what do you pick now? You still have the Suyo if you're Falcons.
Yeah.
At the same time, parang yun ba yung gusto mo talaga priority ngayon? They can go for the flap hero.
The immortal one chose
So that's well, it's still the Suyo. Medyo na-noche sila doon. Okay, now it gets interesting. What is your mid duo? Kaja is available, pinasasagot sa isang kali. I think yung Gord still is warranted here. I think yun na yung pick nila.
Yeah, I think it also depends really on the mid. Like if they end up getting an Eve, then they pair it up with a high loss. If it's not an Eve, then it's a Gord. Then not the high loss.
Then not the high loss,
yeah. It'll be something else.
So tingin ko this is Gord Cho.
Gord Cho. Oh yeah. Yeah, it is chowable.
Yep. Since wala na, nagbigay ka rin naman ng isang ultimate. The Leomord is already open, the Valentine is already picked up. Parang understood mo na makakuha ng good ulti itong si Valentina. Why not go Gord Cho or glue and Gord? Okay.
Oh. Ooh, Hylos Valier.
Hylos Valier. Very well.
Crazy. Yeah. Tough pokes might be somewhat tough for the Valentina and the Kalea. Well, it depends a lot on Haji and how he handles the exchange against the Valier.
Now, we're left with the options dito para i-flap. There is the Benedetta, Esmeralda, least of my friends. But it is good versus the Paquito, tas may shields din yung Harit. So siguro yun. However, I don't like the odds for Esmeralda up against the Valier and traditionally itong Hylos. So, alam ko hindi mo pa itatanong sa akin dito, pero mukhang pipiliin ko na yung ONIC Philippines, Renmar. I really like the idea of this Hylos plus the Valier as their last pick.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning a little bit more towards ONIC Philippines for this one as well, but I want to see how this Esmeralda with a sprint is gonna do. It's a toss coin. A coin toss for me, up in the air.
For sure. So ang benefit ng isang Valier is of course HP-based damage, panggulo dun sa Kalea, and of course yung supplementary damage mula sa malayo para tulungan ng isang Paquito.
Alright, casters, you ready? Let's go!
Here we go, game 2 upon us in this best of 7 lower bracket finals. It was a devastating game for Team Falcons, and in game 1, hey, they didn't change too much going into the game 2. Maybe this will work out better for them, but I don't know. The Esmeralda, I have to feel the same way, man. I don't know how this is going to work out for them. And this is interesting, too. The Valier comes through for Super Prince.
Yeah. Okay, that's the sigh.
The sigh of what Midnight's thinking.
Yeah, so this is Grandma Gears, right? So Wolf and Renmar went with ONIC, and they sort of like, you know, said, okay, maybe this is a good point for our Team Falcons. I'm gonna be the opposite, okay? I'm a mauled on stream.
Okay, you can mauled, man.
I don't like this come from Team Falcons. They pulled out the Kalea and Valentina again, and then now they put Esme as the answer against Paquito and Harit, which is nice. But you're up against a Valier and a Hylos. These two can peel like crazy.
Yep.
Whoa, Ogre, not again.
Not again. This is very similar to what happened in game number 1. But at least it doesn't convert into a casualty.
Yes, because if that was the first blood, then I would be a little worried for the same early game situation in the last one. This is better, though. I'm wondering, though, because picking your gears here, Midnight, since they're grinding.
Okay. Let me oil up.
Is there?
What?
Not too much. Is there a way that this could work though for Team Falcons, even though it hasn't changed too much?
There is, but this Suyo has to overperform to the point where he can slow the game down, and Super Marco gets F1, that this Valier and Hylos becomes a non-problem. But my biggest worry is that even in fights, like let's say you have a lot of items for Team Falcons, the heroes on the side of ONIC have a lot of utilities. They don't even have to deal damage. They just have to control heroes and then let the Leomord and then Harit take over the team fights.
Yeah, and I think something we saw previously too, the way that Kirk can just choose to not be as active when it comes to the team fights first and just constantly keep the pressure along the sides. And that'll maybe make Team Falcons a bit more hesitant to just go for whatever they want. But Brusco's already pretty low, but that's going to be a bait after all, forcing out the flicker from Ogwen. Now ONIC have found themselves in position for the objective alongside a first blood from King Kong.
I'm surprised he was able to go ahead and get that. Haji looking for his own though.
Okay, Flap will find Brusco. Could they punish Flap? They might not have enough answers just yet. Falcons win Turtle number 1.
It's kind of expected for Team Falcons. Good in course. Oh, almost took out Super Friends, but at least Team Falcons, they do take first turtle. They do have Prio, however. That's sort of expected from their lineup, but ONIC, they've managed to somehow find a trade, force the flicker on Ogwen, took a kill for King Kong, and they also forced the sprint on Flap. So overall, ONIC is in a very good positioning, considering that they just have to wait for mid-game, wait for the Leomord and the Harrod timing, power spike in at the mid-game.
Yeah, this is I don't want to say a much better start, but a better start for Team Falcons anyway, at least. You know, you get yourself in a situation where you got the first turtle in your hands, you got the first blood over to Flap, and the Esmeralda could be a way to make this work better against like what we're talking about, all the shields that would come through for ONIC. I think one of the other interesting caveats to this lineup for Team Falcons is Haji. Again, anytime the Valentina's in play, you're sitting here wondering, you know, what's the best course of action of ultimate that you want to go ahead and take. You do see this a lot though. When a Leomord is across from you, you're gonna have your own Phantom Steed. You're gonna ride in and make that happen. But he could also take a couple of their ultimates here and take them and utilize them in these team fights.
Yeah, and it's just very fitting for Haji to use that, if not him being the guy to really introduce this kind of approach to using the Valentina whenever it's up against the Leomord. So at least they're really keeping things in place for now. But let's see.
Oh, mid lane. Are they going to go for this? Okay.
Ooh, ouch. Ouch. Ouchie.
Okay.
Yeah, good little stop there.
This is my concern with the draft of Team Falcons, right? Like, yeah, sure, for the first 3 neutral objectives of the game, first turtle, maybe you find good angles to force fights. But when it comes down to actual map play, where teams are sort of like looking for team fight setups, right? How do you fight into ONIC? They don't have enough of decent frontlining, especially for Team Falcons, because they don't have tank in the front line.
They need that tank in the front line, man.
It's just an Esmeralda, right? And then the Esme gets countered by the Valier and the Hylos.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see what angles they play around with this time. Brusco gets poked down to half HP. And that's all the time they needed just to secure the objective. Now he gets brought back in with the Tsunami Slam. ONIC still want to go for the fight. Third fight is going in as well. With the Blazing Duet coming in from Super Marco. Might just be enough. They sort of caught up whatever ONIC wanted to do. And Flap finds more. Haji picks up the kill on Brusco. And even under the turret, Falcons are going to go in. It's going to be a wipeout for ONIC.
I think they felt how Game 1 felt for Team Falcons, and they come in making it work. I don't know, Midnight, that looked like kind of a tank in the front line to me.
Yeah, I mean, so here's the thing. Team Falcons, the answer is not tank in the front line, but 5 people in the front line. We
5 dudes.
We don't play front to back, bro. We play back to back.
Back to back. And they got a dancer in the front leading them, man, basically.
Yeah.
Like this is not what you expect this early on, where it's a team wipeout for ONIC.
Yeah, they thought they could play it slow with the Zaman Force, the Harrod just focusing on the Esmeralda, but then they were surprised, they were caught off guard because Supermarket just flickered in with a Blazing Duet.
Yeah, I'm sort of starting to see a bit of a similarity in terms of what problems Falcons had with the Alice earlier on, but now with the Esmeralda, especially now that we've arrived at this point where they're 3K up and Flap's 3-0-2. So they're in a very identical spot as to what they've been through in game number 1.
Oh, okay. This is the other thing though too. Flap is just so tanky, but
yeah, look at that.
Even at some point, the itemization that ONIC can get here on this type of composition, is it going to be enough to deal with Flap feeling unkillable right now?
Well, it does come down to that point.
Whoa. What? Okay, 2 people get stunned with the Falling Star Moon, but Kai will not commit the fight.
Yeah, so the question earlier was, will they have enough like itemizations to deal with the Esmeralda? I think it does come down to that point where late game is still a problem for Team Falcons, even though you have a Claude that can just scale up. Team fighting is a bit of a stretch for them because again they have to like sort of deal with this utilities coming out from ONIC, but with this amount of lead, I think Team Falcons is in a very good position to just take over the game because again this Claude is just scaling. Imagine the late game came way too sooner than ONIC expected.
Yeah, they built it up. Golden Staff locked in now too for Supermarket. You'd see how much gold has been able to go ahead and go in the hands of Team Falcons here just on the nature of that last team fight and what it's pretty much built for them and momentum in the game too. So that's the thing. If they don't want to lose this and then give a chance to ONIC to kind of scale up in the late game, they've got to go ahead and cap it out while they have this lead.
Yeah. And I think Ogun can afford to just really be more proactive right now with the use of the Kalea, since they pretty much have much better map control now. They even got a turret just now, potentially even 2 more, because ONIC are just trading out this tier 1 down bottom. So this will help them a lot, really push the limits of what their lineup is capable of doing.
Yeah, because the thing is they... Oh, wait.
Oh, going for Flap.
Oh, if this is going to be a shutdown, I don't know anymore. King Kong, of all people, gets that kill.
Yeah, but it's fine though. They took the top tower. Team Falcons, again, they're playing the map. This is the point of the game where if you're Team Falcons, they're in a very luxurious position where they can just look to take trades. Because again, the idea for their lineup is just to let Super Marco scale up to the point where even if ONIC forces a team fight, even if they do have the kits to deal with the Esmeralda, this Claude is just too damn big to deal with.
Yeah, the Claude's going to be an issue, but I would say in ONIC situation, if they're able to go ahead and get some of these pickoffs like that, kind of solo someone out, then that is the small steps for them. Ogun probably conceal. Kirk's going to spawn it out though, so Kirk is fine. Kirk can also play the long game. You know, he can go ahead and continue to put pressure on sides of the map. They are doing that. Like, they're putting pressure where they can. Eventually, though, I feel like Team Falcons will just put them in this situation where it's like, you have to fight us, you know? Yeah. And ONIC at this point is just waiting for that time to build up here. This Lord first being up, I don't know if this is one that they want to throw themselves at, because if they do have a devastating team fight again and get potentially wiped out, they could just be clearly a game for Team Falcons.
Yeah, I think if you're ONIC, you just have to just wait for the scale, wait for the utilities to be online on your side. I mean, they do have the utilities, but the problem is they don't have damage.
Yeah, you can't go for that one.
Yeah.
Better to let the first Lord go. Good push up top, though, from Kirk. This is what we were expecting him to do, but mid lane.
Falcons actually want to fight still after that objective. Flap doesn't land the Falling Star Moon onto anyone, but it will be enough to get that tier 1 in mid.
Kirk.
That's probably all they wanted. Kirk, though, he gets found out. Kyle and Haji force out the flicker.
Dude, did you see that knockout strike?
Yeah.
To dodge the blade surge from Kyle. Who does that?
Yeah.
Like, you would think Paquito would just use second skill, but the problem was he didn't have the second skill at that moment, so he had to improvise just to escape the clutches of the Suyo. But then, again, ONIC, you saw the amount of utility they had earlier. They're able to deal with the composition of Team Falcons, but now they have to defend Lord. This is a crucial Lord to defend. If ONIC can buy time, then maybe they get a better chance of fighting the next team fight against Team Falcons.
Yeah. You know, I see this 5,000 gold lead, which is the majority of that is in the jungle right now for Team Falcons. So ONIC across the board here isn't too far behind when it comes to lane, and that's why that threat, that potential threat of ONIC turning things around is still there. That's why I'm saying Team Falcons doesn't want to let this go on too long. Yep. They will take out the tier 2 turrets. They still have this first Lord jumping into the base here. They want to defend.
Okay, Glorious Pathway already laid down. The Lord gets taken care of by ONIC. Falcons are not forcing a fight just yet.
This Searing Torrent from Super Friends is annoying for Team Falcons. Like, how do you actually go in? Somebody has to suicide, and even with the stolen Glorious Pathway for Haji, it still feels a bit awkward. So I feel like the biggest spike for Team Falcons, for them to actually take a team fight convincingly, is the winner crown from Super Marco.
We'll keep an eye on Ogre. 20 seconds for the flicker here. They're going to go ahead and assault the base anyway.
Oh, a slightly off angle. OG, Glorious Pathway.
Yeah, it's just keeping them on their toes.
Yeah.
You know. Nonetheless, it's still it's the lead for Team Falcons. They get some of the shields down to work with. They're clearly stronger in the team fight.
Yeah.
You're looking at the itemization here too. Severo, I'd say he's ready to fight. I mean, on the Harith, this is probably the best that he can do.
Look, Super Marco, he knows this as well. Like, the way to end this game is a winner crown. He's not even going for the prolific gun. They know that they have to force a team fight in the next, 3 minutes of this game. They cannot afford ONIC to buy time, because again, even if they don't have the infinite scaling composition, even if they don't have the same amount of damage that Team Falcons has, what they do have is insane amount of utility.
Yeah, that's the thing working against them. There's the winner crown. Because again, trying to get into the base here, even when let's just say we wait for this next Lord to potentially knock down some of the base turrets from ONIC, Super Prince is going to be a problem. And that's what's been the difficult part, is every time you try to go in and engage on ONIC, the Searing Torrent, like Midnight mentioned, is such a pivotal part of that team fight. Divine Glaive here for Haji. Lord is going to be for the taking. Should be an easy take. ONIC's probably just going to let this go once again. Kirk will let it push up top. Conceal was used from Ogwin.
No.
Yeah, he's gonna threaten ONIC to not just go for the contest and instead use the Tsunami Slam onto Brusco. They're gonna go and burst him down first. Fortunately, still has the glorious pathway
Kirk
though,
pushing.
and will escape as Kirk just works on the trades across the map.
Okay, they're playing the split game. They lose the Revitalize for it. They might lose the Paquito as well.
Kirk, you gotta run. Maybe this is just a sacrifice.
Yeah, they don't care. They don't care.
And he saw this coming.
Look at bot side. They're pushing out of waves.
Whoa.
They've dealt with the Lord waves. This is so damn genius for ONIC. Now, this maneuver, yes, you lose the Revitalize, you lose the Paquito, at most you lose 40 seconds, but you buy 2 minutes worth of game time.
And that's all they have to do. This is the game plan of a team that is down 6,000 gold with this kind of composition and lineup. Team Falcons can still play into this, though. There's still potential for them to take down some of the base turrets here, but Kirk did work there. Immortality picked up here for Ogwin. Keep an eye on him as they get to the base. Lord is worked on.
Ogwin wants to find one, but the stun from Super Friends, popping his immortality and forcing out the flicker as well. They lose out on base turrets, but they stay in the game.
Yeah, Team Falcons, they wanted to force. Ogwin jumped on Super Friends, but he still had that ult, that pseudo-purifying from the Valir. But Team Falcons knew they had to force, they had to do something, because now ONIC, again, gets to play for another 2 minutes of this game, and they get all their spells back, they get all the skills, and then they will allow Savero to farm up more on this Harith.
Again, it's all a matter of time for ONIC here. Malefic Aurora picked up too. Biggest need of catch-up is obviously King Kong to be a little bit more, I guess, durable on the Leo Mord, because if they do look to eventually go into an Evolved Lord, once that comes up to this point, they'll be in actual fighting form. There's going to be a situation where they can actually go ahead and throw themselves into a fight. But they only have one base turret too. So if Team Falcons wants to play, you know, the advantage of having the base turrets down, they can also go for that.
Yeah.
Super Marco's completely locked in here now that he's got the Malefic gun.
Luckily for Falcons, the Lord spawn bot side, so they do have that advantage top side. This Paquito is going to be running point on clearing that wave. So Team Falcons might just look to force a team fight during the Lord dances.
Yeah, they are positioning or somehow feeling like they are anticipating someone from ONIC to at least go up top first.
Yeah.
And that's something I also kind of noticed. Kirk has not been going away from the rest of the team as much anymore. Not at this point in the game where that decision could potentially get heavily punished.
Yeah, it's hard because, you know, Team Falcons, they've done a fantastic job of just housekeeping, wave management. So ONIC feels very awkward for them to actually step outside the base, especially that they don't see anything. So they pop the sentry. Now they see the Esme top side. They saw the Kalea for a bit, moving towards mid. So now it's a go signal for them to clear the wave, and then maybe they go send Kirk top side.
Yeah, they might just replicate what they've done the past couple of Lords. This is going to be a quick one.
Yeah.
For Team Falcons. You can see that. ONIC. Oh, Kirk, is he going to swing around for the fight, or?
Oh, Brusco.
Yep, they were too quick to burst that objective. Brusco using the Revitalize, but the Tsunami Slam gets committed just to make sure that he goes down. Kirk too will have to disengage. ONIC lose one.
Bit of indecisiveness there from ONIC. The other members thought they were going to fight. Brusco committed with the Revitalize and the glorious pathway. Unfortunately, the Leomord couldn't reach with the Phantom Stage, so Falcons just took a free kill onto the Hylos.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering, you know, maybe you just let this one go again, or maybe they just see what they can do defending in the base. They're going to have to deal with this last base turret being pushed down here. Team Falcons looking to cap it out.
Oh, great force on the flicker for Super Friends. Even popping the ultimate as well. So a lot of resources were already burned by the Super Fab. Severo doesn't have to use the Zaman Force just yet, but Falcons are already in the base. They don't want to fight. They just want to equalize the series.
Super counter for Team Falcons. They find the solution against the composition of ONIC, the Esmeralda, the Filipino cannon with an explosive answer.
A great answer in a game that Team Falcons needed here. Again, you know, coming through into the series, you're expecting this back and forth, and this is what we get now 2 games in. Team Falcons brought a composition, didn't change things too much. The Esmeralda, we questioned if this would be able to work through it. Well, the answer is yes. Flap was able to have a great performance from the start, making this Esmeralda be an obstacle that ONIC couldn't get past. He was part of that front line. Haji too. Great usage from the Phantom Steed there. Super Mars, by the way, cheering on for Super Marco, man. And Marco, what a hell of a game.
That's Super Mars. Cheer for Super Marco.
Super Mars.
And yeah, I did feel like ONIC were definitely played to, or forced to play the more passive game, despite this lineup possibly being used both ways. Okay.
I don't know why, by the way, I don't know why when we were seeing that draft and I had that image right there that just happened on screen in my mind. Like, what if they win and it's Flap MVP and he does like kind of a dance move and he does it?
You manifested it.
I manifested it.
It was inevitable.
It was inevitable.
This guy would be doing, you know,
He can impersonate any hero.
We can.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is, and by the way, wasn't Esmeralda sitting on a 0% win rate? Like, it's only picked once.
Yeah.
Now it's picked twice. Yeah. It's got its first win, so.
Yeah. The thing is, there's a lot of like question marks still in this gameplay, but the downside of the Esmeralda pick was very, very much covered by how Falcons just took over this fight. This was the turning point, I would say. Like, even after the first few aggressions from Team Falcons, that's kind of all right, because you know ONIC are just waiting for, you know, timings on their lineup, especially with the items on the Harriet, the items on the Leomord. But Team Falcons went in and used all the numbers, all the resources that they have to throw their bodies in front of the Harriet and then the Leomord. And it allowed the Claw to have a massive space in the mid game, because now ONIC had to deal with the Esmeralda the entirety of mid game. And it came to the point where the Claw was just too damn massive.
Yeah, that's, I mean, there wasn't much that we saw here in this game, just like it was for Team Falcons game 1 that ONIC could do to handle it. It just felt like they were buckled in for the ride and that Team Falcons was taking them for, you know? And it'll paint an interesting picture as we go through the next game draft even, because there's just a couple things, like when you look at this is, you know, where did it falter for ONIC? Was it the decision to go ahead and, you know, bring out this Valier? Was it not successful enough? Or was it just the start that Team Falcons had? That's why a lot of times when we're also talking about, you know, the early game, the early objectives being the first turtle, sometimes, hate to say it, but that first turtle is so crucial for certain compositions to scale out of control or not.
Yeah, more so for ONIC, because we're so used to seeing them really play the consistent post-objective fights, but you could expect the same from Team Falcons. Now that they've been able to win out on that first objective, they completely denied ONIC of what they were supposed to do.
Yeah, and I truly believe that ONIC just lost their sights on what is important in this game, because you saw how they played Turtle 1, right? Like, I actually think that's the way to play neutral objectives. You play for punish. You don't play for the turtle. You play to punish heroes on the side of Team Falcons, so that you lessen the numbers. You allow yourself to have tempo, and then you reduce the amount of moves that they can make after taking neutral objectives. But then, second turtle happened. They actually contested Team Falcons, and then it was the other way around. Team Falcons looked to punish. When they went in with a Zaman Force, Phantom Steed, they were dealt by the Esmeralda. And then they were like, okay, maybe we can fight the Esmeralda. And then came in Super Marco with the Blazing Duet on the backside, under the Zaman Force, mind you. And they didn't have enough resources to deal with it, because, they contested. So I think it was just a big lapse of judgment on the side of ONIC, that they forgot what was supposed to happen in this game.
Especially considering their lineup, which I feel are mostly just really ultimate dependent. So a single mistake and miscalculation when it comes to fighting out these objectives would really cost them a lot. It's just really Kirk, I guess, who can afford to be really in their face a lot of times, trying to just scout them out or even deal a bit of poke damage if he wanted to. But for the rest of the members, or even Savero wanting to join in, that's the thing. You just really have to make sure that by the time you use either your Zaman Force or your Phantom Steed, you're pretty much committed to that fight. But I think there were also a couple of times we just felt the hesitation. That one time where Brusco used the Glorious Pathway, but you don't really see ONIC deciding to do the same together with him.
Yeah, it was all, you know, it makes sense. They talked about it in the draft. Esmeralda's great with, you know, playing into all these shields, especially the Paquito. Now the Paquito's raising back up into the meta. Harith, obviously, Gold Lane's been Gold Lane, Claude Harith, you know, nothing new there, but definitely something that can work. And Team Falcons, decisive game too. So now we've got 1-1 in this best of 7. I'm happy about that, you know, but we might have to call some backup here. Good thing I have my trusty Infinix GT50 Pro. Let me call the host here. Let me see. Hello? Hello? Somebody speak English over there?
Yes, hello? Hello? Yes. Denise. Nasabi sa akin na may sorpresa daw sa screen. At kailangan din natin isama yung mga super fans kung ano nga bang makikita nating surprise. Let's take a look at our screen. Wow, it's the GT50 Pro. The beast is coming from Infinix. You know what, Denise? I'm so excited for this. And with that, we would like to call our representatives from Infinix, Mr. Sherwin Madarang and Miss Iya Pacheco, to join us here in the Champions Arena. Welcome.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Sherwin. Hello, Iya. It's nice having you here.
How's your experience in the Champions Arena?
We can really feel the heat. Parang kailangan ng something na pampalamig.
Ayun, parang dala nyo na nga yung pampalamig, eh, no? And I wanna ask Miss Iya, we already know that Infinix has been a strong force in the gaming industry. And like what we have shown on the screen, what makes Infinix the true game changer? Not just for the pro scene, but for the casual gamers as well, specifically the GT50 Pro.
Yes, ever since we introduced the GT series, we've seen incredible support from our gamers and pro players that are here today. And that's what drives us to keep on innovating. And at Infinix, we ensure that every upgrade that we do really fits the gaming lifestyle of our users. Kaya naman we're very excited to officially launch and unleash the liquid cooling beast that is the GT50 Pro on June 10 here in the Philippines. And the biggest update and also the biggest feature of the phone is that it has an HydroFlow liquid cooling technology. Kaya naman it keeps the phone cool while you play, so you experience no lags, no overheating, and no frame drops.
I'm so excited. Kaya pala lagi nating binabanggit that it has a liquid cooling effect. Perfect for esports players. Now, Miss Iya, you've talked about innovation, you've talked about expansion. Can we expect the Infinix GT series to expand further? And how good is that for the players?
Yes, actually, the GT50 Pro is just the beginning because, yes, we are expanding our GT series to include wearables like the one you see here, the GT Watch 5 Pro. And if you pair it with the GT50 Pro, it acts like a secondary display so you can monitor your notifications and even your heart rate. It also has a long-lasting battery, so this is the perfect combo talaga for gamers.
I'm sold. I'm sold.
So advanced and it fits your lifestyle as well. Makita mo yung mga kailangan mo talagang makita like the heart rate monitoring, yung din nakita natin with our players. And Sir Sherwin, we want to know, how can our buyers get this Infinix GT50 Pro and the rest of the GT series?
No, we really can't wait to unleash the liquid cooling beast. The new GT50 Pro will be launched this June 10, but we have an early exclusive deals for those who can't wait anymore. For online, you just have to visit the Infinix TikTok shop and get up to 30% off discounts during the MPL playoffs exclusive payday sale. For offline naman, you just have to visit any Infinix stores nationwide for you to enjoy all the gifts and promos, discounts worth up to 11,999. And syempre, hindi naman natin pwede kalimutan, for all the MPL fans here in the arena, you just have to visit our Infinix booth outside for you to get the exclusive GT jacket. And we have a bonus because we're giving away for the first 10 customers who will pre-order only for today, we're giving you free MPL Grand Finals ticket.
Oh my gosh! So sa mga gusto makakuha ng Grand Finals ticket, and not just that, sa mga gustong makakuha ng early discounts, visit na kayo sa ating MPL Festival. Alam mo, Denise, I would have to check that out later on.
Yes, at sino bang may ayaw manood ng Grand Finals tomorrow? Thank you to Infinix, but I want to hear your thoughts, Sherwin, because for the longest time, Infinix and MPL have been partners for so many seasons. So how does it feel that you guys are playing this major role of empowering our esports players?
You know, it's been a beautiful journey for us in Infinix because through MPL, it allows us to continue our commitment to the gaming community because it allows us to empower our Filipino talents. We're able to give them a platform where they can grow, compete, and succeed. And I think that's one of the main objectives of Infinix as a brand is to develop high-performing gaming devices, just like the GT series, for us to give them the ultimate gaming experience. And I think it makes us happy that we see our local talents not only thrive here in the Philippines, but also locally. And we're happy and proud to be part of something as big as that.
I'm happy to hear that. Thank you so much for supporting local gamers, Filipino gamers, at alam naman natin na nagtathrive tayo even worldwide. Thank you so much, Iya and Sherwin, for being with us today. And sana na-excite din ang ating mga super fans sa mga narinig nila. Palakpakan naman natin ang Infinix! And with that, ito-throw na muna natin sa ating panel at pwede niyo ba kaming sabayan? When we say lakas ng Pinas, sabay-sabay nating sabihin na palag na to. Okay? Lakas ng Pinas! Palag na to!
Thank you, Odin and Denise, and of course to Infinix with the launch of the GT50 Pro. Really excited to get my hands on that, and wait, you might see a few of us starting to show that off too. So, Falcons got to show off a comeback in that previous game, and it was the two picks that we highlighted. Of course, we had our doubts towards the Esmeralda, but Flap made it work. Sure. And with the presence of the Valier, Haji and the Valentina got to mark him.
Tingin ko yun nga yung Valentina yung naging game changer dito sa laban na to. And you would remember that game as a game na pinanaran ni Haji, lalo dun sa mga mid-game choices niya kung ano yung kape niya. But it also started dun sa first turtle pa lang. So I'm gonna show you this clip that is a precedent of what will happen. Kasi itong ONIC Philippines, parang nagkaroon sila ng awkward situation where gusto nilang kumukunin yung kill dito kay Ogwin, pero makapag-sustain si Ogwin for a little bit, nakausog siya ng konti doon. Tapos ito si King Kong, mapapansin nyo na magdadalawang isip siya kung i-go ko ba to o hindi. He has the retribution, pero parang hindi pa enough yung mga skills niya. So parang kailangan niyang i-commit to kanyang battle spell, which is retribution. Tapos, that will mean that Falcons will eventually get their hands on the turtle for free dahil na-retry na nga. Tapos, Brusco was low. You can give the ultimate naman na kinopen ni Haji na naging sulit na nga. Eventually, Flap will get the kill, but this is the start of the snowball na makita natin mula sa Falcons. So, it all started with that awkward spot na nilagay ng Falcons itong si Kinko that eventually snowballed because Haji was able to just control and pilot this Valentina like a boss.
And this is why Valentina for Haji has been his best pick, and Haji is statistically the best Valentina so far in MPL Philippines 17, at least for majority of the stats in the regular season. And you can expect that if there are heroes such as Lapu-Lapu or the Leomord, the Valentina loves cosplaying as those two. Now, my question is ONIC willing to give that? Because so far it seems like Falcons definitely, I think Claude for Severo, they should just not give that anymore. Meanwhile, the Valentina for Haji, I think they shouldn't give it. But before we talk about the draft, I think we can do something here. Oh, there's people around us. Hi, everyone! Cool. All right, so we're going to do a little trip around the arena. I've always wanted to do this. I was always a big fan of... wait, this is part of my dreams. Hey everybody, my name is Renmore. Welcome to my crib. Well, I don't actually live here, but you know, this is our home. This is the Champions Arena. All the way up until the end, you see how we're fast. We're actually here on the Falcon side. Wolf, you can go ahead, sir. You go ahead.
All right. So, hello.
Guys, this is your moment. Time to show off. Show off. Say hi to the crowd right now. Everybody, as we pass by with the camera, wave and make some noise. Clip this. You're gonna want to put this in your VTR for your wedding when you get married. You want to show this to your grandkids.
Pinapaupo tayo saglit. Okay, so ano? Okay, Falcons fan ba tayo, kuya?
Yes.
Ano sino ang favorite na player mo sa Falcons?
Kyle.
Woo! Ano ang one word na to describe Kyle? Magaling. Okay.
All right.
Very simple. All right, thank you, kuya.
One word pero dalawang beses pinitaw. One word pa rin yun. Tama naman. Okay. So, yeah, here in the Champions Arena, here at the San Juan Arena, it's just a great experience, of course, with the fans. Okay. They're always so energetic about this and with the Super Fam side.
Okay.
How's everyone doing?
Mga merong sobrang excited dito, kuya. Sonics.
Why are you showing off your Instagram, bro?
Okay.
Follow him. Give him a follow. Wait, did I see a newborn baby? Who showed a picture of a newborn? Are you new parents? Oh, that's cute. Congratulations. Oh, your niece.
Okay,
oh, congratulations to the family. Hey, make some noise for their family. The super fam just got even bigger.
Right. Should be still or uy, can you translate this for us, Mr. Redmark? Medyo familiar naman tayo dun sa Semangat.
Oh, Semangat Saveros. Tell them fight, Savero.
From Indonesia.
Oh, you're from Indonesia. Okay. You came from Indonesia, all right. Okay, so.
Indonesia jersey.
Oh, okay. So are you supporting Savero?
Indonesian.
Okay. Semangat. All right.
Sige, apa kabar? Baik?
Baik.
Okay. Good. All right. So, of course, wait, I'm getting tired, man. I didn't expect to go around. I didn't get that much sleep, but don't worry. Right now, you're seeing the players on the screen, but we're still going around the arena as we go around. Super fam, make some noise! But I'm pretty sure the Falcons won't let up. Falcons Nest, make some noise! We loud here in MPL PH.
Shoutouts to our Indonesian fans who actually flew here to the Philippines just to support their Indonesian representative. Of course, Savero is here. So, terima kasih for coming here.
Terima kasih, that is Care Salamat.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Forgetting to thank you in French.
Merci.
Merci?
Merci.
beaucoup.
Merci. Tama ba?
Yeah,
right?
I think so. Dude, I'm gaslighting myself and thinking, is it bonjour? Wait, no, that's hello.
That's hello.
All right, we're in the draft, and
okay.
I sort of missed what maps we're in. That was a bit of a hike.
Medyo hindi ko in-expect na mag-workout ngayong araw na to.
Yeah, it's all right.
Ganun pala yun.
I'm
Shoutout kina Hans at Bri. Akala ko hindi siya nakakapagod. So nakakahingal pala.
Yeah, it is. All right, folks, watch the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Drafting phase. Don't you ever wonder why we have a countdown for the drafting phase?
Oh, no. Well, I guess because of the hype or why?
That's true.
Yeah. Well, we are hyped because this time, baka makakita na tayo ng hinahanap at inaasam-asam natin Moscow. But I think the same set of bands. Blue side naman yun ng Falcons. The hero that they prioritized before was the Kalea, actually. So, there is a big chance na ito yung unahin ng Falcons. Parang dinay nila away from ONIC.
Yeah. And there might be a chance here where we'll see Falcons rectify maybe their pick of the Suyo. Okay, this time they'll go for the Gwyn, the Galea Gwyn combo we've been talking about.
Atin na nga yung Kalea. So this is what? Jushin and Claude for ONIC.
I think it has to be. Just lock it.
Just lock it in.
Yeah, you don't even need to like tease whether or not you're gonna pick the Claude.
Siguro ang pwedeng alternative for that is Harley, priority for ONIC. But I doubt it. Tingin ko yung Claude yung safest. Kasi parang tinake away mo na siya sa Falcons. Tapos pwede pa matago yung jungle options mo because there's so many jungle options left. There's still the Suyo, Leomord, as well as the Harley. So, can also say? Okay, so yeah. So this should be Gwyn.
Yeah, instead of the Suyo or Harley, just pick up the Gwyn already.
Gwyn Harry? Suyo Valentina.
Okay, they just want to see if they can attempt what happened in game number. But maybe this time, I'll get my wish. Okay. We'll get our wish. And we get to see a Moscow.
All right.
But I think if ever they have to change something, because earlier, right, they banned Leomord tsaka Fredrin. Kung gusto nila mag-Moscow, pwede naman nila iwan na lang yung Fredrin
Iwan na lang yung Fredrin.
Ban mo yung Leo or just ban Leo Harley.
Leo Harley, I agree with that. I think it's a valid set of bans here for Falcons, knowing na sila yung second pick. So, pwede ko kayang kalabitin yung katabi na. Meron kasi akong idol dito eh. Naka-sombrero. Pwede kayang tanongin to anong mga suggested nyo na picks.
Hindi ko alam kung pwede. Pwede kaya natin.
Parang pwede.
Konting sorpresa lang. Pwede ba?
Pwede kaya tang lapitan tong idol ko na to.
Pwede ba?
Boss. Kamusta, boss?
Welcome to the greatest match show of all
Okay lang, boss.
Ano ba i-describe sa atin sino yung kinakausap natin ngayon?
Actually, feeling ko, introduce na lang po. Ano po ulit pangalan nyo para sa fans? Introduce yourself po.
Ako po si Renmar.
Uy! Parang may something. I'm kidding around. Please make some noise for Coach Yeb!
Okay, so Coach Yeb, meron ka bang dito, bibigyan mo namin tips, ano yung tingin mo hero na mapipick dito?
Saan ba? Sa ONIC?
Kahit saan po.
Harit ulit to.
Harit, okay. Thank you so much, Coach Ev.
Thank you, Coach Ev.
Very good. Actually, I like that input. Instead of the Moscow na gusto natin, Harit daw ang expect. So ano ang benefit ng Harit, Renmar? It's a good combination with the Kalea because pag Moscow kasi, pag late game ka pa makakuha ng pantunaw mo na combination with the Kalea. But with Harit, in the early stage pa lang, yung Synchro Vision is already enough for the damage output.
So maybe if ever they're gonna adjust something, it's the Arlot pick from earlier.
Yes.
Again, we did get to see, but it's just kanina, yung Falcons, hindi nila napatawid yung gusto nilang mangyari na mas maaga. Okay, this I like. They still open up the Laymord and the potential Fredrin, but it's most likely gonna be a Laymord here.
Kasi fourth pick ito ng ONIC kanina. So, yeah, I like that ban.
Yeah, and looking back, maybe this might make the Arlot and Harith work better than it did in Game 1.
I agree.
Especially for the early.
So, does that mean nakukunin ng ONIC yung Arlot for the denial? Or will they go for a glue this time?
I think I would suggest the glue because with the Valentina there, if they go anything with Arlot, Lapo, those big ultimates, the early game of Falcons looks better, diba?
Parang ganun din, parang binigay mo na rin lang Dio Arlot kasi they will still copy
Yeah,
it with
exactly.
ultimate.
Except you're just giving it to Haji and then they'll have Arlot plus whatever pick Flap ends up with.
Yeah. So we're thinking about the Leomord.
Expected.
There's the expected pickup. So it will indeed be the Leomord, Arlot, and the Harith. Ang expect natin. I think we'll double down sa Harith this time, although parang miniwish kay Moscow. But yeah, the Harith just makes total sense. With the Suyo, tapos may Kalea.
Isn't this sorrowable? Because you see the Leomord. Or is it tough because it's still a blind pick, you don't see the EXP?
You know what? Parang mas gusto ko na pick yun over the Arlot.
Right, yeah. Sora, just close with the Sora Harith.
Yeah. And there's no chance kasi wala nang focus, wala nang Valentina.
Yeah.
The worst that can happen is kuha ng Hilda itong ONIC.
Yeah.
So that will be a deadly pick. And Sora plus the Kalea parang sobrang taas ng damage output and the crowd control to get out from those two heroes.
A lot of crowd control available for you. What's it gonna be?
Okay.
It's the Rizla. And they finally get the Moskov!
There's no chance for a Luyi. And ONIC, maybe ang best option dito is something like a Benedetta para meron kang pang split push. The Pakito being banned means na parang wala ka ng ibang hero na pwedeng counterin yung split push coming out from the Moscow. But instead, it will be the Yuzhong. So far, I do like the adjustments mula sa Falcons. Tingin ko hindi naman to sobrang one-sided, but if I were to choose, Falcons have a more holistic draft in a way na meron silang late game, meron silang split push.
Yes.
Ang hirap nilang habulin sa mapa with the hero composition of ONIC, lalo na nag-decide ng ONIC na gumawa sa isang Yuzhong na pang 5-man.
Yeah, numbers-wise though, lineup rating leads towards for ONIC. I'm a little bit more Falcons to this one, but I think we also have to look for the timing, the early game timing of the Black Dragon form once the Yuzhong hits level 4 and how well Cricket's gonna be able to use it and what ultimate Haji is gonna take. All right, it's loading up San Juan Arena. I wanna hear you scream! Welcome back, our casters!
Here we go, jumping into Game 3. I'll tell you what, if you guys missed the first two games, Game 1, heavily in favor of one side. Game 2, heavily in favor of one other side. Now, I'll say this, we need a back and forth here for Game 3. And I think the drafts, I was a little worried. I'll share my sentiments here. I was a little worried when we were getting through the first phase.
Yeah. Dude, when I saw the Alice, I was like, thank God. Thank God they removed Alice.
There have been changes, to say the least. Even our panelists have rejoiced over the Moscow choice here by Team Falcons because it felt like something that wasn't part of their options for the past few games, but now they finally pick it up.
Which is good because now we have two comps that actually contradict each other. You have a full engaged comp from ONIC with a Gatot, Claude, Leomord, Yuzhong, and then you have a sort of like slow and steady setup with the Moscow split push in the late game.
Yeah, this is one of the cases that we were looking for from one game to another so far, but again, this could be part of the plan, you know, for both teams going through a best of 7. You're now evening it out, you're bringing it down to this, you bring these compositions that actually counterplay into each other. And what we were saying were, you know,
Whoa! It must have been, or almost could have been, a solo kill right there.
It must have been a win.
Yeah, I was supposed to say the win, but you know,
must have been the win.
I can't consider that a win. That literally everything happened in front of our eyes. So
No, bring it on.
What?
It must have been the body of Smith.
Oh.
It is.
Pass.
It is actually the body with me.
It's the pass. It must have been that bod, right? Because that's why he survived.
Yeah, he only missed 1 million all through skull.
Can they survive this though? The Unbreakable into the Phantom Steed! First blood is gonna be Kyle, not so good for Team Falcons. Flap kind of survives though.
Yeah, good rotations, however, from ONIC. They know how important this EXP lane is for the first turtle. Unfortunately for Team Falcons, they were caught red-handed, still taking the green camp, and then the Leo mode was already level 4. So now they get EXP prio. Because of that, they get turtle prio as well. And this is the scary thing about ONIC's lineup. They can actually snowball.
Yeah.
Even with a Claude lineup. Because guess what? Next turtle, the same problem is still going to exist. There's a Yuzong, there's a Black Dragon in an objective fight.
That's one thing you're going to want to take note of for Team Falcons on how they approach some of the early skirmishes, some of the team fights that break out. They obviously, I will say, it's much better that that happens and you have all this action before the first turtle. It can set the pace of a game, but now Team Falcons has to kind of respond to that.
Yeah.
How do they do that, right? Now that Kyle's level 4, Flap, he's probably going to be an integral part of this too. Again, the penalty zone is going to be massive. And at the same time, Haji, this Valentina after Valentina, what can he do with it?
Yeah, but it's going to be a much slower pace for Falcons though.
Yeah.
Flap is not on a similar kind of XP laner like the Esmeralda that we saw from him in game number 2. And the fact that Kirk has forced him to go home in their first meet, that's already a lot for ONIC.
I actually, you know, I like that you brought it up because I think this Trizla, even though as much as I like Trizla, like I call this guy the international placeholder because you don't really lose that late. Oh, wait, that.
Hold on, thought.
Prince is gonna go in, so is King Kong. Super Marco could not get bulletproof in that one.
Yeah, so this is my big concern with this Trizla, right? You don't really do anything in the early game. Wait, Super Prince, no Purify.
The response from Falcons might just be another punish. They find 2 members instead of Falcons finding 1. Oh wait, Super Prince did go down though.
Yeah, he had 1 HP. He was kind of bait, like he was the bait. He went back for it. I don't know if he needed to die there, but nonetheless, they come out on top of the trade.
Yeah, and then if I can go back to Marco, let me go back to the analysis, Marco. So yeah, what does the Trizla give Team Falcons, right? It's the slow objectives. But because of how the composition works for both sides, ONIC can just go look for other place outside of the EXP lane. Because again, they already have the EXP prior. There's basically a dub already on the EXP lane. Go find some moves on the other side of the map, which is going to allow ONIC to pressure the Moscow as well. And because of what we saw earlier, now this Claude is a scaling problem.
Yep, 2-0 and 1 already. Cursor sights locked in. Very strong start for a Claude in the hands of Severo when honestly, you know, you wait for Claude to go ahead and scale up. Well, now you've got an early head start. This is going to be a turtle for the taking.
Yeah, that's a Black Dragon form already. Petrify not used just yet, but it's already going to be enough. Oh, there you go. They finally do. The penalty zone won't be able to convert into much. King Kong secures the objective as they change targets and go for Oakwood instead. There is nowhere to run, and Haji barely escapes, but Kirk goes for the dive.
Woo! ONIC, they're feeling it this one. I thought it was going to be closer, but it all fell apart again before the first hurdle.
Yeah, Kirk got frustrated. I wanted to play Paquito last game, but then you picked it wrong. Marco!
Oh my goodness, Severo actually made it to that fight. He got the gold.
You know what? ONIC, they got frustrated, man.
They're styling on Falcons.
Yeah, after game 2, they were like, okay, Flop might have been able to dance around us on game number 2. Now what does the Trizla do?
Yeah.
With you on Trizla, there's no explosive movements coming out from Team Falcons. So ONIC, they can just move around the map, constantly look for pickups.
Yep, they're going for this turret first. Ogwen can wait. And now that they've taken this turret, Ogwen is looking to fall next. Kyle, Flap, and Super Marco will be here, but ONIC, that's all they wanted to take.
This feels like Team Falcons just can't keep up with the ONIC Flash is what we called it, you know, when they went through that sweep too. And it's just, they're everywhere they need to be at the right time, and Team Falcons lineup is moving a little bit slow to respond against ONIC.
And it's not really their fault, because their lineup has to check for a lot of things, right? Number 1, where's the Leomord?
Yeah.
But even step number 1, they can't even check the box, because the first guy that they see, the first contact is always the Yuzong or the Gacha, which becomes a little bit problematic for Flap because even if he finds the remord, even if he counter-engages, the Yuzong just destroys the backline.
Okay, Brusco, could he be taken out here? Won't even use the AOG. He's just gonna stand in front of everyone from Falcons, and I agree. Even that one moment where we saw Flap potentially might find an angle, they were just like waiting for him.
Yeah.
They were forcing him to use the penalty zone,
And-
but then he still goes down.
And there's no follow-up, right? Because again, Kirk is just on the backside, dealing with the other damage dealers on the side of Team Falcons. Again, look at this. No first contact for Team Falcons. Who do you jump if you're Flap? Who do you use the penalty zone on?
Yeah, this is one of the things, though, too. You know, he just got the War Axe locked in. He's about 1,000 gold behind Kirk. And Kirk has had a hell of a game already so far throughout this Yuzhong. And even if he's not getting a bunch of kills, it's just the threat of the Dragon Form. And they're doing this for the purple buff. So Team Falcons,
That's a Tsunami Slam committed, but Ogwen nearly went down yet again. A stun from Kyle, but it forces out the pure from Savero, and Kirk! He finds the kill on Flap!
Oh, even with the jump, even with the first engage, they cannot deal with his overwhelming frontline survivability of ONIC. Kirk, though. Okay.
It's gonna be a trade for Falcons, and they hold on to their tier 2 in mid.
All right, both XP laners go down. That's a trade. I don't know if that needed to happen, but it did, and it's a kill for Team Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, they overstayed a bit on the side of Team for ONIC Philippines, but I don't think they're gonna be sad about it, because look at Savero. He's level 10 against the level 8 of Super Marco on the Moskov.
2K
almost 2K on a gold lead. And nearing the Trinity as well on the Claude. This next Lord fight is going to be a big challenge for Team Falcons.
Yep, looks like Prince is going into that Sky Piercer as well for his next item. This is what we saw him do previously, you know. Gets the utility that a glowing wand also provides him, and that's enough to make it work and be successful. Fight for the buff.
Tsunami Slam and penalty zone get used on Brusco, but was that the right choice? ONIC are just prepared to fight back, even under the turn, because Savero's going in! Blazing do it! And they're just pushed back to their base, because ONIC is just in their face!
Oh, Prince! He got one more!
Don't give this guy the juice shit anymore. He also just got the Sky Piercer.
Yeah, and guess what? Almost same draft from game number 1.
Yeah.
Same outcome. And Kirk again, what a counter engage. It feels like there's no answer from Team Falcons. This Yuzong last pick is just destroying all reinforcements from Team Falcons. How do you follow up with the Tsunami Slam when there's a big black dragon destroying your back line?
Hey man, you gotta watch out for those dragons from Kirk and anybody else. It's just so threatening to deal with, and now Lord is secured.
Wow.
Yeah, they barely got any turrets too. They just got one tier 1 up top, and that's about it. It's not even a lineup you could also really just convincingly get out of your base with this kind of lead that already exists between you and ONIC. I mean, they do have Super Marco, but it feels like you need Super Marco to get online.
Oh, wait. Okay, Purify at least. They force out on Savero.
They do get a Purify out, so Savero might want to keep things in control. Doesn't have a defensive item just yet, but they do have free reign to go ahead and knock down some of these base turrets of Team Falcons. They get it low enough. Lord's going to be walking in.
Oh, not looking good for Flap. Uses the penalty zone to escape. But the Sky Piercer and the AOG just blocks off their exit once more. They get to dodge the Petrify from Kirk, but ONIC are in the base. They still have the Lord, and they don't want to mind anything else, anyone else. They see nothing but the base as they secure game number 3.
Once again, ONIC showcases mastery, dominance in the House of the Dragon from the House of Kirk.
Season 4. That's what we're going to. No, wait, sorry. That's Season 3. That was
Season 3, yeah.
Hey, we're going to Season 4. But man, I'll tell you what, that was as dominant as we saw in Game 1 for them. I thought it'd be a different result because of the draft, man, but no. It doesn't matter. They still come in through with the ONIC Flash.
Yeah, we did get the Moskov, but I don't know about the Terizla. Again, it just opened up the game for Savero. He became too massive. Same story as in game number 1, and Kirk again on this Yuzong just completely dismantling the front lines, allowing the Claw to just free hit Savero as well. So active with the blazing duets, even sometimes diving the backline alongside the Yuzong, which gives a lot of space and a lot of playing room for the Super family.
Yeah, I swear this last pick Yuzong changes so much of what we expected to happen in this game.
Yeah, this is, I like to see it too. So Vero's gonna be MVP here. He's got him, he's got him. No, man, I've been loving Severo. I'm so glad he's here in the MPL Philippines.
Yeah, dude.
5-0-9, this guy.
While keeping the pace.
He always does. That's what. So it's like a little thing that I just noticed with Severo. Like every time he gets MVP or every time he has his moment with the camera, it's like you see him smile and be really happy, but then he like goes back to serious. It's so, I don't know, it's just so warming to see.
Yeah.
I feel like he's really set into the Super Fam kind of environment and culture there.
It's a good character, right? Like you get that outside of the game and inside the game.
Yeah.
Guess what? He plays the same way in game. He smiles, okay, I join team fight, and I go back to farming. I go back to brushing wave. I go back to you know, split pushing, and then I see a team fight again. Let me smile, blazing do it, and then I go back. He's a very chill guy.
Because that's his default. That's his default pace.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I love it, man. All season long, I've noticed that, and I'm just like, man, that makes me so happy to see. It also just makes me happy to see him, you know, perform like this, get to a point where he's like, you know, because every single time a Claude is picked up, and the reason why Claude is so dominant throughout our you know, our picks and the draft is because Claude scales up really well. Well, hell, when you start early like this, it doesn't really matter. I mean, you're still going to scale up, but you just hit that timing way faster here. And also, I would say maybe my second MVP for this was actually Kirk. The Black Dragon form, the way that it started too against Flap that's so solid because, hey, I will say, we saw Kirk make some mistakes yesterday. Today, he's playing out of his mind in a very important match to get to the grand final.
Yeah, and to be fair, even game 2, like he was playing okay. It's just that he was countered. This game, no counters whatsoever. Even though there's a Valentina on the other side, there could be 2 dragons this game, but it didn't matter because every time he used the Black Dragon form, there was always that threat of the AOG and the blazing duet, which is, funnily enough, wouldn't work if you're not ONIC or if you don't have synergy, because the way that ONIC played this game is they go play front to back, and then the Yuzong dismantles the back line. You can just leave the Yuzong on the backside, right? And then just deal with the frontliners of Team Falcons. But what Brusco and Savero keeps on doing is, we don't have to worry about Kalea. He's useless.
Yeah.
Let's just kill the Moskov, the Suyos, the Valentina. And because of that, there's no other way for Team Falcons to actually follow up with the engage from Flap, which also made the game awkward for the Rizla. Because again, when do you actually use the penalty zone?
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like before we got into the game, both drafts were relatively honest.
Yeah.
Like you knew that they would most likely go for that front-to-back approach nonetheless, but...
Same picks we see in first
it's almost the same picks as well for Falcons, but...
This is a 10-35, by the way.
That's the thing, like... We barely, like, they just had, what, 1 Lord?
Yeah, this is why I'm saying this is the ONIC Flash, man.
Yeah. Season 14.
Yeah.
Also Kirk.
What is going on?
And that's the last time they met too. Imagine that.
Oh, in the
playoffs.
In the playoffs, yeah.
Damn.
This is so, I mean, now it's weird because 3 games in a row we've had very one-sided games.
Yeah.
And this is so different also just from what we saw yesterday.
One good note for Team Falcons, I guess, moving forward in the series, this Zushin Claude, a big no-no.
Yeah,
right?
especially the Jushin, I would say.
Yeah.
Yep. No, just...
And maybe, wait, isn't that back-to-back-to-back games for Open on the Kalea? Or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Thinking right? Yeah.
The second one won. But the first and third did not.
Yeah, but it's not because of the Kalea. It's because of the Esme.
Yeah, the Esme on the...
And also Super Mario flickering in.
Yeah.
And it's always been the Kalea balance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why. Where's my Kalea Gwyn? Hello.
After Haji played so many different mid-lane picks too, I'm so surprised we're just getting Valentina.
Dude, in regular season, we saw a lot of like Gwyn,
years of grinding,
Kalea, and Farsa from Team Falcons. That's why I love them. Like they just knew how to build comps, right? And coming direct to playoff, they go play Kalea Guinevere, Kalea Valentina into nothing.
Hey,
Hey.
To be fair, I think there was an attempt from Falcons to be just as creative in their opening match in the playoffs too.
That's true, yeah.
But
You know.
that's the problem. Like whatever they've been trying hasn't been working as much, and they're not really sticking to what has worked for them.
Yeah.
Midnight, I'm going to give you this.
Okay,
This is
sure. Thank you, sir.
from Sip. Because
Thank you.
As soon as I hear dude, and I see I hear the gears grinding, you need that. It's purified water that's filtered through volcanic rocks for a crisp, clean taste. That quenches like no other. Quench that thirst. Take that sip, Midnight.
Yes, please.
There it is.
Okay, do you need a fan?
I'm good.
Yeah,
Oh,
there,
wow. Yeah,
there you go. There you go.
No, this is a manual fan.
Because people are probably sharing the sentiments, and that's why comfort's important. Thank God for the players over there having the Max 5D
Yes, sir.
on stage. That's clever engineering, keeping these teams locked in, no distractions, just pure performance. Brought to you by TT Racing Philippines. We have your back. These
Okay.
are I always look at these. These are the Swifts, not the
Swift X Pro.
Yeah, Swift X Pro. Make sure you guys get those as well. There's tons of pairs to choose from. Also, we're calling all the super fans. If you guys want to go ahead and connect with the most passionate community out there, scan those QR codes. MPL Philippines official Facebook group, the Superfan channel, and the MLBB official Discord. That's all for you guys.
Get your all-access pass to exclusive content, the latest news, and community discussions. You can lead the conversation and have a chance to be featured as our super fan of the month.
Be part of the MPL Philippines family. Scan the QR code right now on your screens and join the conversation. See you there.
See you there.
You guys can talk about this Kalea Valentina situation.
Say whatever you want.
See you there.
Go.
I'm sure,
Discuss.
if you feel the same way Midnight does, just start with, dude.
No. I'm just saying discuss. You don't fight. Just discuss. Dude. Okay.
Yeah, just
Start.
discuss.
Don't start a conversation with dude.
I mean, that's what you do.
It's so abrupt.
Sorry.
Right? That's what he does. Am I wrong?
No.
You know that Midnight's about to make a point if he starts with, dude. Like, that's just how it is, right? I know someone else wants to make a point. I think later we got a special guest. Let's throw it over to our on-ground panel.
Evas, maraming salamat, Womi, and of course the casters as well on the English broadcast. Redbarn Wolf still here. Before we loop in a important guest, I think we just have to ask real quick for Wolf, thoughts on the execution, because I feel like drafts were all right with it, but the execution was kind of off.
Parang tingin ko kasi lumaban sila dun sa time na parang safe to safe siya for the side of ONIC Philippines. Parang yung play nung ONIC Philippines ay 5-man. Tapos parang tinipilit nila yung bakbakan dun sa gantong klaseng realm. So ibig sabihin, yung ONIC Philippines, nakuha nila yung game na gusto nilang laruin.
Yeah, and I think now we have to address a big elephant in the room, which is, no, not me and my obsession with Moskov, but Super Friends on this Ju Sin has been stopping a lot of the aggression that Falcons wants to do in the early game, and in 2 games now has led to Ogwen and or Kyle getting taken down very early.
I think yung Jushin, isang hero na nung pagkakalabas pa lang gamit agad yung Super Friends, automatically banned against them. And the reason why the Jushin wasn't picked there by ONIC Philippines in game number 2 was because of the bans. Tingin ko dahil sa red side doon yung ONIC Philippines, blue side. Nang nasa red side sila, nagkaroon sila ng chance na kunin yung hero na yon at sobrang masterful nga naman ni Super Friends. I think yung way niya na paglaro ng isang Jushin is sobrang aggressive. Nakita naman natin na mataas yung river control nila because of the aggression coming out of from Super Friends. That's why even with just the Gatot Kacha, parang napaka-oppressive nila from the mid lane.
Yeah, and that was in the keys to victory earlier, where we said that river control is very important here to be managed, especially on the Falcon side, because that's been one of ONIC's biggest strengths, not just in the... Well, we didn't see that much of it in the regular season. Back then, it was the jungling pattern. It was really in the playoffs. But the more we talk about this, I feel like it's time for us to loop in our very special guest live from a very iconic setup in Indonesia. It's our good friend Mirko joining us on the broadcast as we loop in. What's up, boy?
Yo! Hey, what's up, boy? How you doing, boys? How you doing?
We're doing good.
Sorry.
No, but we're doing good. All right, so as everyone knows, MPL ID is taking a break. Their playoffs are going to be in the upcoming week, but we just want to get your thoughts on a few things here. First off, how are you enjoying the MPL PH playoffs, man? Thoughts on it so far?
Hey, dude, I mean, it's great. So far, I've been really enjoying it. You know, the viewers have been enjoying it as well on the restream. It's fantastic. I always enjoy MPL Philippines, and this season especially, we're 100% mirror blessed. I got all the predictions right. So far it's also very close in the lower bracket finals. W.
ONIC and Falcons are definitely competitive, just trading a lot of one-sided victories. But of course, one of the biggest headlines heading into this preseason is, of course, that big trade. Kelra going to Indonesia, Severo coming here to the Philippines. How has, for people who may have missed out on the action in Indonesia, how has Kelra been?
Dude, Kelra's been horrible, you know. Nah, I'm joking. Dude. He's Kelra, you know. Like any team he joins, he's going to pop off in, especially because he's an ONIC. He's already in the best team in Indonesia by a long shot, so Kelra is popping off as expected. I think it's more surprising that Severo is connected with the rest of the team quickly.
And speaking of Severo, he's the first import player in MPL PH. And I'm personally impressed about his performance. But how about you? Are you impressed about his performance? What are your thoughts about Severo so far?
Oh, dude, I'm very impressed. I wanted to make a joke, but no, seriously, this guy is special. Like he's very, very good. Even in season 15, when he debuted, we were hyping him up so much. We were talking about his potential. But unfortunately, in season 16, right, ONIC ID decided to go for a ready gold laner, a gold laner who was already matured, who was already complete, and that's why they got Skylar. But yeah, I think Severo, even from season 15, all of us were saying, the analysts, the coaches, that he can have a higher peak than even Skylar.
And he's always been the richest when it comes to the gold lane. So how do you feel about being the richest caster, Mirko? Don't answer that question. I feel like these...
you are the richest caster, Wolf. Pinaka rich. You are Pinaka rich right now. And so another Pinaka, if you know, you know.
So this is what it feels like with two rich people talking, and me as a normie, I'm just here. I'm just like, all right, you guys duke it out.
Oh yeah, kidding aside, Mirko. MPL ID has been... I guess interesting is the word that I would use. It's just making it very chaotic. But what are your thoughts about the regular season of MPL ID?
Dude, it's been amazing. And honestly, I think this is the best regular season we've ever had in ID. Everything was so close except for number 1 and number 9. Unfortunately, those were decided very early. ONIC are clearly the best team. RQ are clearly the worst team this season. But number 2 to number 8, it was close all the way to the final day. We even had a tiebreaker scenario. The fight continued all the way to day number 3 of week number 9. Navi versus GeekFam to make it a playoff. So regular season ID is amazing. I just hope that the playoffs gives us similar vibes. I hope it's not just ONIC trashing on all the other teams, as usual.
All right, since you already touched on the playoffs and we know ONIC being ONIC in Indonesia, who's the one team that we should watch out for in the MPL ID playoffs?
Renmar. What is this question, man? What is this question? You have the green robots right there. You know, they're choking all the time. We have the red robots in Indo, bro. Bigatron, my goats. Hey.
The goats?
Hey, let me tell you about Bigatron. Let me tell you about Bigatron, all right? They're pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. You know, they're pretty bad.
At least you're honest.
They're only bad against lower teams, okay? If they're going up against teams that you expect they would smash, they will lose. But if they go up against the top teams, they for some reason show up. I don't know why. We even gave them the moniker of Robin Hood because they steal from the rich and give to the poor every single time.
God.
They were actually the ones to make the tiebreaker scenario and all that possible. So thank you, BTR, for an amazing regular season. Horrible win rate, but again, as I said, it's about beating the top teams. And guess what? No other team is worse than Bigatron right now. So they're going to win everything, Wolf, Renmar.
Seems like it's going to be a really tense time for the fans of Bigatron by Vitality. But hey, it's time for us to wrap this up just in a bit because the draft's about to start. So this is a two-part question real quick for the lower bracket finals. What's your mere bless? Since you said it's been a bless so far for your predictions.
Okay, so far, predictions have actually been 100%, so I'm gonna go with the same prediction as the video. Falcons 4-3. That's sad because I want ONIC, you know, I want Severo, I want King Kong to make it. But let's just leave it at that. I don't want to curse anybody. I love both teams. They're amazing. And MPL PH are already in grand final, so it's okay.
All right, so let's see if that'll be a mere curse or bless. One last. Personally, who do you want to see move forward? Predictions aside, analysis aside, who do you want to see move forward and face off against Liquid and get that ticket to MSC and EWC?
ONIC Philippines. I think I want to see that. After yesterday, like, dude, what the heck? Come on, yeah. I mean, the Sonics are amazing. That's one. And then to see them in the grand finals, plus Game 4. Was that not the best game of playoffs so far? And it was ONIC TL, so we got to get a rematch.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Mirko. I know you have to get back to the watch party, but it's always great to have you here in MPL Philippines.
Thank you, thank you.
Say bye while waving and give us a big smile.
See you, GOAT.
There you go.
My goats, Bigatron, they're gonna win everything.
That's my GOAT, Mirko! Okay, thank you so much, Mirko. At syempre, ipapunta na tayo sa ika-4 na laro ng ating series na to. And he did say that it will be ONIC Philippines that he wants to see. And I don't doubt that because I think he's a Savero. He's from Indonesia. Savero's from Indonesia.
True.
It's easy to really correlate that. And I feel like itong ONIC Philippines, nagbago sila sa playoffs, Redmar. Hindi ito yung ONIC Philippines na nakita natin ng regular season.
Yeah, well, what ONIC is showing here has been a lot of growth. Whatever the results of their scrims has been leading into the playoffs, I feel like this is what we're seeing. We put a lot of focus on their jungling pattern during the regular season. Here, it's just that surprised, unabashed aggression in the river. Manggugulat lang sila na biglang magpipick off sila, magpo-force sila ng mga laban na 4v2, 4v3. Parang nakakagulat lang ata para sa Falcons. And even for the teams that faced off against ONIC PH so far in this playoffs, that where is this aggression coming from and why can't we read them?
Yeah, I think it's coming from comfort. Kasi, I say that because they're picking heroes that they have worked with before, like Katot Kacha, tapos meron kang Jushin. So, tingin ko yung pagiging kapisado ng ONIC Philippines, yung ganitong klaseng playstyle that gives them that aggression factor. So parang, because you already know your calculations in your head on which heroes you can kill or cannot kill, that gives you more leeway to be aggressive at the right moments.
So, we go back to one of the biggest questions we had at the end of the draft in the previous one. Especially after what we saw. Is Super Friend still going to end up with the juice in? Because I feel like if Falcons want any semblance of control in the center, they have to think of a way to make sure the juice in doesn't end up there. But surprisingly, it's actually ONIC who bans it out. This is something that I've seen about ONIC blue side this playoffs. When there's a pick where it feels like their opponent needs to address, because they want to pick it, they ban it out themselves.
Yes. So it will be the Paquito. So yung naging sagot dito ng Falcons kanina is still the Kalea. And they combine up with the Claude. And I think that's still a valid decision here mula sa Falcons. Ang tingin ko magiging sagot doon ng ONIC magiging babago na. They will not go for what they did in the game number 2, which is the Hylos and the Valier. So baka bumalik sila doon sa gatot na sa aggressive mid laner. Like Gord, for example. Well, Gord is not an aggressive mid laner, pero parang it kind of counts like that. Parang yung mga may constant na pressure pa nga. So ang Falcons, they do have that, the Claude and the Kalea. Pero if ever, they can opt to go for the Kalea plus the Valentina agad. Kung sakali, kasi may chance nila yung ONIC kunin agad yung hero na yun.
Falcon says, we like the Claude, we don't want it to end with Savero. And instead of picking up the Kalea, they want to pick up the Suyo.
They are giving the Kalea to Brusco.
Yeah.
And
you ready for this?
Well, I think ang kanilang gagawin naman is Valentina third pick in that scenario. So if you're ONIC, I think you're fine picking up the Harley agad. Harley and Kalea, tapos meron kang Paquito sa gilid, parang sobrang aggressive na pwede mo paglaruan. At the same time, meron ding benefit na kunin na yung gold laner for ONIC Philippines, for Savera against the Claude, which typically comes down to Harith or the Moskov.
Yeah. They'd be keen to pick up the Harith again, but
There's the Valentina.
There's the Valentina as expected.
And Kalea, perhaps?
Get the Kalea. It's also one of their comforts. Talk about ONIC and comfort.
Yeah.
That is comfortable. But of course, this is a comfort as well, and it's been great.
Yeah.
And I think this is sort of ONIC telling Falcons, sure, get the Kalea. Yeah, we still lost that game number 2, but I think they're still okay with it. Because so far, it's been 2 games where the rotations early on of the Kalea and whatever pick Haji ends up with, which has been the Valentina, to them, it's like it's not good enough for them.
That's right. So, ang nagiging sagot dito ng Falcons will definitely be yung perhaps yung kanilang maaga pick dun sa mid laner like a Gord para dito kay Haji. At the same time, pwede ka rin pumili na ng iyong roamer for Ogwen, which in this scenario, yung Kalea ay napalik pa sa nila.
Falcons on the red side. I wonder if there's any chance that they're considering a Zedian a little bit later on.
Maaga pick dito sa isang Esmeralda. Ang pinaka-proud pa lang sila sa kanila dito is just the Paquito. Paquito has a lot of shields, so it makes sense. However, wala pa siyang directly kina-counter dito apart from that. What ONIC can do is to shift their focus. Hindi na sila mag-Harith in this scenario. Siguro, best na pwede gawin din ng Falcons, magbaan ng Moscow, magbaan ng Clint, so that ONIC Philippines will be forced to pick up Harith or a weaker na goal laner.
Here's the thing, though. I think there's a realm that maybe we'll still see Severo get a YSS here. And that's why I was thinking maybe Falcons would want to consider Azietian at 4. Because Yisun Shin, as we've seen ONIC do in the past, if ever they're up against a Claude, he'll really hold on to the turtle boat toss of the Mountain Shocker.
So that is Yisun Shin and perhaps a semi-fighter din na roamer, na jungler. Like Fredrin or Guinevere and Leomord, that's right. Pero kasi may mataas chance maban yung Leomord ng Falcons. Whereas ONIC, ang kanilang pwedeng iban ngayon is their roamer options. In this case, it's going to be the high loss. Probably a Hilda na isang Kalaya pa na iban na dito ng ONIC.
Yeah. Oh, seems like ONIC has such a really good pool of heroes that so far Falcons hasn't really been able to answer that. I feel like Falcons is wishing that your wishes came true where we get an extra bat in the second phase.
Ganun na nga. That would be great.
Nahihirapan nata sila eh.
Yeah. Leomord, potentially the ban para sa Falcons.
Yeah.
It is indeed going to be the Leomord. So, ONIC, parang may language na dito na pinasabi sa atin na willing silang ibigay yung Kalaya. But I think pwede pa rin namang ban yun. Apart from the Kalaya, yung glue ay potentially din ay pwedeng iban dito ng ONIC Philippines that could be played in the roam role as well.
Yeah.
It's a safe pick then.
Yeah, and so far this season, Glue has been mainly a roamer. Not really an EXP laner anymore. But hey, you also mentioned the Hilda as one of the bans.
Okay.
ONIC. Falcons at red 4, either they show their mid or they show their roam.
Yeah. May option sila na kumuha ng isang Kimi para safe, but the Gord seems like a valid option din dito para kay Haji. So ang benefit ng isang Kimi is hindi naman din talaga ganun kadaling i-pressure. You can pick up the Wind of Nature para kontrahin yung Pakito later on. And remember, yesterday, this was also the hero that was used by Team Liquid. But it instead will be the Eve kahit ang composition dito ng ONIC may pang backlines. So now, you're looking for Severo hero na pang late game against this
YSS?
If they do go for the YSS na so far 100% win rate pa rin.
Undefeated.
Yep, undefeated. Ang combo nun is isang parang Leomord-ish kind of jungler. So, Nolan siguro or a Guinevere.
Okay, let's see what ONIC's gonna end up with. Lots of potential options. As you also mentioned the Clint earlier, and I think that's what Falcons is looking at. Oh, the Lance! Okay, taking a page from Ryzen and Carl Teasy's book.
So, Lance Harith?
And the
Lance
Moskov.
All right. If you are Falcons, you're gonna be looking for good catch. Maybe this time Kaja. Or what if sila'y mag-Beleric dito sa composition ng ONIC?
With all the dive, with the Valentina on the other side, but the Valentina will most likely get the ultimate of the Eve. You need a solid, tanky front. You don't really need to go that fast, but it just can't be the Esmeralda frontlining.
Tanky na frontline.
Dapat tanky, oo.
Ang kailangan natin dito ng Team Falcons. May option ng Atlas din naman para sa kanila. Atlas Eve, napakalakas na kombinasyon pa rin. Hindi binante ng ONIC Philippines dito.
Yeah, that might have to change the idea though for Falcons with the Valentina having a chance to get the links. Oh, I did not think they'd actually consider this on the back of my head, but I have slightly negative feelings about this.
I share the same sentiments. Tingin ko kasi yung Kufra, hindi ito yung hero na kinakatakutan ng mga Lancelot users from before. Granted, meron ka ng bouncing ball for the dashes. I guess Ipakito hates playing up against this hero as well as the Moscow, but Lancelot hindi ganun kalaking factor para sa kanya. Hindi din gano'n kalakas ang Kufra sa metagame natin yan. So, as much as I want to say na maganda yung mga ganitong klaseng picks for Falcons, parang mas papabor ako sa ONIC Philippines.
All right, we're heading on to the next game. Casters, welcome back. San Juan Arena, make some noise!
All right. Not the draft I was expecting, especially the swerve there at the end. But hey, maybe it can work to even out the series here for Team Falcons. Akufra, Midnight Akufra.
Yeah, they dove too deep here on the side of Team Falcons. Like, I have a preview of like the top 5 best roamers that they could have picked up. It's the Kalea, the Khalid, the Glucho, and Kaja. We went past the glue and then went straight to Kaja.
What list are we? Where's the Kufra sit there?
Kufra's sitting at top 10.
Okay.
Like, literally right at the edge.
It's really for what? The Lancelot mostly?
Yeah.
The thing is, even though I do agree with Wolf, like there's a lot of like downsides with picking up this Kufra, but I do think having this tank in the front line with the Esmeralda that opens up the map, you are kind of okay just getting counter engaged on the roam.
And I just love tanks in the front line, you know, because that's the way you got to play it sometimes.
Yeah, because you need somebody to open up the map, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this Kufra allows for counter engage against the Paquitos, the Valentinas, even the Moscows.
Okay. And honestly, I feel like even with Falcons occasionally waiting for the opposing team to engage, it sometimes just really works in their favor because then they don't really need to force themselves out in order to put up that box, which I feel like we might see more so now in this game because they finally picked up a different mid lane, and that's going to be the Eve.
Yeah, so we literally see the box.
I just wanted to say they picked something else, but did it sound different to
Like
you?
finally, you know, like I honestly agree, like finally we see a box, right? Like we see the Falcons box.
Yeah. And hey, but that's also partially because Super Prince has a Valentina, right? Mid lane though.
Whoa, bouncing ball stopping Brusco from getting out, but the revitalize is gonna keep him alive! King Kong instead finds a double!
Falcons can't just get a break, man, in the early game.
Yeah, so this is the downside of like having a Kufra in this metagame. Like you don't stay in a fight.
Yeah.
As long as like the likes of the Glues, the Hildas, the Khalids.
You literally do like 2 things.
Yep.
Yeah,
you jump on in
and you ball.
And you ball.
That's it. After you ball, you're done.
You're done. You know, fighting for this first turtle. Falcons do have control of it. They'll take it secure. That's fine. King Kong was getting his buff anyway, and he's got 2 kills up ahead.
Yeah, they didn't want to engage because you know the whole game plan for ONIC is just to scale in the late game. They have a Lancelot and a Moskov. Every single objective fight is going to be hard for ONIC unless they take down the Kufra first. So Team Falcons, you know, Ogwin and Flap around objective fights when they're together, like the tank in the front line with the counter engage with the bouncing balls and also the Titan's Rage, then you're a lot stronger. But if they're split up, ONIC might, you know, find a way to engage.
And so what happened in the beginning was just a bonus for ONIC and them just really gaining an advantage they didn't need to work hard for, because Falcons were the ones who started that, I believe. And so you see how ONIC have been rotating, even just occasionally stealing away some camps from Falcons, but not necessarily into a major team fight that could happen.
Yeah, Falcons do a pretty decent job, though, just finding the gold and XP they needed across the map. So despite giving those 2 kills over earlier on, you know, they're still in a really good position. This will ultimately lead them to being well-equipped for that next turtle to go ahead and secure it again. And if they can continue to do that, then they put themselves in a good position to allow Super Marco to get where he needs to be on the Claude for this. And hopefully Kyle set things up too. Okay, that's a no-go. That's Brusco. But this is what you expect from Ogwin on this Kufra. He's going to see if he can make plays happen. Again, the big ones will happen when he has a flicker. Earlier, he had to burn it defensively, not to go down.
Yeah, that's I would say the benefit of having this composition from Team Falcons is that it's so stable. Like, you just have an overall game plan, a blueprint of how you want to play this game. You allow the Claude to just scale up. Team fights are very, very methodical. Esmeralda opens up the game, and then the Kufra goes for a re-engage. All the while you have ONIC. This is classic ONIC, by the way. The risky composition where mechanics is everything. Like, the Lancelot has to find good angles against the Kufra. And then, Savero, very sound Moscow player, has to be really profound with his dashes. And then you can also have that amazing steal from a Valentina, where if you get a Titan's ratio on Team Falcons, then maybe you get to outplay them.
That's the other thing we haven't talked about too much of, and this popped up even yesterday. You know, Savero, this Moskov is his hero so far. I mean, some of the most crazy plays he's been able to make throughout MPL Philippines Season 17 has been on the Moskov, and you see glimpses of that, so that's always something to take in consideration. Team Falcons starting up the second turtle, fighting for control. Kirk flickering out.
Yeah.
They're fighting for the space. Super Prince holding on.
Oh, no jump.
To his own Kufra ult here. Brusco's pretty low. Pops revitalize.
Yeah, ONIC want to fight this time. Super Prince used the IMU already though, but that was the space they were trying to create, but they still fail to take the objective for themselves.
Retry from Kyle on the Suyo, not even hitting the turtle, and that actually has an advantage because you know your Retry is much bigger compared to the enemy jungler, so Falcons played that chill. Even though it looked like ONIC was gonna outplay them, they played it stable. Again, it's just a blueprint gameplay from Team Falcons.
Yeah, they continue to do that for now. Around the objectives, this is also just kind of what you expect with this kind of lineup. Like you mentioned earlier, Brigitte, this real-world manipulation with the Eve is great for Haji to kind of play around. So for ONIC, it's more so of how do we approach these team fights in a way of getting the advantage or the upper hand, of being able to pull back if we need to when the RWM is dropped down. And, you know, that's something that can help them secure a team fight. Also, they got to get in position to be able to do that. Now, yeah, Lancelot can go ahead and maneuver through those fights and everything else, but that's why potentially this Kufra is such a good pick, the counter pick, to kind of help alleviate some of that pressure that a Lancelot will do, even to an extent the Kirk on the Paquito.
Which makes the choice for Super Prince much more interesting, I feel. Because earlier when he picked up the Tyrant's Rage, I think it was just a way to get more space or buy time, but not directly through like creating space. It was just holding down one member. And speaking of holding down one member, Brusco, forced to use the Revitalize, gets to take the Unbreakable and stun Flap, but Flap is still alive! King Kong goes for the chase, though he's a SOD from Severo, joining in at the perfect moment. Kyle looking to be next, but he gets back to safety.
Dude, so Severo doesn't miss these SODs, and another double kill for King Kong.
Yeah, this is, again, the advantage of this comp from ONIC, the outplay potential. Even though it looked like Falcons were the ones dictating that tempo of that fight, Brusco held on. He was like, guys, I can sustain, I can regenerate, we can fight. And then the SOD came out from the Golden Boy. Oh my lord, the outplays are actually real. Team Falcons, they're now starting to feel the pressure.
Okay, no SOD for Severo this time, but they get a turret even before this objective, which ONIC might have just let go.
Yeah, I don't care.
It's just Brusco right here. Olwyn doesn't have the Tyrant's Rage either. So that was just about it. A bit of info, but they still split up.
Yeah, look at top lane though. They don't care. Again, they're just looking to trade here for ONIC. They're waiting to scale up as well. So from the POV of ONIC, if you want to farm, sure, let's go farm. Because again, we get to the point where we can outplay you with this Moskov from Severo, and we've seen that even up against TLPH. This is not a problem for ONIC.
Kirk could be in trouble.
Oh, no.
Oh. Massive, okay, SOD doesn't laugh at the Tyrant's Rage! Coming in from Ogwin, made sure that Kirk could no longer run. Brusco getting slowed down, but he will still survive.
Kyle?
Yep, great pickup. Kyle, oh, he's going for Severo, not going to be able to get him. Good pickup by Falcons, RWM.
Whoa, that's a stolen RWM, but they see Ogwin charging, would not want to risk it.
Yeah, that's a good force on the side of Team Falcons. Even though ONIC sort of overcommitted onto forcing that trade with the SOD, I don't think it would have been a good choice anyway. They would have been fine with just split pushing the map, put Moscow on top lane, let the Lancelot farm. And Team Falcons, again, this is the way they want to play this game. They just go play Blueprint.
Oh, Brusco didn't let that AOG onto anyone. Wasn't even able to create enough space. Kyle will go in. They take that tier 1 in mid, and Super Marco will find Kirk.
Wait, what was the play there? I mean, you got both splits happening on top and bottom. I'm wondering what did he just want to clear out the waves and maintain the turret or what?
I don't know, man. Again, they're losing sight on what is important. Just farm King Kong, though. Oh, the dodge!
Kyle will be okay. Falling Star Moon from Flap, but the fight ends there.
All right, fight ends there. Again, mistake made by ONIC. So in this case, Falcons keeps control of the map, keeps things in pace for them, and they're built up for a really good take of his first Lord, unless ONIC wants to fight it.
Again, Team Falcons, they can actually just force any fight that they want. They have all the kits in the world. The real-world manipulation, Esmeralda opening up, and the Kufra with a counter-engage. They just have to be wary of the outplay potential from ONIC, especially with the dodges from King Kong. He dodged one Tyrant's Revenge on the Kufra earlier, so should just, you know, be on point with the time against Odido.
Okay. It's still gonna be Falcons taking this first Lord. Brusco doesn't look like he'll get out of this. King Kong 2 will get punished. Winter Crown already committed. Brusco somehow finds his way out as Kirk will just try to clear out this mid wave.
Severo's he's knocking down turrets though. This is one thing that Falcons have to maintain.
Yeah.
That's a shield that gets bursted down too with that push that Severo's able to make happen. They want to make sure that they keep tabs on him. Yes, they've got the Lord. They can charge in towards the base here, but someone's going to have to go ahead and deal with this split pushing that's happening.
Yeah, I thought Ogwin was going to flicker on to the Moskov earlier. This guy has no Purify, by the way, so ONIC should be careful and should be concerned where the Kufra is coming from, because again, there's a lot of ways for Falcons to just force a fight, engage, and jump on targets that they want to go for.
Yeah, Brusco has to really block off these Tyrant revenge jumps.
Oh, they got the box.
From Ogwin.
Super Marco is massive right now too. 2,000 gold ahead of Severo. He's looking to go guns blazing when these team fights happen. So shield will go down in the mid. Super Marco also picks up the Wind of Nature now. So they're in great fighting form, and this lineup is going to let them kind of force a fight into the base if they want to.
Haji using the RWM. King Kong goes in, Phantom Execution, AOG2 only lands on one, and the Unbreakable on Kyle as well. And they hold on to their tier 3 in mid. That's just a few hits away from being taken down though.
Yeah, bit of an, I would say, over-defense from ONIC. They committed the AOG with stolen real word manipulation to clear the wave. They didn't punish the Kufra. However, they did force out the flicker on Haji. So maybe they use this time to force Falcons, but the thing is, again, this block from the Esmeralda is kind of annoying.
Oh, Thorn Rose gets to dodge that Tyrant's revenge! Ogwin might get punished here, but Super Marksman then goes in! He gets pushed back just a bit and is forced to BMI out, but the SOD makes it inside the battle in the play! He finds the kill on Super Marco, and he almost made it out of there alive!
There's King Kong. He can go back.
AOG gets dodged by Kyle. Kyle is still alive, but Kirk goes in with a knockout strike. But Kyle is in for the outplay!
Without Severo, ONIC falls apart in the team fight.
Oh, King Kong!
Touches it with the Thorn Rose. But it's King Kong all alone. Super Friends will make it though, but they'll probably lose all, or this second base turret down bot.
Oh my lord. It was almost an outplay for ONIC. Again, this is the strength of this comp. But Kyle says, no, we can outplay too. That blade surge dodge on the AOG, able to take out Kirk afterwards. And because King Kong didn't have enough HP, he wasn't confident on going back, especially because they lost the vision on Ogwin.
Yeah.
And now Team Falcons, they get the control back, they get the tempo back, but man, again, this pressure, man, from ONIC Philippines, Team Falcons, they have to be careful with this Severo Moskov.
Oh man, if you fight for this Lord, ONIC's going to just be pushed off of it, so they have to go and find themselves in the defense once again. You know, I almost think, what if Severo had enough itemization for that fight, if he had a Wind of Nature or something else? Eventually he's going to get there.
Yep.
And Falcons are going to have to watch out for that setup again.
Yeah, imagine they had to burn everything. Even Ogwin had to flicker on top of the Moskov because he was dealing too much damage. He was dismantling this formation from Team Falcons after taking out that Claude. So again, these are the things that Falcons has to worry about, the positioning of the Moskov. 10 seconds without flicker though.
Okay, Ogwin has an immortality too. Might go for some more riskier plays if he wanted to. And he's gonna jump on King Kong! Thorn Rose keeps him safe, and now they get to buy enough time to at least deal with the Lord for now.
AOG
goes in with the AOG though. Is it just more space too that they want to create? Because it seems like they're going in for the punish. There goes the Falling Star One in the real world. Ogwin fights multiple members, but he gets knocked back. Spear of Misery, keeping them safe, and the knockout strike to finish the job on Super Marco! Wanting to find Kirk!
He finds him now! SOD against Severo!
Severo once again, can he do it this time? He did not! Kyle takes him out!
Oh my god, outplays after outplays. Super Marco was able to flicker out, but Falcons, they're not done yet.
They're gonna wait to push in. For instance, King Kong!
Marco's alive, they jump in. King Kong just wants to make sure the minions are out. He does get taken out on all sides though, and Falcons bring us to a 2
Falcons still soaring, never giving up, despite the outplays. They come up with a macro and an outplay of their own.
We've evened out the series. It's been a back and forth all evening long. A hell of a way for this lower bracket final to break out, man. Whew. Hey, and it was great to see a bit of a different draft here.
Yeah, refreshing.
A little refreshing, like sip. You know, but this one wasn't filtered through purified volcanic rocks. But I'll tell you what, this is one hell of a game to bring in for this one. And there were moments, there was glimpses. It looked like we've seen before, especially with Severo and the Smozkov, but Falcons held strong. Damn, Kyle had some outplays, by the way, on the Suyo.
Yeah, the mechanics came through for Team Falcons. Even the flicker from the Kufra, you know, they had to use everything at their arsenal. Because the thing is, if they didn't, ONIC would have been able to run away with this game, especially with the amount of outplays Moskov or Severo outputted this game. The pressure was definitely on, but Team Falcons held on. They played the blueprint game, and they went on to protect Super Marco, who is the MVP of game number 4?
That was four.
It is 4, yeah. I forgot how many games we've had now so far, because this game is amazing. Like, I actually forgot the first 3 games.
No, yeah, it's because the entire series has been a back and forth. And yeah, these 2 gold laners we're seeing right now have been pulling off some insane moves all throughout the series.
Yeah.
There were just so many almost instances for Severo in that last few minutes of that game.
That's why I like that we highlight between these two, or just in general, like this whole golden royale going on between all the gold laners right now, because you're really seeing a lot of those moves, a lot of those highlights from the gold laners out there. And Super Marco with a flex, he flexed through this game, and just he pumped out a ton of damage for these team fights for Team Falcons.
Yeah. The crazy thing is, like, ONIC, they had a lot of like answers against Falcons, but realistically they were almost all outplays, right? Like it had to come down to micro mechanics. All the while for Team Falcons, everything was so much simpler for them. Like, you just layered a Kufra on top of the Moskov, prevent them from like moving. But even then, despite all that, Severo was able to find good jumps, good positioning, good dashes, good spirit miseries. But it came to the point where the items were also too much for ONIC to deal with, especially with Super Marco juggling through Wind of Nature's, Immortalities. It was this moment, right? Like, ONIC forced the fight against Team Falcons. Even after the reload manipulation, they were still looking for outplays after Brusco jumped. It was that Spirit of Destruction from Severo that landed on the back line. He saw Haji, but he was like, no, you're not the target. The target is Super Marco. He flickered in for the Spirit of Misery to land. But I think that extra dash actually was the downfall of this play, because after that, Super Marco was able to flicker out, swapped the items, went for the Wind of Nature, and then bought the Immortality just to make sure that he doesn't die in the fight. Man, what a crazy game.
So could it have just been Severo taking out Haji instead and not changing his target on Super Marco?
I think he could have taken out the quad if he didn't dash.
Still, even if he didn't dash?
Because the Wind of Nature was also gone. Like, he used it before.
Because it took a time for him to be able to dash out. But if he just continuously hit the Claude, I think he would have been able to take out Marco first, and then maybe Haji. And that's the risk, right? That's the risk you run when you build compositions like this. Like, it comes down to micro mechanics. Yeah, sure, there's macro aspect to this draft from ONIC, like slow push, the opposite lane, and then the re-engage with, you know, the gacha. But you also have to consider that they have to be on point with these jumps, with these outplays. Because for Falcons, it's as simple as like, okay, I press ult, you go.
Yeah, that's why you were mentioning, you know, it's this lineup from Team Falcons that's very consistent, very kind of standard the way that it works. Whereas we saw ONIC where a missed jump or a mistimed jump or a missed time in entry point, even from Kirk or King Kong, it just wasn't going to happen against this kind of lineup. And that missed timing ends up, you know, backfiring against them. And it just felt like, again, the majority of the damage that we saw was coming out from Severo, obviously on the Smozkov. But even when you took him out of the picture, it seemed like there was almost no chance for ONIC to win a team fight. That's just kind of the way the nature of the composition felt. And that's why I'm saying, you know, there was a couple moments in that game where it's like they either trying to hold on to the turret or went in for a jump, and you've got a split happening on both sides of the map, so you're outnumbered. I'm really interested on like why ONIC chose to do some of those moments in the game, but nonetheless, great victory over Team Falcons because they needed to have a bit of a change after the previous game, and I think this was enough. Ogwin making the Kufra work, who's a hero that's not typically on a lot of the top 5 lists, like your own, you know?
Yeah.
He ends up making it work.
Yeah, and it's also on the back of Flap just being that very reliable tank front line for Team Falcons. Because again, like one of the, I think, issues of course with the Kufra as well, we don't really get to see it because it's a playmaking hero, but it doesn't really allow you to be out there as much.
Yeah.
You're always coming from an angle of surprise, and so you have to have someone else to do the job for you, to just be the information taker or to scout. But Flap was reliable. I think we barely got to put any highlight on him either in this game, but he was just consistent all throughout that game.
Again, it's a blueprint, right? Like you just go play stable, you jump, you use ult. If they outplay you, it is what it is. You know, it's just the sole job of the Kufra, which I think is what we said after the draft, right? After we we broke it down during the on-ground panel. Like there's a reason why this can work. Like you just act the stability or the pillar of stability for Falcons, where you see Lance, you see Paquito, you see Musket, just jump. If they outplay you, it is what it is. You know, good for them.
Yeah, it was a different game nonetheless, but still the results are there for Team Falcons. Here's a question: Is it going to be the Titans in Paris or the rivals in Paris? Because this is where we're headed with whichever team, Team Falcons or ONIC, that makes it to the grand finals against TLPH.
We're down to a best of 3, guys. This is the battle for greatness, for the glory, and after this, for immortality in the grand finals. Because again, Immortal Cup.
Immortal what?
Immortal Cup.
Immortal Cup.
So this is for glory, battle of greatness. Like all these players are great, but they have to prove that they deserve the spot to be in the grand finals to deserve the chance to fight against the greatest.
Yeah, and the things that they want to prove, they both really have such meaningful backgrounds prior to the season, which really wants to make you root for both of them.
Yeah.
So it's kind of tricky to be in this spot where you see them in the lower bracket finals, because imagine everything that ONIC has been through preseason, the doubts that they had to prove wrong, and even for Falcons who've been not soaring that much in the previous seasons. And speaking of soaring, see this is a recap you're seeing right here.
This is interesting though. Falcons have not yet won in the lower bracket finals since becoming a best of 7.
Yeah, and the last time they won an MPL, if I'm not mistaken, was season 12.
12? Yeah, I think season 12.
Yeah, since season 11, there's only been 3 champions, which is funnily enough, the 3 teams that we have right
now.
left,
And they weren't really Falcons back then.
Yeah, so this is like the legacy that they have to endure, right? Like they have to soar past these legacies, even in the storyline that we have with Falcons and ONIC, like going past the TZ mantle, going past the gold standard. They also have to go past the achievements for the last 3 years of MLBB.
That's exactly what we were just talking about. This is the triangle of power here that we've had throughout our MPL Philippine seasons.
This camera work.
The camera is great because you're going to look at all the flags that have been hanging here for all the champions throughout the seasons and the years. And look at that. You know, you're so close to seeing more history made by potentially Team Liquid being the very first team ever to go back to back to back for championships.
Yeah, W Prod, by the way. This is amazing. This is amazing camera work.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's great.
It's kind of terrifying though. Like that history graphic we saw just now.
3 teams.
Whenever we went to a best of 7 in the playoffs, in the lower bracket finals for Falcons, it's always been them stopping at 2 game wins. And we're at that point right now, so
they're at this point.
Yeah.
So there is a chance. Hopefully they can pass the limitation.
Move past that. That's the first step. Moving past.
Am I crazy? Or since season 11, TLPH has only missed 1 grand finals? Holy what the hell? Season 14, brother. Fnatic ONIC against Aurora.
That's what I'm saying.
Season 14,
Yeah, every grand finals.
Every grand final.
Echo's there, Liquid's there.
Yep.
It's like Call of TZ saying the same thing to all the stats.
And this
I have to be there.
Basically, he's in all the stats. And that's why sometimes, some people are like, man, why do they talk so much about TL? Why do they talk so much about Call of TZ? Look, I mean, the stats are there, man.
We're looking there because the banners are
Yeah,
there.
the banners are there. The storyline is there, you know, and it's just, they've been so dominant.
Yeah, apparently we don't glaze enough.
We got to glaze more.
Yeah.
We might as well just make a Team Liquid glazed donut. Like, what would that be like?
Dude, 3 years.
Glazed donut.
Look what's been there.
That's crazy. You know what? We'll let the on-ground panel glaze some more. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Renmar and Wolf to break down our next draft.
Thank you so much, casters. Historic is the last 3 teams in our playoffs, and even this matchup between Falcons and ONIC Philippines. Crazy. It seems like the pick that we're not the biggest fan of ended up becoming a not scapegoat, but it helped them out. The Kufra helped them out.
Tapakita natin yan dito sa isang na din na prepare ko. I would say na itong laban ng ONIC Philippines versus Team Falcons, baka hindi na siya about sa draft, Renmar. Although, of course, some teams will have their advantages and disadvantages according to the draft. But overall, I feel like dahil sa execution pa rin on how experienced these championship caliber teams are.
By the way, para sa ating super fans na nanonood live dito sa Champions Arena, you can vote kung sino ang favorite nyong MPL Pro.
Ganyan lang ang QR code na nakikita nyo sa LED. Ayan, ang ating mga rankings so far. Cast your vote. Kaya naman sa mga super fans dyan, if you haven't watched live dito sa Champions Arena, ito na ang sign para sa inyo.
Head on over to ph-mpl.com/tickets. Habol na rin for the tickets so you can join in for the voting. So far, for the poll of favorite MPL PH Season 17 player, it's Carl Teasy in the lead.
At malapit dyan itong si King Kong. So siguro yung mga super fans natin dito ng ONIC Philippines, they can also chime in para makahabol itong si King Kong.
Don't forget, just the QR code will be shown, and then at the same time, you can go online as well. So, as we're heading into this one, we got a play that you want to break down?
Oh yeah, eventually gusto ko ipakita itong ginawa ng Team Falcon sa kanilang pag-siege ng Torre ng ONIC Philippines. Unfortunately, ang pinakasikat dito, so far, si Flap, ayan, tsaka si Super Marco. Umaangat ko kay Flap at masasabi ko na sa game number 3, Flap was amazing. I think there were so many times na nasulit ko itong Esmeralda, third pick. Third pick Esmeralda, mga kaibigan, ay naging sulit. But, of course, let's take a look at this clip. The siege of Team Falcons, granted lamang sila dito. Pero, magagawa ng paraan ni Savero, yun nga lang, merong isang Kufra na haharang sa kanya in the end. The natural counter, which is the bouncing ball. Makita natin yung napakagandang pagtalon doon ni Savero sa may likuran. But because of the fact na nandito si Ogwen, para mapigilan siya with that conceal and that flicker bouncing ball play. And I believe na kinombo rin niya to with the Tyrant's Revenge, which is the first kill of that Kufra. It was able to stop Savero dun sa may backlines. Para pwede nang ubusin ng Savero ang mga members ng Team Falcons. Pero yung low HP with the flicker on this Kufra, it was enough para makontra yun.
Yeah, so for those wondering why the Kufra to us was a pick that we were worried about, I think it boils down to something that we saw in the early game, which was it was very highly punishable. There are a lot of moments very early on where all going to go in, try to Tyrant's Revenge, and if it doesn't land, and even at the times where it did land, ONIC were ready to answer back. But then once Falcons were able to get their farm, and especially Haji's cover with the Starfield, with the real-world manipulation, and I think that was one of the things that maybe we very slightly overlooked. Haji's timing with his ult actually saved Ogwen a couple of times.
And I think yung sinasabi natin about this Kufra na may konting reservations tayo kasi it doesn't stop the Lancelot. We did preface it by saying that it can stop the Moskov as well as the Pakito. At masasabi ko, yung Pakito ata, yung pinaka nahirapan dito sa laban to. Parang hindi natin nakita na kinaya ng isang Pakito na maging Pakito sa game na to. Parang hindi niya nagawa yung gusto niya gawin. Kirk was kind of nerfed in this scenario because of the presence of that Kufra. In the early stages, hindi ganun kahirap para sa isang Pakito yung kontra ng isang Kufra because that's the nature of that matchup. Pero nang pagdating na ng mid-game na, yung presence na with the flicker, with the conceal at the first 2 items na meron isang Kufra, enough na siya para mailang si Kirk.
We're seeing Super Marco on our screens right now. And of course, this is the penultimate battle of the Golden Royale.
Woo!
Super Marco versus Savero. Average kills for the season, 1 and 3. But of course, as you look at the numbers, you also realize that so many stories between these two of clutch moments throughout the season kung saan Super Marco suddenly will show up for Falcons just when they need them. Exactly what happened earlier. Savero, we saw it earlier today as well. These two have that clutch gene.
Yeah, this is the penultimate battle pero parang pang-finals yung galawan nila dito, pang-huling laban ng Golden Real. Imagine this, number 1 and 3 sa average kills, number 2 and then number 1 sa average KDA, GPM number 1, tapos number 4, then number 3 sa damage per minute, and then number 2. And look at this, number 2 sa average turret damage si Savero, all across our players here in MPL Philippines. Talk about making a lasting impact sa dalawang players natin na yun.
It's really good to see that in MPL Philippines. Of course, there were a lot of questions, a lot of doubts. Whether or not an import from Indonesia would be able to make it here, he made it work. Even shout out to Coach Aon. The questions of will an import coach from Singapore, will it work out? It did work out. So imports do have a home in MPL PH. Well, as long as you put in the work, and the gentlemen that I have mentioned have put in the work.
All right. So I believe that we have crossed all of the maps already. So babalik na tayo din sa a randomized map.
Yeah, it's a randomized selection now on moving forward of all the maps.
So there you go. It's Broken Walls again, but this time randomized siya. The last time that we went to Broken Walls, it was Falcons who won it.
Yeah. So the thing about Broken Walls, especially going up against a team like ONIC, who loves to pick up those assassins, one less dash.
Yeah.
So I feel like this is actually going to be a very dangerous game for Falcons to play with the aggression of ONIC PH. There's a lot more room for them to work with to invade and surprise them with early game aggression.
Broken Walls. Oh, it was a map na talagang nilalaroan ng mga utility junglers like yung mga tipong mga Fredlin and everything. So this could also be that. Pero honestly, pwede mong i-treat kasi yung Broken Walls na parang neutral map eh. Parang wala naman talagang distinct advantage. Or siguro magandang palette cleanser dito para sa dalawang teams natin when it comes to their picks. Alam mo, sana magkaroon ng difference when it comes to the draft patterns of both teams kasi parang parehas na parehas from the past 4 games natin.
Yeah, it's been getting quite predictable, except of course for the surprising picks here and there, but a lot of the central pieces, especially in the center of the map, which makes a lot of sense. I think that's been the story for a lot of the teams in the regular season, but then maybe a few more surprising selections as well. So yeah, we're gonna be seeing the countdown on the screen, and who's excited for the draft? Woo! Let's go! We need to go! Oh my God! Oh my God! I think it clipped me right there in the back.
Buti ka na.
Oh, my back.
Okay ka lang? Okay ka lang?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Di naman tayo sinabihan. May babagsak pala doon.
I know we've been seeing that all throughout the broadcast, but I wasn't ready for it. I think the W got me.
Oo nga eh.
How ironic.
Masyado yata tayong napa-analyze doon sa previous map natin. Alright, so heading into this game number 5.
What's your command?
It's going to be Falcons dun sa may red side, and it's ONIC on the blue side. At what they usually, first pick is the Paquito, but they themselves will ban this out. There is a chance na Zushin first pick for ONIC.
I think they'd go for it.
I think
if it's available, just do it. Because so far, it seems like rotational-wise, we're not even talking about picks. We're just talking about how it's played.
Yeah.
Ogo and Kyle and Haji look like they're having so much difficulty going up against the Juicing of Super Friends.
That's right. So the 2 times na napunta sa blue side ng ONIC Philippines, what ended up happening is they pick up the Paquito. That's right. And sila yung nagbaban ng Zushin themselves. Third ban nila yung Zushin na yun. Dun sa games 2 and 4. And sa ngayon, ang kanilang option is to go for that Paquito. So, this should be the Zushin first pick para sa ONIC Philippines.
Makes so much sense for them, of course.
Do you go back doon sa Suyu Claude if you're Falcons or Suyu Harith?
I think for Falcons, I'm leaning a little bit more towards the Claude here.
Claude, all right. Claude Valen.
Yeah, they were able to make it work. And plus, I think now I'm more in the mindset of I don't want to give Savero the Claude.
Yeah, for sure. So, ang hula ko dito para sa Falcons ay Claude plus the Valentina. Pero meron ding option na may linya din na Claude and Suyu. But instead, it's Claude and Eve.
I think, okay, so I think they're realizing some of the early errors or punishes that ONIC has been doing. maybe could be answered by the Eve, as we said earlier, with the Kufra. Once Eve hit level 4, and then once Falcons started rotating together, a lot of the ultimates of the Eve actually helped out Ogwen, helped out Kyle even when he would go in for his later entry.
So ang nagiging configuration dito para sa ONIC is kuha na sila ng jungler nila, either Harley or Leomord or Suyu. I'm feeling hierarchy-wise, Harley tapos Suyu and then Leomord. Tapos ang combo nila doon is typically the Khalid. There is the merit to get the Katotkacha or the Kalea, and indeed it will be the Kalea. Tapos Leomord ang kanilang pinili dito para sa ONIC Philippines. In the presence of Suyu and Harley, parang eto na, dito natin matutuldokan. Leomord ang priority ng ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, and every time we've seen ONIC run this kind of composition during the regular season, it's a lineup built to take control of things early. Once Brusco hits level 4, imagine 4 members of ONIC just sticking together, looking for picks in the river, getting out, handling the macro at the same time. Yes, I know that sounds like it's a lot, but they make it work.
So does this mean Suyo para sa Falcons ngayon, or will they go back to the Fredrin?
Oh, actually, yeah. Fredrin is something they might want to consider here because the Suyo is highly punishable here. I think the extra body on Fred will work as long as Ogwen and Flap's heroes can also hold the front line.
So they go for the Suyo. Nandito na tayo sa point na tapatan na ng damage versus damage from the jungler's position. And interestingly, Falcons can now choose to limit yung mga heroes dito ni Savero. So Moskov and Harith potentially bans para dito sa Falcons.
Let them play the hero.
They got the usual. Oh, well, yeah. Well, with what Kirk did to them earlier on that hero, it's a warranted ban.
Oh, so far, parang ito yata yung game na masasabi kong in command totally ang Falcons. They don't have to be crafty with Esmeralda kasi wala namang pakito na available para sa ONIC.
Yeah.
Although pinigay nila yung Zushin ng ONIC dito, parang prepared sila, especially with the Tusong ban. It kind of tells me that they have a different approach. ONIC will ban the Atlas. Good ban overall. Siyempre, mahihirapan naman yung Zushin at Kalea mamaya kung sakaling Atlas yung mapili dito na Falcons.
I think one of the biggest trades here now is whether one of these two will ban out the Alice, Uranus, just so... Oh, wait, no. ONIC doesn't have any room anymore to ban out either, because if ever the Alice ends up for Falcons, then you'd want to just put Kirk on the Uranus there, which would be a good thing in the long run for what Falcons wants to be able to achieve with their lineup.
There's the Katotkacha ban. Tingin ko pwede yung ONIC na kumuha ng Sora plus the Sora in Moscow kung sakali. But siguro yung medyo delikado na is kapag may Valentina pang available na pwedeng piliin ng Falcons is their last pick at their XP lane. So, that yung Sora pick ni Cameron from ONIC, tingin ko mangyari lang pag napili na itong Alice. So now, you do have that go signal para sa ONIC Philippines sa kumuha ng Sora in combination of the Moskov here.
Yeah, it will be a good dive, and it'll force Falcons to just end up picking up something like the high loss, bring down a glorious pathway, either as a means to stop or a means to escape, and then that extra stun is going to help out. Oh, but they go for the Lapu Lapu instead. Interesting. I mean, technically they do some of the same things.
Yeah.
Ground control, good damage.
At pang dive nila dito sa may Eve.
Yeah.
Pero alam mo, yung Sora plus the, yung Lapu Lapu, it also allows for the Moskov pick for Savero kung sakali. I just wish that it will be yung mga ganitong klaseng hero. Instead, they will go the carry route. Carry Kalea combo.
Yeah.
No Katotkacha. Ano pa ba yung mga save dito para sa Falcons?
High loss.
High loss is there. Matutunan ka lang ng...
yeah, and I think that's why they pick it. I wonder if they're crazy enough to try pick off here. Maybe something like a Cho or a Kaja.
Kufra ulit?
Kufra again?
Kufra ulit? Pwede naman?
Maybe.
Beleric for the vengeance. But I think the safest is high loss. Tapos, yung Cho, potentially pwede rin naman dito sa side of Falcons.
What if they bring out the Beleric here? We mentioned Beleric earlier.
Yes. Parang pwede. That the Taunt works, Vengeance works, Revitalize works. But the Cho is the safest option. They will go for the glue. And I think this is the time that I would say Falcons really did have a better draft. Napakasolido ng glue. Although may chance na matunaw siya eventually, pero hindi ganun ka-worth it kung ang bubuhusan ng skill ng isang carry is the roamer.
All right. So for me, with everything that we've seen so far, even in the regular season with how Ogwen uses this glue, it really depends on how they handle the trades in the center, especially against Super Friends, the Kalea, the Juicin. Because Owen has had that tendency to get picked off first.
Wow. As much as I want to see more games, pero parang nakuha na ng Falcons yung tamang timpla. Picking up the second phase pick. Red side yung kanilang pinili. Sabay, ito yung heroes nila. They have a really good draft here in game number 5.
Whoever wins this goes into match points and one arena. Magingay!
I am ready for this one. Again, 2-2 across the street, and now, hey, it's down to a best of 3 between one of these two teams. Team Falcons and ONIC Philippines are looking to surpass the limitations, surpass the legacy, hell, make a new legacy at this point to get to the grand final spot. And this is the drafts they brought out here at midnight. I saw you celebrating a little bit.
Yeah, I like this glue pick from Team Falcons. Wolf was actually on point when he described what this brings for Team Falcons. The only downside of this glue pick is when you hit rock bottom.
Yeah.
When you hit the bikini bottom.
Yeah, I
The
think
bikini bottom.
we saw him hit the bikini bottom yesterday.
Yes.
When he went
We
9
did.
deaths.
Yes.
That was not where you want to be.
Yeah, if you lose out an early game mid-prio. But the thing is, in this game, you do have that pass to just die constantly every team fight. Because that's his job in this game. He's basically a body bag for this combo on the side of ONIC. Because if they don't burst the glue down, he can just reset the fight.
Yeah, this is one of the things that I would say for most glue roams right now is what you have to deal with, all right? You're living on the edge a little bit here, and that's why the glue roam can work out pretty well. But as we saw yesterday alone, there are situations where it's like, next thing you know, you're dying. You're the body bag for the team. But this could also help activate this lineup once again from Team Falcons, like we've seen throughout the series already. Kyle on the Suyo, you're able to do so many things. Super Marco can scale up quickly.
Yes. They just needed somebody that can actually open up the map or open up fights, and that basically is what glue is fitting into this composition because you already have this Alice.
Yeah.
This Alice, as much as he wants to go frontline, he can, but the thing is, there's the shred from the Kalea combo, so you just needed double body bags.
Yeah, and Alice can be also somewhat of a more reliable person to go in for the secondary engage because of the capabilities through the Throne of Ruin. Kirk, though, gets to isolate 2 members. ONIC are starting to work on the turtle, all the while Flap finds a 3-man Throne of Ruin. Enough space has been created for ONIC, though. They secure turtle number 1.
Yeah, that was a good way to kind of approach that fight. ONIC was just fighting, kind of feigning to see if they would actually engage against Team Falcons, but nonetheless, it was to secure that first objective, that first turtle for them.
Yeah, weird choice for Kyle to actually commit a lot of the dashes that he has to try and burst on Kirk. They lost out on the turtle hold, which King Kong really held on. So this is going to allow the Leomord to just constantly pressure the map with the Phantom Steed whenever it's up. And then they also have mid-prio. Now this is where the Kalea starts to become scary. Ooh, Savero.
Yeah, I think he just used the BMI.
Oh,
Hold on, though, here in the river.
Yeah.
Ogwen gets his first death.
Yeah, that's probably a preview of what we're going to see about a handful of times throughout this game.
Yep. I mean, we just did mention that this is what's going to happen, especially after ONIC took that first turtle. So again, this Kalea is going to become a menace. And this river, nobody can walk past on the side of Team Falcons because they don't have prio for the Suyo, they don't have prio for the Alice, and then they don't really have the the kits yet or the items on the glue for him to be able to do his job as of right now.
Yeah. So much information provided by Super Friends there, as you just saw him, using the lantern to go and check the bushes here from Team Falcons, and that's what he does so much. And not only that, but depending if he decides to go ahead and build up it the same way, get the Sky Piercer, second item usually is when we see him build it in.
Yeah.
Team Falcons is going to want to make sure that he doesn't get the stacks.
Yeah, this is the sad part, right? Like Team Falcons, I like the maneuver that they did on mid. They brought in the numbers to sort of take over the mid prio. But then after they cleared the wave, Zul'Shin just stepped up and he was like, I'm zoning 3 heroes. I'm ready.
Yeah, because they haven't really let go of this river control despite what we've been seeing from Falcons and their potential in terms of the lineup. Because ONIC acknowledges the fact that that's really what they have to do, just hold it down together, because it's really waiting up until Savero can be a reliable source of damage that they can just go and commit for the fights. But now it seems like they will still try and start this next turtle.
Yep, they're going to go ahead and start it up. Team Falcons has control of the space.
Ogwin? That's a flicker from Ogwin, a very aggressive engage at that. Now he finds a grab. It's gonna be Brusco, but he gets isolated under the turret just the same. Haji gets the last hit on the objective, but ONIC are going for more.
Oh.
They're forced to flicker out of the RWM though, and Falcons will be okay, but they lose too.
It's a bit of an overcommitment from Falcons. The target was right. Ogwin immediately jumped onto Brusco to prevent the jump from ONIC Philippines, essentially delaying the team fight. They have to wait for the glue to step down from the Kalea first, but then Falcons overcommitted with the RWM, with Ogwin diving under the tower as well. And because of that, they lose out on tempo here for Falcons.
Yeah, they're gonna, ONIC's gonna play a little bit of tempo now by taking it down at the tier 1. Yeah, they traded out that kill there. Like I said, Ogwin, that's gonna happen to him. And sometimes if you're fighting around that turtle pit, you get dragged to the turret, you're engaged, you know, you're gonna go down. But that's what you said, Midnight. This glue works in a sense of you're there to open up the map, you're there to open some of these team fights. But unfortunately, if the team fight isn't kind of centered the way that it needs to be around the objectives, you're just pulled away from the team.
Yeah, you don't force it, basically. You slow the game down for ONIC so that they don't get to play fast with the Kalea combo. And Flap already was able to set up, he was able to cut the XP lane, and then they got the turtle set up, their turtle prio, took the position in the bush, but then again, Ogwin tried to force too deep onto Brusco, which spelled this tempo spill for ONIC.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate because you feel that they also want to be a bit more proactive with the blue, but at the same time, it was just probably not the best target to go for in that particular sequence. So it could have worked differently, maybe if they changed or tweaked it a bit for the upcoming team fight, which might likely happen a few seconds from now.
Good gold build up there for Severo. You know, he's had all the time in the world to pretty much just go ahead and farm up. He's got a Corrosive Scythe working into his second item right now, but you know, farm-wise, he's had that experience, and this is the thing we see with the carry picks. You know, eventually, before you know it, your Team Falcons and your front line that's supposed to be tanky is getting shredded down by a carry. So this last turtle of the game, ONIC will all be here for this fight. They center around it to gain control for this. Team Falcons, we'll see if they want to contest it. Super Marco's got the stacks he's looking for on this Claude.
Oh, there goes the engage. The real world manipulation 2 laid down as a response, and Flap goes in with the Throne of Ruin. The Blazing 2 and 2. There's just so much AoE from Falcons as they secure the turtle as well, together with a kill on Brusco. Flap gets to be sacrificed though. It's still 4 members fighting against 4, but they will not push through.
What the hell is that reaction from Haji?
Yeah, it was so quick.
The title strike was on point from Brusco with the flicker. But as soon as he got down, there was already the real world manipulation from the Eve. Couldn't get the Tsunami Slam onto the Eve.
So did he press it while he was mid-air or something?
I think so. I think he just knew that, you know, he's gonna get jumped on because they grouped up. Ogwin and Haji clumped up together. If we can only get an instant replay, it would have been, you know, it's gonna be amazing because again, these are the things that Falcons has to be aware of. The jumps from ONIC, they have to slow this initiations down to the point where even if the Kalea jumps, they prevent the damage dealers from pursuing the fight, from engaging, and that's what the RWM allowed. Severo couldn't really step in.
That's why that, you know, now that we've seen it, Team Falcons leaning towards this Eve pick has been so good for them through the games they've brought it out. It allows them to fight the game that they want to, especially if it's around that real world manipulation.
Yeah, and especially in that sequence, it's more of also being just a way to avoid or deny ONIC in their plan.
Severo, chill.
Yeah,
this is very, very risky, Severo.
Yeah, to be fair though, they do have right side prio, which just means that, you know, Falcons cannot really step over the side of the map because they have all the bush in check for ONIC Philippines. So he's able to play aggressive like that, but it's still a Suyo, you know? Like, you never know. Suyo with Blade Surge, Soul Sever hurts a lot.
And he didn't have the flicker too, so...
Yeah.
You know, so it's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, you...
Giga Chad.
Yeah, Giga Chad things. They're up to this point of the tier 2. They're going to do some damage to it, but the rest of the Falcons centering around this. Lord's going to be up here shortly. So once again, we're going to see this fight for the objective come through as both junglers want to go ahead and reset, get the buffs that they need before they actually fight for it. Now, one thing that can happen here is a setup potential for ONIC, you know, utilizing the Kalea. If they want to go for a numbers advantage before even centering on the Lord, they can do that. So Team Falcons has to be a little cautious on how they approach the fight. Same thing can happen here too. We've seen it time and time again with an Alice on your side.
Kyle?
Flap can set things up. Kyle's just going to go ahead and continue to push up top, just clearing up that wave.
Good thing. As soon as Carl showed up top, Ogren moved back because he knows like ONIC can just jump the glue at that moment. Honestly, for ONIC, they can, the way they want to start this fight is just going on by one. Just take down one guy inside of Team Falcons and then just be done with it. But now they see the carry up top. They know there's no combo for this Kalea.
Yeah, and ONIC can be more precise with their timings, I guess, because earlier Falcons, the team fight broke out right after they were already more or less ready for the fight. Because Marco was done clearing the wave. They were all revealing themselves nearby. So it depends on ONIC if they do want to change the timings a bit more. But Falcons, again, Kyle is...
Yeah. He's going to keep putting that pressure up there on the long lane.
Again, it's the blueprint, right? It's the game plan. Slow things down to the point where they cannot use this Kalea carry combo. Again, every time Kyle shows up topside, Owen moves back. This is a push and pull between these two teams. ONIC,
wait! Oh, now they go in though, but another great RWM! The response from Falcons is keeping them in check! They find Super Prince and Brusco! The mid-duo is gone!
Wow, they wanted to slow things down, but hey, Team Falcons are the one that let's go!
I mean, if you walk away from mid-prio like that, you give it to Team Falcons. They don't have the numbers on the side of ONIC. The Super Family was not in the house.
You know what? I thought it was like the pull that was about to happen because we had a push-pull moment there, but it went push-push. Or it was just a fake pull, and then they went for another push.
Yeah, because nobody was pulling on the side of ONIC. Kirk stepped to the right side. They didn't have the numbers. And Team Falcons, when they jumped in, when they went in, ONIC was not SpongeBob. They were not ready.
They took them for a trip to Bikini Bottom, and they weren't ready, man. They're a different...
Rock bottom, dude.
But rock bottom. It feels bad to see that for ONIC, but hey, that's the nature of their composition. Caught off guard, and now they're going to lose some space here. Lord's going to slowly make its way up top.
Yeah, this Glue and Alice combo is making a big difference. This is why during the draft, even us on the panel, like the Filipino and English broadcast, we're all shouting and chanting Glue. In fact, we're chanting Hans Galleria.
Yeah, because
he's the glue guy.
For context, he's the glue guy.
He's the glue guy, yeah. He's the glue master.
Yep, he's the glue main. And ever since the Patrick skin came out, I think he's picked it more often than he could.
It surpassed his most used hero.
He surpassed the legacy.
Yes, he did. And now let's see who does here in this fight! A three-man throne of ruin coming in from Flap. King Kong tried to isolate Kyle, and he somewhat succeeds. And now could it be Flap going out? Brusco does go in! But the grab gets used onto Kirk, and now he's isolated too.
Kirk.
Still has a flicker. Will not escape. Now it's Falcons going in for the re-engage, but they're losing out on HP. They might not want to fight this anymore. That might have been a dangerous flicker from Owen, and he might go down. He will in the hands of King Kong.
But then weren't we just saying push, pull, push, pull?
Yep. They took the punish. They didn't have the Alice ult. No Throne of Ruin. That's a big signal for ONIC to go in. Brusco with a flicker. Tsunami Slime on the backside. Falcons, they could have just disengaged, but they wanted to go in. They didn't have all the ults. They didn't have RWM, and then Ogun tried to look for a target. He tried to jump onto Severo, even using the flicker, but Severo was like, no, I can just dash out.
Yeah, there's, again, one of those moments where it's like, that's that first Lord, you get your base turret, you can probably just disengage from it, but they decided to stay, and they got punished a bit.
Yeah, and we're going to be looking at this instant replay again. No big ults for Team Falcons. Kyle had a good angle for the Blade Surge, but didn't have enough damage, didn't have enough firepower. Even under the Blazing Duet, it wasn't really enough because they had to deal with the damage from the carry as well, the heals from the Surge of Life. All the while, Super Prince was just zoning the other members of Team Falcons.
Man, Team Falcons, though, still in control. Lord's going to be up here again. They've controlled the objective space for the majority of these objectives that have come up. ONIC, though, looks to be in fighting form. A win in nature now, too, for Severo, so he's got a little more room to work with on the defensive side.
Ogwin, though, with damage. He has a glowing wand and cursed helmet. So these cores on the side of ONIC, they have to be really careful. He just needed the pauldron, honestly. Like now he can actually frontline versus the carry.
There were instances that this happened in the regular season too,
Yeah.
right? Like
Yeah.
the Molten,
Molten,
the straight
Cursed
into the Cursed Helmet type of build for the glue.
Yeah, he doesn't have to like build full tank here because the way that this glue works is that he also acts sort of like a damage dealer to threaten the carries, the Lapus. Because if he goes full tank, then ONIC can just ignore, right? Because they have the damage. They can just ignore the glue jump. But now because Ogwin is building damage type on this glue, suddenly now Severo and Kirk they have to be really careful because if they get jumped on, there's a good chance Ogwin has enough damage to put their HP down to a certain threshold where they cannot fight.
Yeah, that's why you saw him also earlier be a little more aggressive on the flicker. Sometimes you see him, you know, you typically do see that with glues in general, but even more so on this build.
Tsunami Slam on Ogwin.
Ogwin.
Doesn't have the immortality. Gets to flicker out to safety though, but that's a battle spell out for Team Falcons and they force him to retreat.
Oh, that's big though.
He's going to have to go back.
Yeah, they see Lapu.
They have control.
Yeah, they have to give.
Oh, what?
Yeah, they oh my lord, Falcons.
Yeah.
Good patience. And Ogwin again, the sacrifice, the body bag. Severo even used ult. So there was no chance for ONIC to actually re-engage.
Yeah, good play on the map.
Just as we thought it could have been an opening for ONIC, they weren't actually complete.
Yeah, again, they're not SpongeBob. They're not ready. And even if, let's say, yeah, sure, they're ready, they kill off this glue. What's next, right? You kill the glue, now you have to deal with the Eve, the Claude, and then the Alice.
It's just...
Oh, now Flap has a Winter Crown. Bigger problem for ONIC.
Yep, Winter Crown locked in.
Even for carry. But the thing is, like, who does the first dive? It's either Flap.
Yeah.
And if you get caught in the real world, or even if you get caught by Ogwin.
Yeah, you're in a tough space. So this Lord's pushing up top. They're going to try to hold on. Conceal going to be used by Team Falcons.
They just want the turret. Super Marco, ooh, okay. Dealt as much damage as he could.
Yeah, they cleared out. They still have to deal with the Lord, though. So the waves aren't in favor right now of ONIC's push. That Lord should be shredded down really quickly, too.
Yeah.
They might get some damage to this mid turret, but I don't know, unless we see them trying to force something.
Okay, it's Haji using the RWM first. King Kong responds with the Phantom Steed, but they're not really forcing fights under the turret.
Yeah, they're playing it chill. They know that Team Falcons, if they want to push the tower, they have to commit. And they just use the RWM from Haji, but it's not enough. It has to be the Alice coming in with the first skill.
Yep.
And then threat of the Throne of Ruin.
Yep.
But ONIC, again, they know that they cannot get outplayed if it's just the evil.
Yeah, even relying just on the real world manipulation, you can't really get into the base that way. It's really got to come from Flap, and at the same time, now you're in a position where if you do get caught in a bad team fight under a base turret like we've seen before, it can go completely wrong. This isn't a massive lead that Team Falcons has, although they have controlled the objective space. That's the main thing you can take from this, is just the nature of the lineup allows them to set up an area of control around the Lords that we've seen, and that's where ONIC's the biggest obstacle is for them.
Yeah.
Falcons could be potentially trying to set up for a play here. Again, this is where we also look to see what potential conceal plays can happen for Team Falcons, or even vice versa for ONIC.
I think if it only were like the wave down bottom that arrived earlier too, it's just like there's just too much more life left in this mid lane turret that they couldn't really risk it.
Dude, this Lucian is so annoying. Like, the amount of damages he's done all throughout this game is making it hard for Team Falcons actually to engage.
He got it again.
Yeah, they have to be really creative here for Falcons. Oh, conceal.
Oh, they're gonna. Okay. Good call. Good information here.
Yeah, again, they have to be really creative. Imagine all this lead, and it's still hard for them to actually engage because, again, the threat of the combo is always there. And ONIC, even all throughout that pressure from the entire early to mid game, they're still on their feet right here because of the fact that if you look at their kills, right? 6 kills. Look at Falcons. All the kills are on Flap and Haji.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, not Haji. Ogwin. Imagine if they find somebody else. Imagine if they find an Eve, if they find a Claude, or if they find the Suyo. Maybe they go for the weird angles here for ONIC.
Oh, Brusco jumping in.
Oh. Super Marco gets to dodge that. Brusco now gets knocked up by the lore. A not so good start for ONIC there. They lose out on the flicker.
Yeah, Marco didn't even need to purify that too. He just PMI'd.
I think the plan there for ONIC was to bait, but I don't know about that. Maybe not against Filipino players.
Yeah. At this point, this is pretty crucial. Brusco doesn't have the flicker available, so they're going to fight for this Evolved Lord. Again, Team Falcons has this Long lane 2 over on the other side of the map. Kirk's gonna make his way. Ogwin.
Ogwin starts it. He finds Super Friend.
Oh my lord. Okay.
He lands the grab, but then there's a flicker. So now they might go for the punish. But King Kong 2! King Kong 2! He gets trapped in the back line.
Fabero.
Fortunately gets to
Fabero.
escape though. Ogwin using the conceal also runs away. But Super Marco! Blazing do it in. Popping the immortality for Brusco. And Hardy with the real world. Kyle finds Super Prince. And Brusco goes down next. It's a double for Haji. And they have a wave coming in. Sabero's doing his best. But he gets only pushed out of this turret. Team Falcons are going to match point.
What a way to soar through the Super family. The jumps were eloquent. The precision from the Falcons. The macro gameplay against Super family takes them one game away from the grand finals.
Ooh, they are on their way. One game away to breaking that lower bracket curse they've been through, man, for Team Falcons.
They're past 2-game wins now.
Whew.
They're no longer stuck at 2.
They're no longer stuck there. Curses aren't real. Team Falcons looking to soar into the grand final.
Yeah, again, this last big clue, man. I seriously think that after the series against ONIC, they realized that, okay, this team is risky as hell. They do a lot of risky things. Even that bait on the Purify, on the Claude, was risky from ONIC, but they didn't take the bait for Falcons. They just wanted to play Blueprint.
Yeah.
Even the previous game, right? With the Kufra, it's a risky pick, but it makes sense because it plays into the macro so well.
Whoa!
And man, Haji, he started this, by the way. He started his tempo for Team Falcons. That dodge onto the Tsunami Slam, the KDA machine, staying alive all throughout the game, allowed Team Falcons to play how this composition is meant to be played.
Dude, those RWM were so good. They were so good. He was manipulating my world at that point. I mean, I'll tell you what, Haji, wow, play Eve again.
That felt like the equivalent of an athletic flicker.
Yes.
It's like you'll listen to some of my sayings.
It's like I hear it a bit too much.
Athletic flicker.
Athletic.
Athletic, you know?
So athletic.
These are athletes, by the way. Are esports players? They're athletes.
Formally, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Formally
when you flicker like he did,
yes,
that is what I like to call an athletic flicker.
Yes, sir. And wow, I am speechless, honestly. Like this team fighting from Team Falcons has been on point since game number 3. And I think they've gotten their warm up.
Yeah, the panelists themselves. Wolf said that yes, he does want more games, but he feels like Falcons have finally found the winning recipe or something along those lines.
Wait,
What's
I got
freedom?
one, Brigida.
What?
Finally found flight. Say it 3 times as fast
Finally
as you can.
found flight.
No, as fast as you can.
Finally found flight.
3 times in a row.
Finally found flight. Finally found flight. I can't.
There you go.
I can't.
There you go. Hey, if you're watching, sitting at home, you guys try it.
Can you guys try it for
Finally
me?
found flight.
Finally found flight. Finally found flight. Finally found flight.
He can't either. Let's ask the Filipino that's to do it later.
We'll ask them to do it later. All right. But yeah. Hey, Team Falcons, they needed this. It took them it was a little shaky in some of the games, but I feel like this was a really clean showing with the composition that they brought out. Obviously, Haji on the Eve was a big part of it, but also this time, you know, Owen, the interesting part of it is how he built this glue. Like you mentioned, Midnight, you know, 20-minute exact game, by the way.
Wow.
So my qualm with Falcons is, where was this the first 3 games? Where was my classic Falcons, right?
Midnight.
You know, wait. Let me just say this out loud.
I'm gonna let you finish.
I know.
You're
I'm
never
mouthing.
happy.
I know I'm mouthing. I know I'm mouthing right now. Even America said I'm streaming on broadcast. Like this is like an actual stream. But for me, Falcons is a team that builds good comps and play how they're supposed to be played.
Yeah.
Like they don't stray out of tradition. They play the blueprint game. This was it, right?
Yeah.
Even the previous game. First 3 games, what the hell was that?
What is going on? Yeah.
And their first series too.
Their first
Not
series
it.
too. I agree.
That's true.
That was against ONIC.
That's true.
Yeah.
Again.
Roger, right?
Roger. Hey.
Hey.
You know what? I was excited too when the Roger came out. I was like, let's go.
Let's go.
And then midway through the game, I'm like, Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, in a world full of Uranuses, Atlases, and Fighter Emblems,
yeah,
it's not a blueprint. Now you go back to blueprint.
Yeah.
The glue pick was a bit questionable, right?
Yep.
At best, questionable, because you have to play perfect blueprint gameplay. And
Yeah.
guess what Falcons excels at? Perfect blueprint gameplay.
Yep.
Build good comps.
They are still the master, like they're one of the masters of the objective control.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
that is something why, you know, they went off to win their world championship that they did, why they won so many championships around the world.
Yeah.
Because they have mastered that.
Yeah.
Haji, he fit into the piece of the puzzle perfectly.
Yes.
You know, because he's got experience doing that too. Well, hell, you put them into this mode, which is sometimes, it's like you're looking for the Falcons to be a falcon and not a bird. Like that's how it feels sometimes,
But
man,
a
you know?
falcon is a bird.
No, but like a different bird, not a falcon.
Yeah.
Like a
Yeah, I get your
like
point.
a crow or
Yeah. You're not a normal bird.
You're not a normal.
Yeah, you have to wait to be a falcon.
Yes.
Aw.
I don't know how nature works, but I feel like it doesn't work that way.
Evolution.
Evolution, baby. Dude, that's true though. That's true. At some point, the falcons were just another bird
Oh.
until they became falcons.
Oh. Okay, I'm starting to understand.
Charles Darwin.
But wasn't that like monkey?
Who's Remar? I'm just.
Oh, wait. For context, that's our director, dude.
Yeah, that's our director. All right, sorry, that threw me off. No, big shout out to our director. Hey, we love you.
Okay.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying here, right? Team Falcons.
Yes, Charles Darwin was the last.
Charles Darwin.
Charles Darwin.
Hey, that's
Okay,
actually.
he said evolution.
Wait. That's actually a beautiful way of putting it, Charles
Yeah.
Darwin, because this series evolved into push and pull.
Okay.
Game 1, Game 2, it was just
Yeah.
all about brawling, fighting.
That's so true.
Now it became okay. Cobra into Lancelot, you bait. This game, you bait. So and Team Falcons understands how team fight works perfectly.
Yeah.
To the point where it becomes easier for them to just bait the Kalea, and then just go for
Why are you?
because you're winning.
I'm listening to the philosophy that Midnight's spitting right now.
Yeah.
And
Bait,
you're
bait,
learning.
bait.
Yeah, that's how you win games.
I'm Aristotle.
You what?
Aristotle.
Aristotle. Okay.
Total.
Aristotle. You know what? I believe this is Remar. Let's head on over to the MPL Festival. What you got for us, Remar?
Hey there everybody! Your girl is back here at MPL Super Fan City at kanina naganap ang mga palaro sa ating stage kung saan naka-receive ng mga freebies ang ating mga super fans from our sponsors like Infinix, Smart, and Clear as well as from Falcon's Nest. Kanina rin ay ginanap ang Infinix Fancy Cluban semifinal sa pagitan ng The Beast of AB Brand and Sonics of ONIC Philippines kung saan naka 2-0 sweep ang Sonics. Kaya naman bukas ay kahaharapin nila ang Auroras para sa Grand Finals ng Infinix Fancy Cluban. Para sa ating 3rd at 4th placers ng Infinix Fancy Cluban, they will receive 10,000 MLBB Diamonds. Para naman sa 2nd place, they will receive 15,000 MLBB Diamonds. At para naman sa tatanghaling kampyon ng Infinix Fancy Cluban, they will receive Fancy Cluban Trophy, medals, 25,000 MLBB Diamonds, and GT Watch 5 Pro. Maraming mga kaganapan dito sa Super Fan City, kaya naman tanungin natin ating mga super fans kung kumusta ba ang kanilang mga nag-i-experience. Let's go! So, kumusta experience mo dito? Ano bang favorite mo na nalibot dito sa Super Fan City?
Yung clear po kasi may free.
Ay, free!
Sobrang fun kasi sobrang daming booth dito.
Pumunta na kayo dito sa MPL Festival Super Fan City dahil meron pa rin tayo bukas hanggang Grand Finals. Dito na kayo makakita ng mga cosplayers at ML heroes na nagtatagalog. Kaya halina kayo dito!
Always great to hear from Odin and of course what's going on in Super Fan City, but here we are. Match point. It's still Wolf and Renmar here, and we were talking about a very specific pick. It was in the EXP lane. I feel like there were moments that a Sora or a presence of a Sora was missed, especially since it was the eve of Haji that ended up becoming the MVP turnaround winner.
There was a time na masasabi natin si Kirk was instrumental in the first few minutes of the game. Napakalakas ng pagkakapiloto niya dito sa isang lapu-lapu. But in the end, ang daming mga teamfights that could have won with a big box that they can utilize. Unfortunately, yun yung isang bagay naman na na-abuse dito ng Team Falcons.
Well, do you have a play for us at the
That's right.
breakdown?
So, napakaganda ng Lord Dance natin. Tingin ko dahil yung dalawang teams natin are championship caliber teams na rin at napakataas na rin yung experience and their knowledge about the game. That's when we can say na magiging maganda yung isang Lord Dance. This is a very long one. In fact, makikita natin dito yung pagkakasetup ng Falcons na force din nila dito yung initiation coming from Brusco. That was the flicker that they started with. And if we take a look dun sa mangyayari, mag-initiate si Ogwen on this side. Now, take note, this looks like a weird play coming out from Ogwen. Dito siya sa may bandang baba. Makikita natin dito malayo siya sa kanyang mga teammates. And then ito si King Kong na magiging crucial dahil hindi pa siya nakikita ng side ng ONIC. But watch out for what Flap can do na sinasabi natin dito na experience na talaga na player. What will happen is makikita niya kung nasa si King Kong parang talagang chinecheck niya lahat ng mga possibility dito kasi ONIC can either steal the Lord with King Kong or mag-team fight pa nga.
Oh, so you're saying that in this moment maybe Ogwen forced this because Falcons needed to look freaking calm.
Exactly. And they were able to get this one at mukhang makakapiglas na ang side ng ONIC Philippines dito at mukhang magkakaroon ng reset. At this reset will not favor Team Falcons eventually. Pero dahil sa gagawin ni Haji, our MVP, this play needs no explanation, that timing. In fact, ito rin yung dahilan kung bakit sila nanalo sa Omega yesterday. Haji's timings with the Eve. Dun sa kanya paggamit ng ultimate na hindi niya basta-basta binibitaw at naghanap siya ng perfect na moment for his team. That is what allows Team Falcons to eventually win the team fights.
Yeah, he didn't even need to get the kills within his own box. The moment that Immobilize hit, you knew that Falcons could just run down the members of ONIC Philippines.
Yep. And then eventually, yung mga ibang members pa dito, like sila Kyle, di ba? Napakaganda rin ng performance afterwards, the way that they outplayed at na-counter pa nga yung gustong gawin ng side ng ONIC Philippines eventually.
By the way, we have QR codes up in your screen right now, or they're going to be up in the arena. We're going to have QR codes that are going to be popping up. Oh, it's right there next to you. It's right next to you. Yeah, right over there. It's Palag Na To merchandise, of course, our anthem, performed and sang by the lovely Janine Berdine. Early access for the merchandise. Scan the QR codes on your screens. I should get in on that. I just realized, those are. I like the card that she got. Can we get those cards, you know?
Can we get those cards?
Like the Janine Berdine one?
Oo nga naman. Alam mo naman, sobrang na-impress tayo sa performance ni Janine Berdine. Alam mo, yung Palag Na To, kaya pa pala siya pag-live.
Yeah.
I saw it the first day.
Yeah, I love her. I love her music. I love her performance of the anthem. It was really good.
Siya rin naman. Okay din naman talaga si Madam Janine. Respect.
Very, very talented.
Very talented.
Yeah.
Okay. Draft was important in the first 5 games. At ito yung naging lead-up kung bakit nagkaroon ng match point dito ang Team of Falcons. So, pansinin natin, nagpapalitan sila ng sides at first. It was actually Team Falcons who chooses itong mga sides natin. Dun sa first game, sila yung home team. So, sila yung pumili ng blue side.
Yeah. I think the very important thing that, especially that we noticed in game number 5 was, you definitely, of course, it made a lot of sense for you to lean towards Falcons for that draft. For me personally, it was dependent on how they'd be able to handle the early. They got, at least if I'm not mistaken, Turtle 2 after Turtle 1 went to ONIC.
Yes.
Because it's the Kalea and Juicin that has been problematic for you. Kalea, problematic for a lot of teams because it's Brusco playing it. Of course, in this series, the Juicin of Super Friends. But then now in this very crucial game number 5 where Falcons get a match point, they were able to take them down with those picks.
Ang mental battle na nakita ko dito between the two drafters ng dalawang teams at kung paano sila mag-decide. First yung side selection, blue side natatalo ang Falcons. And after 4 games, nakita nila na yung side pala na papabor sa kanila is that red side. At this time dun sa game number 5, ONIC mismo nag-decide na ibayin yung kanilang draft pattern to ban eventually yung Pakito instead na mag-ban ng Zushin. So parang gumaganda na yung balasa para sa side ng ONIC Philippines. Pero yung Falcons, na-realize nila na okay, we just have to take this Alice away from ONIC. Kumuha tayo ng Suyo at yung EV pang sasagot natin dun sa Zushin na tumalo sa atin in the game number 1 and game number 3. baka hindi Kalea yung problema natin. If we are Falcons, maybe it was the Jushin. And in fact, nakita nga natin yung pagkakagamit nila nito sa Eve to eventually win out against the Jushin of Super Friends.
So when Mirko and I made our predictions heading into the playoffs, I said that if ever we got this as the lower bracket finals match, because this was his prediction that we'd end up with, that this would be a battle of the side lanes. I thought that we'd see a more consistent, like without a doubt, Roman trio, they're gonna be good. But as the series goes on, you realize one pick in the mid can actually change the picture for the entire matchup in the Roman trio.
And yung priority pa yun, di ba? Parang yung Zushin yung binigay nila, knowing full well that ONIC, hindi sila magdadalawang isip na kunin yung Zushin na yun. That was the first pick Zushin. Immediately, they picked up the Eve. Medyo binangko muna nila yung kanilang jungler pick. Eventually, nakuha pa rin nila yung Suyo na gusto nila. Which to me is one of the decisions that ONIC Philippines had to really hard read on. But unfortunately for them, it did not work. Yung Leo Moore, tingin ko, in terms of like priority, so sabihin na natin yung term na hierarchy, Renmar, tingin ko para sa akin, di ba naman, kung naalala mo yung sa draft, sabi ko, first is Harley, then Suyo, then Leo Moore. They chose the Leo Moore at sila pa yung nauna mag-pick doon. And I think, syempre, nasa team play nila yon, nasa practice nila kung paano nila na-feel na yun yung pinakamalakas. But for me personally, I would not put that as my priorities. At nakita naman natin kung ano yung mga limitations ng hero na yun.
I think ONIC are probably gonna break glass in case of emergency. They're probably gonna end up with a Harley in this game. Something just about that. And how ONIC has played Harley, especially King Kong, they just really find the angles really well with getting those pickoffs. Or even if it doesn't lead to a kill, at least you get the -1 because most of the times it's the roamer or the EXP. Sometimes even it's the mid laner. They go home and then you have an advantage in the turtle. Again, it just goes along with that ONIC style we've been saying all season long. Heading into objective fights, maghahanap sila ng laban. They're gonna look for a fight.
Still, mapapansin natin yung ONIC Philippines high spirits pa rin. Look at this. The shared hero is...
Axia and Suyo.
Baxia and Suyo. hindi dapat ito yun. Pero, that's interesting. I think yung mas gusto kong bigyan ng pansin dito is yung mga unique heroes na nilalaro nila, which in this scenario, hindi pa masyado nag-Harley itong si Kyle. Whereas itong si Kiko, yan talaga yung pinaprioritize as long as as well as the Leomord. The Fredrin always banned in the second phase, pero itong si Kyle, hindi pa niya hinawakan yung Guinevere. What's stopping Team Falcons dito to pick up the Guinevere? We don't know yet, pero baka makita pa natin yan sa ating next game.
What if that's what they were saving this for?
Yes.
This match point, time to make it to the grand finals pick, then they finally lock in the Guinevere.
Tama.
Even though, okay, we'll pull the curtain back a little bit. All the casters have been looking for it. Versus Guinevere? Yeah, I can't remember if it was bad, but in the moments where we thought Falcons would pick it up, they don't.
They don't? Yeah. Well, kasi naman available din yung Suyo na ang hirap talagang hindi piliin sa mga ganitong moments. Here we are, match point for Team Falcons. Always starts with the draft. Ang mga games natin, isang beses pa lang tayong umabot sa 20 minutes. Kadalasan na yung mga one-sided. Although sabihin natin may mga games na quote-unquote tumatagal, pero alam mong one-sided siya. And I think, dahil yun dun sa mga draft. So far, we have been seeing teams that has a better draft to eventually win it.
So here's Super Marco's top 5 heroes picked for the season. Of course, it makes sense. Claude is all the way up there. Moskov is his next in terms of his most iconic so far this season. Win rate went down a little bit because we saw the result of the Moskov game that they got earlier. So that's why we put a lot of importance on the trade between take out the Granger, the 4 marksmen that you see on screen. The Claude, the Moskov, the Harith, and the carry. At one point, I thought that we'd be seeing an entire playoffs or just Claude Harith, Claude Harith. But I'm glad nag-evolve tayo dun na hindi lang yun yung nakuha natin.
I'm glad that we're seeing like the Moskov. Eventually yung carry pag tama yung moment, but it just won't work. If you're ONIC, I feel like parang hindi na advisable na kumuha ka pa ng mga pocket strategies dito on core roles. Siguro yung mga mid laners, yung mga roamers, maybe that's where you can go for your cheese picks, but we'll see if they will go for their pocket strategies. Heading into their potential last game.
Here we are, match point for the Falcons. ONIC has to show up with a draft to force game number 7. Then we're gonna see in just a bit the sides for these two. ONIC goes blue, and they first pick the Claude right away. One of the heroes that we were expecting Falcons to not give to Severo, but because of the bans, Falcons had to deliver. Fanny, Baksha, and the Freya, Severo gets his Claude.
Okay, so ang mga ko dito, there is the Eve and now the Guinea
There
Beer.
we go.
Now the Guinea Beer.
I thought about it. I was saying it earlier. Maybe they're saving it for this.
Ito
This
na nga yan.
specific moment. Their game or grand finals clinching win, and they get the Eve too.
And alam mo, Renmar, parang hindi natin pinaprioritize yung Leomord para sa ONIC, but I think this is the game where they can pick it up. Right? It's one of those heroes na pwedeng pangasabay nga naman sa isang Guinevere.
Yes.
And has good synergy with the Claude. Siguro yung Evis will always be a problem, but they can always go for the Valentina here if you're ONIC and the Zushin. So Zushin muna kanilang unahin.
Yeah.
Probably the Leomord is their next pick.
Yeah,
Or maybe Alice kung gusto nilang nakawin, di ba?
Yeah, you don't have to worry about the Valentina, and it seems like ONIC want to go for full dive, but there's the Leomord.
Okay.
Gwen.
There's the Kalea.
Kalea, play it safe, either high loss Gatot. I think the Gatot would be good because there's a lot of dives. You get that taunt and the Revitalize as well.
Revitalize. Alright, so Harith yun, yung ibang sometimes ginagamit siya, pero kasi magic-based yun. So pwedeng ipiliin yung iba. But yeah, I would have said the Moskov is the better option kung sakali para may late game options din sila dito for Falcons. So well-rounded draft for both teams at yung Tricore ang pinakita ng parehas nating teams dito. Well, they're not technically Tricore pero gold. Tapos mid lane and then the jungler.
Rome EXP for both to show their last picks. It's gonna be brutal in the second phase of the draft. You remove Gato at high loss, Kalea, all of those heroes that have our holy trinity of Revitalize / healing. And then you're left with either the damaged ones, the Kali, the Hilda, and then the Cho.
Yeah. Okay, so that's 2 picks for both teams. So we're going to be starting with the bans. That is Yuzhong. Alright, so that's Yuzhong from Falcons, the respect from their team. Para din mapalakas nila yung kanilang turtle fight. Para sa ONIC, ang kanilang tingnan din dito is the possible roam options din. Like the Gatot Kacha na magiging problema para sa isang Claude. There's also that Sora factor for both teams. At dahil mauuna yung Team Falcons, baka yung ONIC ay magban ng Sora eventually.
I think ONIC will probably look at the roamers and Falcons might look at the EXP laners here. Because even if they get the Sora... Oh, no, yeah. No, yeah, it'll be really good. Yeah, ONIC is pan out the Sora.
Oo, pero may option din ng Valentina dito para sa ONIC. Pero alam mo yung maka-counter nga niya yung Sora pero hindi gaganda yung composition nila if that is picked up. It does make sense on the counter perspective. I will see.
Kawa yung Leomord dun eh.
That's right. So Falcons, I'm still seeing the Sora 4th pick para sa kanila pero meron din namang option ng Alice on their side.
Yeah, so that Kirk doesn't end up with it because it also it combines really well for ONIC. I mean, we've always said balance would be really good, but even more so now, I think it's warranted ONIC can just go full dive, considering it's the even Moscow that you're worried about. The Khalid gets banned out here for Falcons, one of the multiple roamers that we mentioned earlier. So if Falcons ends up, or excuse me, ONIC ends up banning either the Gatot or High Loss, and then that's going to be bad for them. So I think they want to float those two open, so that just becomes a trade in the roam.
Yeah. So, speaking of roamers, mayroon bang chance na ang Guinevere dito will be the roam?
Yes.
That happened before?
Yeah, that happened before, but okay. Sorry, it was in mind, but I just wasn't.
Yeah, it was.
Not for me, not for me. Let's just say that. I'm not going to yuck their yum, it wasn't for me.
Okay, so that will be the Atlas, the ban here for ONIC. 4th pick para sa Team Falcons. Sora looks really good here para sa Falcons.
Okay, would you rather get the Sora or get the Alice so that ONIC doesn't get it?
I'd rather go to Sora kasi mas madami siya na-achieve dito pag dive na rin and everything. If they want a neutral pick, yung Hilda nandyan pa rin available para sa kanila. Okay siya laban sa isang Leomord, okay siya versus the Claude.
Yep.
Another option is Glue, another flex pick yun. Pwedeng maging EXP, pwedeng maging Roam. At nakita naman natin kung gaano ka-impactful si Ogwin sa pag-control ng River with that Glue.
Oh yeah, what if they just pick it up as the red 4 pick and then it's a flex if ever? Then you can just adjust it.
So that will mean Alice para sa team, sa ONIC Philippines, I mean.
Yeah.
What do you pick for Brusco?
Fight for the
So
ultimate.
it's indeed the Hilda.
Still flex.
Still flex.
What a pick.
Okay.
It makes it so much harder for ONIC to read.
Yeah. But they can go Sora if they want to. At the same time, may Lapu-Lapu pa na hindi naman din magkakaroon ng problema dito sa Hilda. I think the Lapu-Lapu is a great addition para sa ONIC. It has the dive that they need. Yung Alice, tingin ko magkakaroon na ng konting problema dito because of the presence of the Hilda and the Moskov.
Yep.
And the knockups coming out from the control coming out from both Eve and Hilda. Even Guinevere. So tingin ko, Lapu-Lapu na pipili ng ONIC Philippines. And the Gatot Kacha probably. And there it is. That's the Gatot. Para sa side ng ONIC Philippines.
And then they showed the revitalized roamer here. Ogun can just wrap it up with a high loss. Wrap it up in a neat little package.
Still go for the Alice.
Ooh. Yeah, the more you talk about it, I was thinking maybe the Lapu-Lapu would have been a little bit better.
Yeah. Pero isa naman to sa mga na-consider natin kanina.
Yeah.
For sure. A very standard pickup.
Oh yeah, they go all dive, by the way.
All dive, for sure. So, revitalize makes a lot of sense here.
It has to be high loss, the glorious pathway.
Pwede rin yung i-keep nila yung Hilda dun sa may gitna, sa may row, and then pick up an Arlot actually. And they themselves pick up the Lapu-Lapu. Alam mo, I think this is pretty even. Parehas na teams na may malakas na lineup. The dive coming up from ONIC is impressive. It's gonna be up to execution. I feel like this is a pretty even draft.
Match point for both. Super Fam, ONIC needs your support! Falcons, one more game! Who is going to move forward? Is it Falcons now, or are we going to go to game number 7? Casters, let's go!
Here we go. Match point right now for Team Falcons. ONIC looking to equalize once again. It's been that way throughout the series. And here we are. We have one side of San Juan Arena just hoping that the Super Fam can get it together and make this happen with the draft. And Team Falcons on the other side, man, they are loud and ready to see their Team Falcons make it to that grand final.
Yeah, it's quite scary for the Sonics because every single game, the red side has won. And it's always been the Claude. But the Claude is on the blue side now for ONIC.
Oh, even despite us finally seeing the Guinevere in the hands of Falcons.
Finally.
It's a not-so-same combo as well from what we were asking to see from them because you don't really see the Kalea, you don't even see the Arlot, not either.
Yeah, where was it? Where was my Kalea? Where's my good comps?
I don't know, man. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, if this was a Kalea instead, would that end up being better here? But I think, you know, ONIC knew what they wanted to play around with, and they decided to go that way. I think this is comfort, at least for the most part, against Super Friends on that Jushin especially. Whoa, that's a lot of early damage, though, from Ogwin. This is what we usually see with a Hilda. Mind you as well, throughout this map, the way this is going to go is that early aggression and rotation that Team Falcons can bring, but also expanding rivers comes into play with having this Hilda on your side too.
Which is amplified by the fact that almost all heroes on the side of Team Falcons wins the roll-to-roll matchup. Like we have the Lapu against the Alice, you have the Eve against the Zushin, and then the Claude, the Moskov versus the Claude.
Yeah, and overall, just mobility-wise and the way that Ogun can do so much in the early game compared to Brusco, who probably has to wait a bit more for the team fights to break out. And now you're seeing Falcons position themselves first early on before this first turtle spawns.
Yeah, that's one of the things this Hilda roam lets you do. You're so aggressive, you can poke down even the opposing roamer, and you have control around this first objective. King Kong's got to try to make this happen, but look at the wall he's got to go through.
Yep, it's Flap blocking the way alongside Ogwen. They find first blood on Brusco, and Kirk, he has no way to run, had to burn that flicker just to survive.
Yeah, ONIC tried forcing their way in to the turtle pit, but again, there's a Hilda. You know, this guy's a walking projectile.
Oh, the Purify was burned, but not the knockup or the spatial migrations. What's that?
This is why you wanted to see. This is why you wanted to see the Guinevere.
Was that the Spear of Misery?
No, I know he did use it
because he got knocked up, but not from the spatial migration.
Yes, Savero purified the stacks from the Gwyn, but then the Spear of Misery pushed him back. for the combo. I didn't even know that worked that way.
Yeah, me neither. But then Kyle here in danger. ONIC find the kill! The AOG making sure that Ogwen went down too.
Hey, the super fam claps back. Able to find 2.
This is what you get when you give all players all their comforts.
Yeah.
It comes down to execution battle. No macro, no outplay. Well, actually, a lot of outplaying.
Yeah.
It's just about pressing your buttons.
You gotta.
I'm not gonna analyze this game.
That's.
Let's just let them press buttons. You know?
That's just press buttons. You know, if analyzing was that easy, Midnight, I don't think any of us would have a job.
That's true. That's true. You know? But again, this is like classic Falcons mode, right? Like when they feel like, okay, we're near the finish line, right? Even though this team likes macro so much, there comes a point in their career where it feels nice to brawl a bit, you know, just be aggressive. Especially, I remember S13 Grand Finals, Liquid versus Falcons. Like both teams had a mutual agreement. We just brawl. We just fight. No macro.
And that was during a time when the meta was very different, and it was so macro.
It was so
heavy,
macro.
Like, you know, that's what I'm saying. Like, ever since it's changed and it's been a little more team fight centric, a little more brawly.
Yeah.
It's been really refreshing. And RWM will get a beacon out.
Yeah.
Too early, I think.
Black went in though with the bravest fighter. Might get punished here. Kirk going in 2 with the Throne of Ruin. But the sustain from Flap is crazy. Land Shaker on 2, and he's still alive. Uses the flicker, but goes down in the hands of King Kong. Whereas Kirk holds down 3 members all by himself.
Meanwhile, the whole time, Super Marco was just pushing in. That looked like an awkward fight, and didn't seem like Team Falcons was sure on how they wanted to go, but whoa!
Oh,
AOD!
Kyle might have just wanted to look for a trade there, but those are tanky members of ONIC that he found.
Yeah, this is the same thing as the one earlier. The Alice and the Gato combo. Now Ogwen has to move out.
King Kong has a Phantom Steed still.
Yeah.
Falcons do not want to fight that. He didn't even use that, I think.
Okay, maybe Falcons need to reset a bit. You know, the skirmishing brawly idea isn't really working out for them. The RWM came out too early from the Eve, and it allowed Kirk to just go punish front line. Oh.
Yeah, there was no guaranteed follow-up whatsoever from that. And even if they did flush them out of the turtle pit, okay, hold on, Severo gets knocked back again.
Oh, he goes back.
The BMI, and a bit of help from King Kong now.
Yeah, good thing King Kong was there. Great response from ONIC.
Yeah.
They gotta keep Severo alive to go ahead and continue to farm up on this Claude. He's gonna be pivotal for them to make this work. Brusco is gonna pick up a Radiant Armor first, locking in his first item though.
Yeah, I just want to be able to sit on top of the Alice, maybe poke some of the members here on the side of ONIC, because it feels like there's no angle anymore for Kyle. These jumps have always been dealt with by the AOG as well as the threat of the Throne of Ruin. Now with the Oracle, this changes a lot of things for ONIC. Kirk can now stand in the middle of the fight, but still they have to be worried about the damage output coming out from the Gwyn and then the Lapu. But that means Super Marco has a lot of weight on his shoulders right now.
Yeah, I feel like that's the case for both gold laners, honestly, at this point. And, you know, Marco is maintaining about a 600-700 gold lead ahead of Severo right now. That was also part and due for him just staying on the other side of the map while that last turtle broke out. And the turtle's going to be up here on their side this time. Last one in the game. They'll fight through for it, but you can already see, Flap's there. Marco's back on the other side to prep up for that exact moment. And so, again, if they don't keep control or tabs on Super Marco on this Moscov, he's going to go ahead and continue to put pressure. Most likely taking down the Tier 1. Might be the trade for this turtle here.
Yeah, it seems like they're not going to fight this. ONIC have complete control over this turtle pit, and they will secure the second, or actually the last objective of the game. I barely realized that there was already 3 objectives that spawned because of this brawly team fight heavy game that we've been seeing that feels so fast-paced.
We missed one, sorry, we saw the 3 turtles.
Okay.
Okay, he burns the flicker.
That's a beautiful 4-man stun that we got to see from Flap, but it won't really convert into anything. A flicker from Haji though, just to make sure that Super Frisk gets caught in the RWM!
Haji's looking for another MVP performance. They're going to fight it out here on the bottom side. Kyle does pick up a winner crown, but man, what a start and a push from Super Marco.
Man, Team Falcons, Haji with that flicker. ONIC overstayed a bit. They could have gone mid, but because they stayed For bot lane, they had to wait for the next wave, and then Team Falcons just went for the punish because they know all the space in the world right now is everything for them. Now they allow Super Marco to farm up and take towers. Look at the gold. Super Marco is heading to that point.
Okay.
You had to have it happen if you're ONIC.
Yeah.
You had to take out Haji, man.
Yeah.
They knew he didn't have a flicker from the last fight.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just before that, Kyle stole away the purple buff from King Kong, though. And he's the one doing a bit of catching up in terms of level. Surprisingly, for Team Falcons, even though they're ahead.
Oh. Yeah, Kyle a little bit behind. Gets concentrated energy, though.
Yeah.
Wings for Flap.
It's all about Super Marco at this point. It's all about Moscow late game. ONIC, they still have advantage when it comes to head-on collision. Team fight 5v5 is still very good for their side, especially with the AOG and the Throne of Ruin. But Team Falcons, they have a specific way of playing this game. It's all about the split pushes. It's all about the pressure. And it's all about holding ONIC down with this real-world manipulation coming out from Haji.
Yeah, Lord up. Oh, Severo been shot down to half here.
Oh, Super Prince! He gets caught alongside Brusco. Had to use the AOG. Falcons are just so decisive whenever they see a target. It's always Haji laying down these perfectly timed RWMs.
Yeah, again, ONIC getting distracted, losing the important sites. Sticking together is what makes them a super family, and because Team Falcons is able to split them up with the pressure on the top side, they get to find pickoffs.
Oh, Flap jumping in. They're going to force the fight.
Okay. Severo will be here anytime soon, though.
Oh,
but Clark gets taken out first! And now they also find Brusco! King Kong and Severo, together with Prince, might not want to contest this first Lord anymore!
Team Falcons fought for the Lord. They got a couple bodies and the objective.
The super family is crumbling down. Disconnected plays from ONIC Philippines. And now Team Falcons gets to capitalize. They're the ones who are grouping up.
Oh, Severo had to dodge that. Falcons are just pushing forward. Another RWM Super Prince 2 going in with the Crimson Beacon, but they might find a punish. Flap might go down first, but it's ONIC making sure that they fight back. King Kong on a killing spree, just pushing forward. Open goes next. There's the winner crown from Kyle, but King Kong finds a double just in time. Kyle will try to run away using the retribution, but Severo gets to take him out.
See what I mean? The family that fights together, wins together. ONIC with the perfect layering of spells. AOG into the Throne of Ruin with a blazing duet from Severo. Finishes down Falcons.
They overstepped. They soared too close to the sun on that one. They didn't have to go and make this happen. Look what happens to Flap. Great lantern from Super Prince, forcing Falcons to react. And that gave the clear sign, the clear way for King Kong to go to the back line.
Yeah, this whole sequence, again, man, this is a proper fight for ONIC. You just group up, layer your skills together. It doesn't have to be against the Moskov, doesn't have to be against anybody. Pick a fight, pick a lane, you go for the play. That is what ONIC wants. And Team Falcons has been splitting them up.
Oh man, what a beautiful team fight and defense.
Yep.
ONIC found themselves in, giving them some breathing room into this game, because if that was more of a disciplined approach from Team Falcons, just take the tier 2 out, you got a Lord, great, you know, you've got this lead building up, then it wouldn't have been anything much for ONIC. But after that team fight, now you set yourself up for the next Lord in about a minute.
Yeah, because ONIC and their rundown capabilities are no joke, I feel. Especially if Falcons already lose their box. Because at that moment, I feel like they've already expended majority of their resources that could have been the advantage for them if they were able to force the fight in their terms, but that was not the case. ONIC knew that they no longer had these key resources, so they just kept running through them.
Yeah, again, this is where the push and pull starts, right? For Team Falcons, the way they start the fight is you split them up first. You split up the family, and then you go for look for SOD plays, RWM, and then the combo with Kyle to dish out the necessary damage and find look for pickoffs. But for ONIC, it's as simple as pick a target, pick a lane, let's go and fight. So this next objective, this is big for both sides. For Falcons, top lane control is of utmost importance, but for ONIC, they can just look for a brute force.
Yeah, let's see what they end up doing here. Again, heart rate on ONIC's side, of course.
Yeah, the nerves.
Yeah, the nerves there.
The nerves. especially after the fight.
He looks so calm, but he's 100 plus BPM.
Yeah, you're gonna hide it.
You know, again, they're facing this potential game to get sent out of the playoffs here, and now
top side.
This Lord is here. Super Marco still on that top side. This could be a massive team fight to break out for this Lord. With the entrance of Super Marco, half health on the Lord here. They're gonna go ahead and full commit.
Wait, they're already somewhat half HP! Flash! Oh my goodness, the timing of the land shaker and the retribution from Kyle! Rusko might be going out first, but Kyle fighting a two-man spatial migration. Could it be enough though? ONIC are rumbling. Kirk going in. He's trying to sustain as much as he can. But you see them fall one by one.
Marco's too good with it. On the Moskov, and ONIC loses a fight that they needed for the Lord.
They didn't even use the Purify on Super Marco. He committed to go inside the fight. He knew there was nothing left on the tank of ONIC. And Kyle with the jump as well. Now they're looking to break the base of ONIC.
They have the Lord with them. Severo has the blazing duet. But what would be the call? It's a 5-man attempt from Falcons. They're gonna try to work on Brusco first. Phantom Steed! They find the kill on Ogwen. Falcons are not gonna force. Silverfish comes in with the Crimson Beacon, and they're gonna find Flap! King Kong's unstoppable!
The Super Fam stays alive. They're fighting with all they have.
You gotta split up the map, but inside the house of ONIC, it's kind of hard to split up the family. Team Falcons, once again, they have to do the setup. They have to play for the next Lord fight. But ONIC, again, as you've said nicely, they stay alive. It comes down to execution. Again, same story. Top lane is the name of the game for Falcons. Moscow things, but ONIC, they're looking to brute force.
Oh, Kirk.
Man.
Kirk is getting bursted down! Gets to escape though. He'll be okay. And they lose the real world manipulation.
Oh, that's a big resource.
They got it out. There's still plenty of time for the next Lord to come up. Haji will have it available. Some of the flickers as well for Team Falcons. Crucial here. ONIC though, give it up to them to be able to keep holding on into this game when Team Falcons has secured 2 Lords and was knocking on their base.
This is going to be a massive team fight for this next Lord fight. Everybody will have everything. All the battle spells, all the items, the buy-in cells. I mean, not roams. Roams are kind of still poor in this game, but they have all the things that they need. The revitalizes, the AOGs. Actually, just the revitalize. That's just one.
Yeah, man. It's one of those games where, despite all of it, again, what's on the line here? Team Falcons, I think they're playing a little messy trying to approach the base because they see what's in front of them, man.
Yeah.
The grand finals and a trip to Paris for EWC 2026. They have to stay calm and collected.
Yep.
And time again, for every Lord, for every objective, it's been the same template. Put Marco on the other side of the map, let him join the fight. Last time it worked out, he jumped right in following through the SOD with the Wind of Nature. Well, now, maybe ONIC has a plan for that.
Yeah, and what better way to exemplify this entire idea of enduring legacy if not by bringing back this entire Titans of MLBB era, or if not, an evolved version of it. But ONIC are going to push forward. They do use the conceal. Ooh. They just scout a bit of information, though, as to where Falcons are currently positioned at.
It's a reset on top side, though. There's no minion waves there.
You're going to have to reset Lord at half health here. Look at Kyle's positioning. He jumped!
Oh, Kirk is actually going to go for Flap!
No, Kyle.
Flap was the option actually for this one. King Kong! They get enough space to work on the Lord! Super Marco landing the SOD is going to go in. Now they're going to work on Brusco, and they find Super Friends! Brusco still escapes with the AOG, but Falcons, they find one in exchange of the Lord!
Oh, man. Falcons, they want to go all in. There's no Zoshin.
They got to clear out this Lord. They got to clear out the turret. But it's going to take some time to do it. Team Falcons, numbers advantage. But I don't know if they can finish it. There's still a wave in mid. They're going to go for it. Super Marco waiting for the wave on bot. Team Falcons, they can't let this one slip through their hands again.
Okay, there's another wave in bot. Haji picked up a Winter Crown just now, too.
Go back out, just the turret.
Okay.
The most disciplined choice. that Team Falcons make so far with the Lord takes here. Everybody in San Juan Arena is on the edge of their seats right now.
Yeah, things are getting a bit messier for both sides. The Spear of Misery landing on Super Prince couldn't flicker out, but even then, Kyle with that spatial migration caught in a very weird angle, and because of that, ONIC had enough time to just burst down the Lord. And Team Falcons, even though they lost the Lord, they wanted to go for the punish because of the numbers advantage, but now we go to a full reset. Again, same thing. It's now a map reset. Both teams will have everything by the time the Lord spawns. Fortunately enough for Team Falcons, they were able to take out the tower on the bot side, so they still have Lord Prio.
Oh man, look at this replay. Kyle just did not get the set he was looking for with the spatial migration, and that was not a team fight that was in their favor, but they still end up making something happen out of it.
Yeah, honestly, that engage from Kirk, I kind of took my time trying to process because it was a Throne of Ruin just on Flap. But the thing is, Flap is the guy to go in first, so it was quite understandable if you look at it from that perspective.
Yeah.
And along with Flap were the other members surrounding him as well, so he more or less blocked off whatever Falcons could have done just because of that single Throne of Ruin flicker play that Kirk did. And ONIC were just so quick to work on the objective as well, so these were just really good calls that the Super Fam have decided to make now that we're approaching the 20-minute mark of the game.
Yeah, this is, I honestly feel like this series, this is the perfect point in the game. You know, it's game 6. Hopefully, maybe we get a game 7. I don't know, but this has been a slow-cooked meal throughout the entire series. You know, very one-sided games early on. Game 1 and game 2 gets a little more even through game 3 onward up to this point where it's anybody's game down to the next Lord and it'll be evolved.
Yeah, and you look at the heart rates on the players right now. Team Falcons has a lower average, I might say, because again, they do have Lord Prio. They have all the advantage in the world. The slow push as well, having the Moskov.
Base turrets down.
Yeah, base turrets down, but ONIC, they still have a massive team fight advantage as long as they pick the right targets and they go at the good time. The Team Falcons, again, they have this perfect Lord setup. Nobody from the side of ONIC can actually just brute force their way in. Oh, never mind. Super Prince and Kirk, they find an angle. They force the Lapo ulti.
Wait, yeah. He used the Bravest Fighter
They see Severo down bot.
backwards, but Falcons, knowing that, are still going to try and exchange blows with ONIC.
Okay. Okay, they've done this against Aurora. They forced the 50-50.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the 50-50. They got everyone here half health on the Lord for it. Kyle potentially looking for King Kong. It goes for a reset,
in the bottom lane too.
Bottom lane's going to be pushing. Someone from ONIC has to go deal with this. Team Falcons knows this advantage that they have.
What is Marco going to do? Okay.
Okay. It's, this is the push and pull.
Kyle?
Oh my goodness, Kyle. He's going to find one. The SOD2 is going to land. It's going to be Super Prince. A very unfortunate first kill for this sequence. ONIC using the AOG still to re-engage. They're going in for the full commit, but that might not be what they want. The minions are coming in the base, and they've already lost 2 members. Ogwen going in with the flicker. They're still going to try to cut them off, but 3 members of ONIC have made their return to the base.
They're down 2 members.
Severo.
Team Falcons. Severo goes in.
Kirk chasing as well, but he gets knocked up, and the Violent Brick Whip finishes him off. King Kong, can he do this alone?
He's got him. It's Severo with immortality. It's over.
The much-awaited return to the world stage. Redemption in their hands. Team Falcons have made it after more than a year of being stuck on the ground. They are headed towards the grand finals and to MSC.
A titanic performance from Team Falcons as they soar high to look for the clash of titans in the strongest region in MLBB as they soar and secure the tickets to Paris.
Team Falcons fought hard through the regular season to this point, through the playoffs. They felt the defeat of a sweep against ONIC, and they come back and win an amazing series to punch that ticket to tomorrow's fight against the final boss of MPL Philippines. And yes, they've secured the tickets to Paris, but the job's not done for Team Falcons.
GG's to ONIC Philippines for making it this far and for putting up such a great fight, a great series overall that we've seen between them and Team Falcons. This season, for this new version of the Super Fam was no joke. Severo introduced himself strongly and he stayed that way all throughout.
Oh man, again, the nature of competition, the nature of this tournament, you have to say goodbye to some teams. And unfortunately, it's for ONIC Philippines, the Super Fam. One hell of a season though. The first team to bring in an import into the MPL Philippines to have an amazing run. Severo, I think he just won the hearts of many Filipinos here in the Philippines and just fans around the world. The Super Fam should be able to hold their head high on this note, but you know damn well they want to come back next season stronger. We're going to go ahead and send it over to stage to get the GGWP to ONIC.
ML Super fans, they delivered a brave fight and gave brilliant praise, come back from a lot of games. But unfortunately, the road of ONIC Philippines will end right here. Now, Brusco, nakita ng lahat.
Brusco,
Nilaban yung game.
everyone saw how much you fought for that game.
Para kayong dumaan sa butas ng karayom.
The late nights, it feels like you've been through too much.
Ng ONIC Philippines, ano ang message mo
What is your message
ngayon?
to your teammates?
Message to teammates ko, grateful ako kasi
My message to my teammates is that I'm grateful because
sila yung
they were my teammates
proud ako
and I'm
sa-
proud.
proud ako sa kanila.
I'm proud of them.
Lagi akong tutulungan sa mga
That they always help me
Nanonood ako ganun. Kaya
and that we always help each other.
grateful talaga ako.
And that fight is something to be proud of, Denise.
And
Grabe, puso at tapang.
there's a lot of heart and bravery.
Emotional here right now, super fans.
It's very emotional here right now. Kirk,
How proud of you are you sa boys? Alam kong it's very heartbreaking for you.
I know it's very heartbreaking.
Silver linings. Grabe yung pusong pinakita nyo.
There are a lot of silver linings. You showed a lot of heart.
Gaano ka proud ka?
How proud are you
Ano,
of your team?
super proud ako sa team
I'm super proud of my team because
regular season walang naniniwala sa
from the regular season, no one believed in us, but
super proud ako.
we made it here, so I'm super proud.
Now, Severo.
Now, Severo,
Severo, I would like to congratulate you dahil grabe yung pinakita mo for your first season here in the MPL Philippines. Everybody here is so amazed with what you've shown. What do you want to say to all the MPL super fans?
Makasih buat yang udah dukung, makasih buat yang kalian MPL PH sama ONIC PH juga welcome gue, support gue. Sorry buat Sonic semua karena hasilnya nggak sesuai ekspektasi. Makasih buat semua yang udah dukung.
Maraming salamat po daw sa mga sumuporta at dumating.
thank you so much to all the supporters.
Salamat rin sa
And
MPL PH.
Thank you so much to MPL PH.
Salamat din po sa
And thank you so much to the ONIC PH who continue to believe in me.
And for one last time, Sonics, let's give them a big round of applause.
You may now take your final bow. Maraming salamat, ONIC Philippines. As much as it is very heavy, Thea, in every game, one has to bow, one conquers. And MPL Superfans, after 3 seasons, babalik ang Team Falcons sa Grand
Kumpleta
or
Kaya, masasabi ko lang, at sure ako na sulit ang puyat ng Team Falcons ngayon. Balita ko, 5 a.m. na silang nakatulog. Kagabi na, uunahin na kita.
they slept at 5 a.m. last night.
Yung base, anong unang pumasok sa utak?
When you took down the base, what was the first thing that came into your mind?
Base, for that last game, anong unang pumasok sa utak mo?
Unang pumasok sa...
Nothing entered my mind.
Yes, Paris.
Yes, Paris. But at the same time,
Parang sakto lang yung tuwa ko. Finals mabuhay.
I'm not that fulfilled as much just yet because we still know that there's finals tomorrow.
Very new Team Falcons that we're seeing. A very, very composed and disciplined Falcons. I can't wait to see.
And new na Haji.
Haji.
New member.
There's a lot of people shouting.
Lumusot sa butas ng karayom.
You've been through so much. You've been through push and pull games. Now, could you summarize for us how difficult the matches you've been through were?
Ano po sobrang hirap po talaga kasi
Very difficult.
para sa kanila, yun nga talagang pinagandaan talaga namin sila kasi
We've been preparing for them a lot.
yun nila na parang yun yung pinakamalakas na team. So, hirap talaga kagabi.
We really consider them as the strongest team. So even last night,
Yung kanina rin nung pagkagising.
our discussion took a while, and even earlier when I woke up,
Nag-overthink ako.
I was overthinking.
Hindi talaga siguro bukas when they go to the grand finals today.
I'm excited tomorrow because it's going to be the Clash of the Titans 3.0. Falcons against Team Liquid. Daddy Ogwen, anong maasahan namin sa inyo bukas?
What can we expect from you tomorrow?
Mas yung manalo.
We'll do better
Tsaka expect nyo na
and expect
hindi madali yung championship sa atin.
we won't easily give over the championship to TLPH.
Everyone, hindi nila yan basta-basta ibibigay. Thea.
They're not gonna hand it over that easily.
Natin si Super Marco.
Now let's ask Super Marco.
What an outstanding game.
What an outstanding game.
From you today, you are the best gold laner. I mean, that's super makmak for you. At bilang best gold laner,
And as the best goal laner,
ano dapat naming asahan sa'yo?
what should we expect from you?
Sa tingin ko,
I think
performance ko
my performance will stay the same, but it just might be a bit more explosive.
So talagang hindi na matutulog para bukas sa grand finals.
So they might not sleep anymore until the grand finals.
Ano naman ang message mo sa napaka-
Kai, what's your message to the very energetic crowd supporting Team Falcons? To all the supporters, thank you so much!
Maraming salamat. At maraming salamat, Team Falcons. You may now take your bow. And you may now take your walk-up victory to the grand finals and to Paris! Inabot man sila ng 3 season, Thea, bago makabalik ng grand finals. But hey, the Green Falcons are so back, Thea.
And kabang-abang talaga ang magiging matchup bukas between TLPH and Team Falcons. Pero bago tayo pumunta sa Grand Finals, balikan muna natin ang nangyari sa last match. Casters, palag na to.
First off, thank you so much to ONIC Philippines. Again, a hell of a season. Severo, hope we get to see more of them. Hopefully, maybe you get to see more imports in the next seasons to come. And congratulations to Team Falcons. Getting to the grand finals, getting to Paris. Can't wait to see them on the international stage as well. But yes, the Clash of the Titans 3.0 is happening tomorrow night in a best of 7. And all I can hope for is that we get another series like today.
Yeah, they said it.
Maybe a little, maybe, you know, let's forget game 1 and 2.
Yeah,
so
the warm-ups.
Let's crank it up a little
Not
bit.
the one-sided ones.
Yeah, you know, I have a lot of things to say, but I just needed to get this out of my system. I pity the other regions. Like, I pity the other regions. Like, we're sending Liquid and Falcons.
Like how LaFell said yesterday.
Yeah, the Titans of
It's a
MLB.
horror movie.
It's a horror movie. That now the other regions are watching this. God damn it!
Just like that?
Yeah, that sounded like dude. But
Why you gotta send Falcons in liquid? Dude. Right? Why you gotta send the Titans? Because the last time this happened, these two teams took the world by storm.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
It's been so long. It's been so long since we last witnessed the World Tour for Team Falcons and this same rivalry traveling outside our region.
Oh, man. You know how many gym reels are going to be made in Paris? By Team
Oh, my
Falcons?
Lord.
And, I mean, Team Liquid, too. They live, too. But, like,
Yeah.
I mean, Coach Snap's jacked, by the way. But so is another player over there. But anyway, Team Falcons specifically, they played this game, I don't want to say perfectly either. It wasn't a perfect game. It was actually rather messy towards the end. The way they approached some of the base pushes with the Lords, it didn't go in their favor. They made some mistakes, and they're going to have to fix those mistakes by the time they get to the matchup against tomorrow.
Although it's sort of expected, that usually just happens when the enemy can actually match your gameplay. Even if you play the most perfect macro in the world, you're bound to be matched by your opponents, and ONIC did just that. It's just that for Team Falcons, they sort of have a lot of advantages in the drafting stage. Like we mentioned this earlier, the split push on the Moscow, everything was going to be on Super Marco, and Super Marco delivered, which is why he's the MVP of this game, aside from the fact that he was able to pressure the pressure on ONIC.
Yeah.
Again, this bulletproof guy didn't die at all in this game. 0 deaths on this Moscow. He was like, Savero, I know you're good, but I'm better.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, man. So does that solve, like, wait, I'm actually genuinely curious.
What?
Because they asked it on stage. Is Teddy in the Golden Royale? Or was it between Severo,
it's
Marco, and...
Technically he is, but a lot of the people that has been asked the same question has always been saying either Super Marco or Savero.
Yeah, so it has been answered technically.
In
But
this-
unless tomorrow Teddy's like, no, I am.
That's something we leave for tomorrow's match, I feel. But at least for now, in this so-called Golden Real that we established between these two teams first, I sort of feel frustrated to see that was the kind of last game we saw from Savero, because I feel like we barely got to see him really do his thing. The typical Savero clutch genes weren't really something we completely witnessed in this game, and I sort of understand, because from the very beginning you have to worry about the Hilda, the kinds of rotations that they do, and this entire idea of them splitting up the fights constantly, and it's not just in these main team fights, but also maybe their attention also got somewhat split, because it's just always the pressure from Super Marco. That's weird, right? Saying the pressure, but on Super Marco.
I agree with you. Like, it's so frustrating for Savero, because you know why? The last time he lost in Claude, it was also up against a Hilda.
Yeah,
It was JP's Hilda.
Yeah, because you saw that in the last exchange too. Ogwin was sticking on him, and that's what you do. And so, Savero had to deal with that. But let's go ahead and listen in on this victory for Team Falcons with the Infinix Liquid Cooling Beast Mode mic check.
Farm lang muna, Moscow tayo. Winning condition natin. Ipitin natin bot. Kaya walang go sa'yo dyan, Flap. Pag na, Flap, pag na. Kaya. Hindi, kaya. Velocidad, ha. Oy lang. Liga na ka. Nice one. Flap. Gusto niya? Dito nga. Puro. Pagsak sa G. Libre pa ta. Tara, baksak ko. Saan ka ba? Tara, gusto natin, Flap. Tama na. Tara, boys. Stang ka, boy. Stang ka. Limod ako. Out tayo. Tara. Wait lang, Mike, ha. Walang ulti alis. Paano? Alis. Walang kabayo. Cloud. Purify. Cloud. Go lang. Mark, ready mo ba yun sila? Boy, ready ako. Positioning mo, Mark, ha? Ayusin mo. Kaya ako din, positioning ko din. Kayo din, pre, ha? Pre. Positioning ko rin. Ayusin natin lahat, bawat isa. Tayo isa rin, ang Lord. Pre, magugupatok, pre. Balong alert. Alis, pre, alis. Pre, siya, balulog. Susin sa mukha ko. Abay, alis muna. Boy ako, boy. Stang ko, dalawa. Harapan lang. Brusko. Alis. Dito pa ako. Papamatay to, alis, walang flicker ha. Winter ako. Alis ako. Alis mo na kayo. Babay ako. Alis, Mike.
Saan ka, Claude?
Bay ako.
Pre, Claude.
Itong Leomite. Always great to hear the mic check. Welcome back here to the On Ground, and we're here with Flap, Flap and Kyle of Team Falcons to help break down the plays. But before we break down the play, we have to ask a question. I wanted to ask, and pinag-usapan na natin ito before we showed up on camera. Whose call was it to pick up the Kukra nung game na yun?
Ako po. Ako talaga.
Totoo ba yun, Kyle?
Totoo. Siya talaga nag-suggest
nakita kong lahat ng yung composition ng ONIC, lahat nagdadash eh. Kaya parang pasok na pasok yung Kufra kahit never namin nagamit.
Yeah, and to add to that, kasi may Esmeralda din kayo, di ba? So, nahirapan talaga si Kirk para magawa yung trabaho niya.
Flap and Kyle, sinimulan natin ng season nung na-interview ko kayo sa pagtanggal ninyo ng TZ na pangalan sa IGN ninyo. At ngayon, kaharap nyo muli itong si Carl TZ doon sa finals at kayong dalawa pa yung nag-step up. Gano'n ka-importante ito na nakaabot kayo ng finals na ngayon gumagawa kayo ng sarili nyong marka na sa liga?
Siguro sobrang importante sa amin to ni Flap kasi dito na kami sa finals So if ever man namin matalo sila, dito na kami mag-start yung legacy namin dalawa
The new branch of the legacy for Flap and Kyle. All right, I think we have a play that Wolf wants to break down with the boys here.
Yeah. So, ang naging comment ko dito, parang binalik nyo yung classic na macro nyo, yung Lord Dance nyo. So, talk to us, sino ba yung mga nagsha-shot call dito? Ano ba yung mga usapan at gano'n ka-intense doon sa usapan nyo dito sa comms ninyo?
Yung nagsha-shot call talaga dyan si Super Marco Parang win-wait lang namin yung long lane namin para mag-push. Tapos pag may nagpakita, doon na kami go-go.
And there's an important play here, Kyle. Ikaw din yung makakahuli kay Super Prince. Yung Zushi niya ay nakakatakot at alam natin malupit siya. Pero in this last play, napigilan nyo yung isa sa mga key players dito sa ONIC. Talk to me how you were able to pull this off.
Nag-aantay lang po talaga ako mahuhuli dyan. Tapos nung na-check ni Super Prince yung try-bush, yun po yung nahuli ko.
How about you, Flap? Paano naman ang comms mo dito, lalo na crucial din sa mga Lord Dads ang role mo as the XP laner?
Nung nakita kong natalunan ni Kyle yung Shushin, alam kong patay na yung Shushin and at the same time, lalamang na kami. Kaya naging kalmado lang ako dyan. Noong time na yun. Whose
call was it na tapusin na yung laro na to? Meron pang tatlong hero na natitira tapos may Lord. Pero mas pinili nyo mag-push. Kanino yun nanggaling?
Sa amin po lahat kasi nung 5v3 na po yan, tapos wala na rin po silang skill, nagkasundo po kami lahat na tapusin na yung laro kasi idedep po nila tapos papamatay po sila lahat para matay.
So instead of dragging the time pa, they made sure that they just ended there. Now, of course, going up against ONIC, sinabi niyo naman kanina na mahirap talaga kalabanan yung ONIC, of course, with a 4-2 score. For each of you guys personally, what specific aspect of ONIC na nahirapan kayo the most?
Siguro po nahirapan kami sa ONIC yung sa early game nila. Parang sobrang lakas nila sa early game. Sobrang dominating nila kaya ayun. So, yun doon kami hirap na hirap talaga sa mid nila.
Same rin sa'yo, Kyle?
Same lang.
All right, ONIC early game crazy. Of course, hoping to see ONIC bounce back, but this is the moment for the Falcons. Flap, Kyle, thank you so much. One more time, MPL Arena, make some noise for Flap and Kyle. Congratulations again for making it to the Grand Finals and, of course, going to MSC. That's it for myself and Wolf. We'll see you, because now we're going to pass you on over to our casters.
Thank you so much, guys, on the on-ground panel. And again, congratulations there to Team Falcons going to the Grand Finals in Paris. Great breakdown. I know we were shouting our heads off over here on the English stream. How do you guys feel over there on Tagalog?
Well, nababaliw din kami dito sa bawat palitan ng dalawang teams na to. Nagsisigawan kami, naririnig namin. Ang San Juan Arena ay pumuputok din sa bawat play na nangyayari. Sumasabay lang kami sa energy, mga par.
Oh, man. Kung sumisigaw sila, syempre sisigaw din tayo, di ba? That's always the goal. And you gotta appreciate the supporters of ONIC and especially Team Falcons.
Well, if you guys want to bring the action over to your own neighborhood, with eProject Esports for Everyone, we're giving you the power to bring the MPL energy to your own local community.
That's right. Participants get exclusive access to tournament modes, free in-game items, and even diamonds. Just head over to ph-mpl.com/e-project to start your application.
It's now time to turn that passion into action. Visit our website for more information.
And there you go. Have it join through us. Again, this has been an amazing night of the lower bracket final. I'm so glad we got our 6 games. We did mention that we wanted at least 6 games. We almost got the 7th, but Team Falcons ends it in the 6th. This is setting up for Clash of the Titans 3.0, as mentioned by our host earlier on. Are you excited to see this midnight? I mean, your gears were grinding a little bit throughout tonight, but maybe tomorrow it'll be different.
So look, here's the thing. First 2 games, a bit of a warm-up. I think that's been a story for the past 2 days. But tomorrow, we don't have space for a warm-up.
Oh, yeah.
This is a long time coming, guys. 3 seasons ago, since the last time we saw the clash in the grand finals.
It's been a while.
It's been a while for these 2 Titans.
I think huling beses na nakita ang dalawang ito sa Grand Finals, it would be season 13. Kung saan Falcons AP Bren pa ang team ng Falcons noon. And for Team Liquid Philippines, ito na yun eh. Kumbaga, sila ang nanaig nung time na yun.
Yep, and here we go. We got an updated look at our Infinix Fancy Club as well. Through this, they have their own grand final tomorrow as well. The Auroras are going to be facing off against the Sonics. So a little bit of a different fate.
Yeah.
Through the Infinix Fancy Lab.
When was this? Was this season 17, 16, 15? 15. In the MPL PH, like the counterpart for MPL PH.
That's true. By the way, if you guys have been tuning in or gotten a chance to watch Infinix Fancy Lab, the teams are not only fighting for glory, but they're also fighting for a big haul of awards out there. What are those awards, Brigida?
Our grand champions will actually walk away with not only trophies and medals, but also 5 Infinix GT Watch 5 Pro smartwatches and 25,000 MLBB diamonds. Meanwhile, runners-up take home 15 and 10,000 diamonds respectively.
The Infinix Fancy Club Playoffs runs from May 27 to the 31st. Hanggang bukas na lang yan. To support your fandoms and don't miss out, Palag Na To.
Palag Na To. Don't, by the way,
Palag Na To.
Hey, I got no Tagalog tomorrow. You got that. So I'm going to be pure. I'm going pure English tomorrow, right? So it's been wonderful. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. Also, all the viewers around the world, we're going to be closing out the show by throwing it over to our hosts. We'll see you guys in the grand finals tomorrow.
MPL Superfans, we see you and we know how you felt during that match. Isa na namang maaksyong gabi ang natapos here in the Champions Arena.
Official na ngang nakuha ng Team Falcons ang huling ticket para sa Grand Finals at sila rin ang kasama ng Team Liquid Philippines patungong Paris para sa MSC at EWC.
At bukas, nakakasana ang huling laban para sa buong season. It's the Grand Finals! All eyes on the stage dahil malalaman na natin kung sino ang hihiranging pinakamalakas sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas.
Kaya samahan niyo kami uli bukas. This is your host, Thea.
At ako naman, si Denise. And this is your very own Odin. Magkita-kita tayo dito lamang sa MPL Philippines Season 17, The Playoffs. Palag na to!
The 17th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the official gaming phone partner, the power behind every madlang gamer. Smart, the simply reliable connectivity partner of the MPL. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. And our strategic partners, TT Racing, Theory, and SIP. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Catch the MPL PH Season 17 playoffs live at the San Juan Arena. Grab your tickets now via the official MPL PH website, Palag Na To. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Palag ka ba?
Remind you kung